Good morning and welcome to the Festival of Speed here at Goodwood for day 3. We've had an action-packed 2 days already. I'm joined by Grace Webb and Harry Benjamin. I'll start with you, Grace. What was your highlight from yesterday?
Oh, yesterday was just a brilliant day. I mean, I've been coming to the Festival of Speed for a few years, but for the first time yesterday, I went to the gas arena, and I should have done it way sooner than that because it was truly amazing. That's the place where you can see BMX riders, mountain biking, freestyle motocross. Some of the jumps and tricks they were doing, they definitely put on a show for the crowd.
And Harry, your highlight from yesterday?
I mean, it's hard just to pick one, isn't it? But I think my one was seeing the Alpine-branded Lotus Renault from the 2012 Formula One season head up the hill, screaming V8 engine. And my highlight was mainly Kush Miney, the driver of it in F2, and just how excited he was to get out of the car. He loved it. He nearly lost it coming into the checkered flag area. Brilliant.
Well, we're only halfway through. We have 2 more days of action here at Goodwood. This is what's coming up for you today. So the first batch have just left the assembly area from behind us. They are Drift, Joest, Niki Lauda and Mercedes-Benz. The next batch will be from 1970 to the present day. They'll leave at 9:20 to go up the hill. First glance and road bikes from 10:05 this morning. As Grace was mentioning, the Goodwood Action and Sports Arena, they'll have a warm-up show from 10:30. Batch 6 is Supercars. That's going at 10:45. And we will then have at 11:40, batch 4, F1, Isle of Man TT and dirt bikes. The balcony moment with Michael Dunlop is 12, I should say. And the main theme, 1890 to 1960, is from 12:30. The action continues with an MG moment at 1:15. Drift, Joest, Niki Lauda and Mercedes are back up the hill at 1:20. There's another show in the Action and Sports Arena at 1:30. At 2 o'clock, F1, Isle of Man TT and dirt bikes take to the hill once more. There'll be a timed shootout from 2:50. We'll have a lovely tribute and a Gilles de Ferrat moment at 3:10 this afternoon. A show in the Action and Sports Arena at 3:30. And main theme are back on the hill, 1970 to present day at 3:35. And we round out the day with first glance and road bikes at 4:05. The supercars at 4:45. We will have a competition at the Action and Sports Arena from freestyle motocross with their best tricks. That is sensational if you get a chance to see that. That's at 5:30. And we round out the day with 1890 to 1960. Cars going up the hill from 20 to 6 this evening. That is how your Saturday looks at Goodwood. Harry Benjamin, what are you looking forward to most today?
Well, I think actually in this first batch I'm looking forward to, we're celebrating all things Joest this weekend. 40 years since Joest's first Le Mans win back in 1984. Now, Joest is actually one of the most successful privateer teams, 16-time Le Mans winners, set up by Reinhard Joest, the former Porsche Motorsport driver. And we've got the 1984 Le Mans winning car, but also just heading out, Tom Christensen's out there too in one of the Audis, and also the Bentley Speed 6, which took Tom Christensen and Guy Smith to the 2003 Le Mans win. So much to have a look out there as I nearly get run over by a Porsche.
Well, we had the launch of the new 911, didn't we? The hybrid this week, earlier on this week with Mark Webber at the wheel. He's back here today again. Grace, what are you most looking forward to today?
Well, I mean, there's so much, isn't there, to look forward to. But for me personally, I'm all about the motorbikes, and we are having a moment to celebrate Michael Dunlop, who this year became the most successful TT rider in history. And I believe this is his first time to the Festival of Speed. So what a way to welcome him, that he's going to be on the balcony. I'm sure there'll be loads of people there watching, cheering and celebrating his career, because it has been a phenomenal run.
Well, it's not just us down here. We're in the assembly area right now. We also have David Green at the top of the hill for us as well. David, what are you looking forward to seeing today?
Well, the first thing I've done is I've wandered up just after the top paddock, about 50 metres away, is the Forest Rally stage start. So I've had a little sneak peek up here to see what's going on. This is going to get very noisy and very exciting soon. So if I get any breaks, I'm going to come and have a look at that. But in terms of highlights, for me, it's always pretty much the next thing that's happening at Goodwood. And so this morning, I've not bothered with an espresso because we've got the drift cars. So that will wake me and the rest of the festival up. And I'm looking forward to that.
Great stuff, David. I know you were jealous of my jacket this morning, so I've got you a vest for later because you were very jealous. Your green is too dull, you said, for this track. So we'll send it up to you up the hill. I wanted to talk about Michael Dunlop because I'm looking forward to this as well. I know we had Richard Petty on the balcony yesterday, and it's fantastic to actually celebrate the whole breadth of motorsport. This isn't just about Formula One. It's not just about an amazing-looking Porsche. This is about the entire breadth of motorsport. We don't hear enough sometimes about the bikes, and I know this is your specialty, and I'm so looking forward to hearing more about his career this weekend and also celebrating him and what some of these people do. We saw Maria yesterday, incredible TT racer, and I didn't know about her career until I looked it up and went, wow, there are so many incredible names here.
Yeah, there really is. And it's almost impossible to know who everyone and anyone is because the breadth of motorsport is so wide. But I think it's incredible that actually you mentioned Richard Petty yesterday, who is the king of NASCAR. And now Michael Dunlop is known as the king of the mountain course at the Isle of Man TT. So I just think going from NASCAR to the Isle of Man TT shows the breadth that is at the Festival of Speed.
And tomorrow, of course, we have a big celebration for Red Bull, 20 years of Red Bull racing in Formula One with an incredible lineup tomorrow.
I know, 18 cars are here, all the way from the very first RB1. We've got a breadth of drivers, including guys like Max Verstappen, you might have heard of him. We've also got his teammate Sergio Perez, Daniel Ricciardo, Mark Webber, David Coulthard has already been up the hill as many times as he can get in one of those Red Bulls. Sebastian Vettel's title winning, of course, Red Bulls, along with Verstappen's. And it's hard to believe that 20 years ago, an energy drinks company decided to buy a Formula One team and just convert it into one of the most successful of all time. Still to this day, to have that continuity as a team is exceptional. So celebrating all things there with a spectacular moment later on in the weekend outside the house.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. As you mentioned, the 18 cars, the drivers, Sergio Perez will be here, Daniel Ricciardo. I think Yuki Tsunoda actually is coming along today as well from the RB team. So a breadth of talent as well. I am looking forward to actually seeing the RB17 hypercar that was launched because I haven't had a chance to see that yet. That looks phenomenal. The last Adrian Newey Red Bull.
Have you got $6 million spare for that?
Back pocket. In my back pocket.
We've all seen the jacket, Rachel. We know you've got it.
And just finally, I mean, to walk around here, a lot of these drivers, the reception they get is incredible. We're hopefully going to speak to Ollie Behrman later, and this will be probably the last time he can walk around here with ease, I would say.
Yeah, of course, Ollie Behrman currently in Formula 2, backed by the Ferrari Driver Academy and has signed with the Haas F1 team for next year. So he'll be making that step up to Formula 1. You know what? I think it's already too late. He's getting recognised left, right and centre. And that they come into Formula 1 now younger and younger. So much is pressed onto their shoulders at such a young age. In fact, that's in all motorsport as well. It's in bikes as well. You see it with the Moto2 and the Moto3 riders before they step up into MotoGP. But he has got a level head. He's got good people around him as well. And to get the chance to drive a Ferrari up the hill, it's going to be something he remembers for a long time.
Most definitely. Well, we said the cars had left the assembly area. They were gathering at the bottom of the hill. So let's get up to our commentary box now. It's Ben Edwards and Alice Powell.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Yeah, it's a lovely day here at Goodwood as we get ready for the beginning of the Saturday, day 3 of 4. And Alice, we're looking forward to some great action. We've just seen Emanuele Pirro about to head up the hill in one of the classic Formula One cars. We have a tremendous blend of machinery all the way through the day.
We do, and I think as the guys touched on there, that's what makes Goodwood so special. We get such a variety from the drift, from the classics to the modern day, road cars as well. We get global launches here. We've had those all over the weekend, and that is what makes Goodwood such a fantastic event.
It really is, and it's lovely to see these classic machines. This was a 1979 Ligier Formula One car, which was actually a pretty successful car, especially in the early stages of that year with Jacques Lafitte taking some early victories. The rest of the season didn't quite go to plan, and Ferrari ended up slightly stronger. But Emanuele Pirro, who is one of the classics, in a way, of Goodwood, multiple Le Mans winner, but he's done so much here over the years, and he absolutely loves being here. And one of the great drivers who loves the whole history of the sport as well. 5 times winner at Le Mans with the Audi team Joest. So the Joest celebration that we're doing, that is for the team, the Joest team that created so much success, combined with Porsche, with Audi as well, and with the Bentley Speed 8, that team taking 16 wins through their Le Mans history. Emanuele Pirro was very much a part of that team for much time, but this time he's getting the opportunity to drive this Jacques Lafitte Ligier, which is a lovely thing for him to do. He had experience in all forms of motorsport, had a chance in Formula One, which didn't quite go well for him. He actually went to the Benetton team back in 1989, did a few races. It didn't quite work out for him, but he then went on to sports cars, extremely successful. We're also celebrating the Shadow brand, American brand, with these amazing Can-Am cars.
Yeah, I mean, just look at that. Absolutely incredible. Jake Hill will be, you can just see him on to the right of screen there. He'll be driving this car, the 8.1 litre V8 Shadow Chevrolet. This is the Mark 1 Motorsport. Jake also drove this at members meeting. If anyone saw the coverage or was at members meeting, he took this on our Can-Am demo that we had back at members meeting.
And they had such tiny front wheels and very low front end, and then the radiators in the rear wing, which you can see there in that rear wing. You don't often see radiators in a rear wing, do you?
No, but that's what I like about these Shadows. We've seen some crazy designs across the years. They are incredible bits of machinery. We will even see the Shadow that has the front wing much higher than you'd usually see a front wing.
Yeah, so this was the Mark 1, and they designed it with the radiators. Initially, it didn't actually have the radiators in the rear wing. They modified it to have that. Long rear section as well, and they ran the Chevy engine that's got a 7-litre V8. So you can see the air intakes up at the top there. That is the Chevrolet engine. So they went for these big American-style V8 engines, 7 litres, and of course as they went up through their different marks and modified them, and you'll see some of the later versions of the Shadows in that lineup actually behind, they did modify the cars, and they went slightly bigger up front. This was actually one of the early ones as well that we're looking at here. After that they then started to modify the aerodynamics in quite a big way, but a lot of fun to see. And these cars, the Shadow Can-Am cars, they never won the titles until late on. They did win the titles when Jackie Oliver was driving for them in the early 1970s. That when they finally got to win, because Porsche had absolutely taken over the domination of McLaren in the early days. So Can-Am was dominated by McLaren in the early days. Then Porsche came along and they took over, and then Shadow managed to take victories towards the end of that early stint of Can-Am when it was such a big deal.
Yeah, we've got the Mark II there. We'll also see the Mark III. So we've got those marks all ranging from 1970 to 1972. Michael Lyons there will be in the Mark II. You can see getting his helmet on now. An experienced historic racer and modern day racer as well.
And of course, Shadow also created Formula One cars. Now this actually is one of the late ones. This was the DN8 Shadow Cosworth, created in 1977. This was a time when they were really making some progress in Formula One. It was the sad year, though, as well, when Tom Price, who was one of the star British drivers who joined that Shadow team, so sadly was killed in a crash in South Africa. And Alan Jones, still then got the opportunity, and who drove the chassis and took Shadow's only ever F1 World Championship race victory. They'd had a win with Tom Price in a non-championship race, but Jones took the first and only ever win in the Shadow Formula One car, the one we were, certainly that one that we were looking at just now. But now we're going to start off with the first bit of action up on the hill. And actually, instead of looking at classics, we're looking at more modern machinery. Yeah,
and these have been a popular feature to Goodwood Festival of Speed. First got drift back in 2014, so it's only been 10 years since we had drift here. And here is the Nissan GTR with Steve Baglioni on board, and an experienced drifter, and these are always a highlight. This Nissan 7.4-litre V8 turbocharged and has an almighty 1,200 brake horsepower.
Yeah, so get a listen, get a watch of this if you're standing beside the hill climb here at Goodwood. It's lovely to have you with us here today. If you're watching us online as well, I do hope you can absorb and enjoy all of the action that we're looking into here. And the drift cars always get this batch underway. Maxi, as you say, very, very experienced. Pro drift driver from Essex, a British drifter champion back in 2009, developing some very special machinery. And this one, as you say, this I think is probably the most powerful of all the ones we've got, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. And they make some noise. Sometimes we can't even see them on our coverage. They make that much dust. Now we go straight to the Eurofighter. So this is the BMW M3, 3-litre straight 6 turbocharged on here. James Dean at the wheel. Another very, very experienced racer, drift racer, 900 brake horsepower. And this car can rip through a set of specialist ultra sticky tyres in just 60 seconds.
Just look at the style of drift driving. It is a very different style, of course, from racers, but it is an incredible skill of its own. It was something that was developed very much in Japan. The Japanese drift driving became a big deal, and it's spread across the world, became big in the United States, and now in the UK as well, it's become bigger as well. And just the sheer skill and the bravery, I mean, the way they can slide cars to nearly 180 degrees near a wall. Now, we've got some more drift cars coming, but we are going to enjoy Emanuele Pirro now, coming up in the Ligier. This is lovely to see. The Ligier Cosworth, so you're looking at a time when ground effect was first coming in, really, because Lotus had won the championship the year before with the ground effect, and Mario Andretti had taken the title, and all of the other teams were then absorbing that ground effect, and you can see it on the side pods. That's the design of the car. No front wing. They were really hopeful that the ground effect through the side pods would do enough, and it worked pretty well with the Ligier.
Yeah, it certainly did. Emanuele's going to go through there fairly normal. We're not going to be seeing much drifting from him. We would want to see that from the JS11. A lovely V8 engine, 3-litre, roaring past the flip wall on the left-hand side there, and all the way up to the top of the hill.
The Cosworth engine is, of course, one of the great historic elements of Formula One. So much success over the years, going to different teams, and yeah, it has a wonderful noise when he gets back on the power, just as he crosses the line. Emanuele Pirro, one day I must ask him how many times he has been up this hill climb. It must be getting into the thousands, I would think, yeah.
I would say so. But we're back to the drift cars. So now, this is the Toyota Stout. You can tell it's far removed from its origins, that is for sure. It now boasts over 600 brake horsepower. That's 6 times more than its original output. 2.1-litre 4-cylinder, built in 1966. And as standard with the drift cars, they all stop outside the house, do some donuts. Sometimes we get some of them stop slightly further up the hill as well. Is the Stout going to do that? No, but it is extremely sideways through Malkin Corner and putting on a great show for everyone there that's standing in the grandstand and trackside.
Now, this is great fun indeed, as we're seeing. Next one out is the Chevrolet heading out. We had a problem with this one yesterday, didn't we? And thankfully it managed to get sorted out. They had a little bit of damage to the front end, but thankfully that is all sorted out now, and it's running beautifully well.
Yeah, small fire we had yesterday. You might be able to see the patchwork repair on the right-hand side by the exhaust there. That was all good. The Master did a great job to put the fire out, and actually so did Axel. So this has 1,000 brake horsepower. 2-litre triple rotor turbocharge, and then we're back to one of the BMWs. This is an M4. The German brothers Elias and Jonas, known as the Red Bull Drift Brothers, pair up between runs during the drift show here, and this is 1,000 brake horsepower, so that is double that of your standard M4 road car.
Yeah, absolutely. They teamed up with BMW, the M group of BMW, in 2001 to start creating drift car versions of these BMW M4s. And they started off with an ultra-stiff GT4 race car and then built it into a drift machine. And as you say, horsepower is a huge part of developing. And this is the other one just heading up right now. And this is Conor Shanahan who's driving this one. And Conor, youngster, well, he's 20 years old now, but he actually started doing drifting when he was only 9 years old, believe it or not. His brother, Jack, a double British drift champion, so it's very much in the family. And Conor won the Drift Masters European Championship last year in a Toyota GT86. And now he's having some fun with the Drift Brothers M4.
Imagine how cool Conor must have been going to school and his friends say, what have you been doing at the weekend? Oh, I've just been drifting as a young 9-year-old out in your car parks or your drift championship. Incredible, super cool. So this looks like, to me, this could be one of the Lexuses, the RCF heading up the hill. Now, we saw this yesterday, plenty of smoke and donuts. They've stopped halfway up the hill, so we'll see it. Ahmed stops again. 1,200 brake horsepower here, 3-litre straight 6 turbocharged, built in 2016. And Ahmed doing a great display of donuts and creating a lot of smoke heading up. Let's see if he continues to get sideways or whether he's going to stop and do some donuts for the crowd that are here by our commentary box window at gate 6. Let's have a look. Yes, it is.
Yeah, right in front of our commentary box. So this is a lovely spot, smoking it away. The smell and the sound of drift car. I tell you what, this is kind of waking us all up. We've all been up quite early to get in here to the Goodwood Festival of Speed. It's always something you get up early, you get here, you sort of look around a little bit, and then suddenly this goes bam, isn't it? All the noise and the smell of the drift cars out there.
It's the noise and it's the smell. As you said, Ben, and our windows on the commentary box are open and it's drifting all the way, no pun intended, into our commentary box. But Ahmed putting on a brilliant display for all of the fans and along with all of the other drift drivers around. Once they get to the top of the hill, they do continue to put on a little bit of a demo for those that are at the top. And as I keep suggesting, we should get them to drift round David Green, but that's not happened yet, so we'll have to keep working on that.
Right, now we've got some of the other action coming up the hill and we're enjoying the shadows now. So this is the Shadow Heritage, and the one we're looking at right now is the Mark II. So they had troubles with the Mark I and then the Mark II came along, but it still wasn't perfect at that time because the competition was huge, of course, for Shadow. But it was a great opportunity to get out there and start at least completing some races. Jackie Oliver was driving for the team, and the first race they did that year, Motorsport, they were creating quite a lot of downforce from the slightly revised look, as you say, slightly higher front end than the previous model Mark I. And thankfully, no radiators on the rear wing. The radiators were more installed lower down, keeping the weight of the water a bit lower than it was on the other one.
No, exactly, and that's what I'm saying about how they changed the design from one Mark, which we saw Jake Hill's one with the radiators in the rear wing, to then go, actually, no, that's not quite working for us. We're now going to go slightly different and put them where we usually see them. So this is the Shadow Cosworth DN1 we've got here now, Ben, a 3-litre V8.
Yeah, absolutely. So this was the beginning of Formula One for the Shadow. They went from Can-Am. Tony Southgate was the designer. First raced in South Africa in 1973. Shadow classified 8th out of the 11 teams that year. They did miss a couple of Grand Prix. And Jackie Oliver was competing for them in Formula One with George Follmer, the two big rivals when they went to Can-Am again later after that. And so it was a fairly demanding time with the first season for Shadow, but it was getting them into Formula One that really mattered, and they managed to get a few finishes. There were rather a number of non-finishers too, but this was the beginning of their F1 campaign in 1973.
Now this is a popular edition. We saw this at the members meeting, also known as the dollar car. When it breaks, there we go. You can see everything pops up quite nicely. A great demo by Kyle Tilley there.
Yeah, this is the first ever Shadow prototype, and Trevor Harris was the designer originally. Kyle Tilley in the car, as you say, these movable aerodynamic devices. Now, when Can-Am was first announced as this sports car category, basically the only rules were there had to be 2 driver seats. And there wasn't really much else in terms of rules, and aerodynamic movement was allowed initially, and that's exactly what they did with that car. So you can see the aerodynamic movement when you get on the brakes to slow it down. That was actually banned at the end of the year that car came out. So after that, they had to go back to sort of what we can expect to be a little bit more of the type of thing. Now this is the Shadow Dodge DN4B, a bit later on, isn't it, from 1975.
Yeah, and a 5-litre V8 here. And this is when Can-Am was sort of reborn, you could say, in 1977 with the 5-litre capacity limit. And this is Shadow's purpose-built Formula 5000 based single-seater. And here, slightly, I'm just amazed actually, Ben, with the height. We can't see it there because they zoomed in, with the height of the airbox. Look how high it is on the car.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a time in Formula 1 too, actually, where they went for those very high air intake boxes, as you say, way, way above the driver's head. And it seems to be a style that they did go for. This one didn't race a lot, actually. It only raced twice, apparently, in its period. Certainly in lovely condition. Now, taking a look at the Shadow Dodge DN6. So this was another of the 5-litre V8 models in the Formula 5000 series. So this was the Formula 5000 Shadow rather than Formula 1. So this ran the big American engine. So effectively, the engines they'd had in Can-Am, like the 5-litre V8, they then put into single-seaters. And Jackie Oliver got a third place at its debut at Pocono in June 1975. It was also raced by Jean-Pierre Jarier in its time as well. The lovely, lovely sound.
And you can spot the Dodgers, can't you? The Shadow Dodgers with the big airbox that we were just talking about above the driver's head.
Yeah, indeed. So, heading out now, the beginning of what we're doing to celebrate Mercedes-Benz and 130 years in motor racing. And we're looking at the Mercedes-Benz CLK Le Mans, built in 1998. These were Mercedes coming back into the world of full endurance racing, and I remember seeing these at Le Mans. Unfortunately, they did have a bit of a bad time later on with these types of machinery when they were taking off at Le Mans and not quite coming down in the right position as well. But it's lovely to see it out there. Klaus Ludwig, one of the great Mercedes winners in all sorts of categories actually over his career. He's taking it up the hill.
Yeah, and we saw, I think it was this car we saw yesterday going out with the Express Racing car transporter, which is based in the paddocks on the back of the Formula 1 cars. You'll be able to see it near the Drivers' Club if you are over that way, which was from 1955, a one-off. You'll know what I'm talking about when you see it.
Absolutely, so all part of the fun and games of this. Just heading up one of the other Mercedes. So the Mercedes development has been different throughout all of their campaigns. And this is the Mercedes AMG GT2 Pro. So they went into the GT2 category as well, having initially gone for those very, very rapid Le Mans style machinery into GT2 and GT3 they went into. And this one, Thomas Jaeger is taking it up the hill. Very different style, of course, because you're basing it on a road sports car, but they're creating it into a racing machine, adding the downforce, adding the rear wing, giving it even more horsepower. Very much a front-engined machine as opposed to the rear-engine C and full world endurance style, making its way up the hill. This one has a rather lovely sound to it as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, and that's something that screams GT to you, doesn't it? When you see it racing in ELMS, when you have it racing in Le Mans as well, this is what screams GT to me. Certainly, when I think of a GT Mercedes car, I certainly don't think of the one that's on screen now. We're going way back in the ages. This is built in 1924. This is a Mercedes-Benz, a 2-litre 4-cylinder supercharger. This is actually based on the 1923 Indy 500 car, and it was redesigned by Ferdinand Porsche. And actually, this Mercedes arrived in Sicily on 1912. So we are going way back now compared to what we just saw, and this is fantastic. This is the highlight again of Goodwood, that we can see modern day, Ben, but we can also go way, way back to almost pre-war times.
And now we're looking at one of the Mercedes-Benz C11s, and so this was as they combined with Sauber in the end of the 1980s, and this was introduced ahead of the 1990 season. It proved an absolutely dominant force. Alfie Briggs is driving this one up the hill, and this chassis is the original C11 prototype. It was created by Sauber. Apparently this particular chassis never actually raced in period, but it was used for extensive testing and development, and there was a massive amount of success for Mercedes with this type of racing, and it's actually Michael Schumacher as a youngster got the opportunity with Mercedes to do testing in these sort of machines just as he was trying to get his way up into Formula One. The Sauber and Mercedes combination, the C11 in 1990, won the Sports Car World Championships in 1990, really dominated the series, having the C9 the year before, having also done extremely well, having won 7 out of the 8 races, and Le Mans. And it actually catches up, not surprisingly, with the slightly earlier Mercedes.
Yeah, and a flash of the lights there across the finish line for Alfie, and it has caught up, and it's actually nice. Look, you've got 32 and 31, and a few cars that are flashing past our window now is the Jost Racing machines. We've got Tom Christensen currently out there in one of the Audis, and then of course we have the Bentley Speed 8, world famous 3.6 litre V8 turbocharged car, and it got its first victory at Le Mans for the British Bentley in 70 years, all the way back in 2003.
Yeah, David Bradman taking that Bentley 8 up there, as we now see Dave Ward in the Audi R10. So what we're celebrating right now is the Joest team and their fabulous performances at Le Mans, combined with Audi, and the Audi R10 that you're looking at, that has the 5.5 litre V12 diesel. Of course, Audi bringing diesel power into racing at Le Mans, and they had tremendous achievements. They had the Joest Run Audi Sportworks R10 TDI took victory in the 2006 season, 12 hours on its competitive debut, then won the American Le Mans Series title 2 years later with Marco Werner and Lucas Luhr. So that diesel power idea, the turbocharged V12 diesel, really very, very effective.
It certainly did, and Joest Racing was founded by former Porsche works driver Reinhold Joest in 1978, and eventually went on to be what we would class, I would say, is one of the most successful privateer teams ever, winning Le Mans 16 times. So that's why we are here celebrating 40 years of Joest Racing's first Le Mans victory, which was all the way back in 1984, when no Porsche works cars actually entered the race, but it was Joest Racing's 956 that took the overall victory.
Yeah, some great history to Joest Racing, as you say. This Audi R8 LMS was another one entered by Joest as a works car, the International GT3 regulation, so slightly different, but it then took, won a major race. It won the 2011 Bathurst 12 Hours, and it won the 2013 International GT Sprint Championship. So the Joest team have had such success over the years in different models of different manufacturers, as well as you said, Porsche, Audi, the Bentley name, which had some Audi background, but it was the Bentley Speed 8 that we'd seen go up the hill just now, and yet there's also a slightly different style, the Audi R8 LMS in its GT3 category, also extremely successful for the Joest team.
And it's quite fitting to see them all go up a hill climb, because Reinhold, actually, his driving career began back in 1962 at his local hill climb race, and he'd won 2 German championships in that category by 1967. So it's quite fitting, but from one legend over to another, Ben.
So now we are celebrating some of the Niki Lauda time in Formula 1. And we're looking at Adrian Newey is driving the 312 V3, which is lovely to see. Adrian Newey, the brilliant Formula 1 designer, and we'll be seeing plenty of Adrian Newey cars out on track. But the lovely thing is, Alice, that he has a fandom in his heart for any Formula 1 cars, for any ability to drive one. And this is not a car he designed, of course, Ferrari 312. Mauro Forghieri was the great designer for Ferrari in those days. But it's lovely to see Adrian in it.
Yeah, and I'm sure he'll be loving every second putting the 3 litre V12, a flat V12, through its paces up the hill. As you said, we will be treated to see plenty of Adrian's cars going up the hill over the course of the weekend, and particularly tomorrow for our Red Bull moment. But this is a tribute, of course, to the three-time Formula One champion Niki Lauda. 50 years since Niki won his first F1 race, which was all the way back in 1974 at the Spanish Grand Prix.
So another of the Mercedes heading up the hill now as well. And this one is the Sauber Mercedes I mentioned, actually, the C9. So this is when Mercedes kind of got themselves back into top-level international sports car racing as the Sauber team, initially under the Sauber name, but then Mercedes building up the confidence to put their name back into it because they were already involved in the partnership with the engineering firm. And this C9, it won all but one race in the World Sports Prototype. But look at the onboard. This is lovely to watch with Kenny Atchison at the wheel.
Yeah, heading through Moulcom. Would have been great to stay on board. See the bit of bodywork rattling as he went over the bump on the exit of Moulcom there. There we go. Let's take a listen in on the ride up the hill with Kenny.
With his view, but also looking at Kenny himself, and you can see there's some real enjoyment going on. He's pushing on quite hard. You've got to be so cautious, especially on the early part of the day here, because there are still the odd damp patches that can be around. A bit more dirt on the hill climb at the beginning of the day. It all gets cleaned up as we go through the course of it. Now, here we go, back to Mercedes history, and we're looking at the Mercedes 120 horsepower. You're looking at a vehicle from 1907, which is when Mercedes first started entering Grand Prix. You know, we've seen the success of Mercedes just recently, last week at Silverstone. This one didn't win first time out. It was the following year that they took their first victory. But this is how Mercedes began their Grand Prix careers.
I mean, just absolutely fantastic. You see the passenger on the back there, which would usually have been back in its day, the mechanic, not just to help try and get the car turned in, as you can see, doing a great job, but also there, pumping, using the pump at the back. This has got a 13.6 litre four-cylinder engine, and Archie Collins at the wheel is a regular that we see at Revival and members meeting as well, and his father Ben, who is in one of the other Mercedes that we will probably be see going up the hill, the 1908 version with the 12.8 litre engine, another regular at Goodwood.
Yes, indeed, and as you say, we'll be seeing some of these early cars doing the shootout later when they're doing their timed sessions. So that's going to be fun. We've got all these different classes that they will be part of. So that's part and parcel of the Mercedes-Benz 130 years in motor racing. It's a long period, isn't it, for Mercedes? In and out a little bit, because there were times when Mercedes were not so happy. We've also got the BMW heading up the hill. Now, this was actually another Niki Lauda car, because Niki, although he was very much known as a Formula One driver, he got a couple of contracts. Sometimes it was an opportunity for him to bring in some money rather than spending it all in his early days of trying to get into Formula One. And he actually took victory with this in the 1973 Nürburgring 24 Hours. Despite going off at the first corner, he went off, ran wide, did a bit of damage. They repaired the car, and in the race, that 24-hour race, he actually went on to win it with some amazing lap times. I was looking up some...
And he set the lap record, didn't he, that day?
He did. He set the lap record, but he also said that he set 3 laps within exactly the same lap time around a 14-mile old Nürburgring within a tenth of a second. They were the same lap time. The skill to do that on a track like Nürburgring, I find baffling.
Absolutely incredible, and we already know that he's a champion, but that just solidifies it even more. A fantastic driver. But have a look at some of our highlights, and as always with this batch, we started off with the drifters.
Yeah, it was a wonderful smell and sound to get us going. It really kicked us off with the energy of these drift machines, which are hugely powerful, but incredibly accurately driven by the drivers. It's such a supreme skill. And then it was lovely to see the Ligier heading up the hill with Emanuele Pirro in that Formula One car from the late 1970s. A very simple kind of design when ground effect first came into play. Some tyre wear on some of the other drift cars, of course.
I was just looking at from that camera shot how close they were getting to the edge of the grass there, talking about a skill, and this is so impressive. Here's another one. Maybe we could say the Eurofighter won that competition, getting ever so closer to the grass there than this BMW here, but still absolutely incredible car control, and as always, a Goodwood favourite.
Yeah, indeed. And no doubt in time for some fresh tyres later on when we see this batch coming out after lunch. So if you haven't been able to see all of these, don't worry, if you're here at Goodwood, they will be back out a little bit early afternoon, just after sort of lunchtime. They will be due back out once again. We've seen the shadows as well, and the very early shadow with the movable aerodynamics, the early shadow. And we will see, and we also saw the Mercedes as well, heading up the hill with that history of 130 years of racing.
Yeah, we did. And finding his way through, and then Jost Racing, the famous Bentley that took that famous Le Mans victory back in 2003. And I believe we're going to head up to the top of the hill, and David is with Goodwood star Jake Hill.
Jake, that looks terrifying.
It is. It's absolutely terrifying. What a stupid, brilliant car it is. I love it.
It looks like something from Wacky Races with those trumpets.
It is, yeah. I mean, it's something that I think all the 6-year-old in us drew when we were a kid. Do you know what? It's a real pleasure. I mean, Jim, a Canadian owner who owns the majority of the Shadow Can-Am cars that you see here. Real pleasure that him and Kyle Tilley, who runs Aero Motorsport, have invited me to drive it alongside the Skyline this weekend. But yeah, I mean, look, we got front tyres off of a 6-wheel Tyrrell, which are pretty cool.
They look like go-kart tyres.
That's because they basically are. And we've got just shy of 900 horsepower with that big block Chevy. So it's an absolute monster. I love it. It's very childish, but it's brilliant.
And a radiator in the wing, that's the strangest thing.
I think what happened is they designed it and went, where are we going to put the radiators? And they thought, oh no, I've got a great idea. So that's where they've ended up. So no, it's a really unique bit of kit. So this is the Motorsport car from 1970. It's the first racing Shadow Can-Am car. So yeah, there you go, getting to know my history.
Hey, it'll come to you. You're like Wikipedia for these cars.
There we go, we're getting there.
And of course, it was a bit of a sighter lap for you for your shootout.
Yeah, we're going up next in the Skyline as well. I've got to get this back ASAP and jump in my all-time favourite touring car and go and have a rip. So yeah, excited.
A little bit more power this year?
Maybe. How much do you want it to have?
Well, you know, it's going to be enjoyable whatever you're doing, but we're really looking forward to that, and best of luck for the shootout.
Thank you very much, mate.
Well, now we've got that noisy Capri to calm down. Adrian, this is the second time up the hill in this Ferrari.
Third time, actually. Yeah.
Oh, we must have missed one.
Yeah, indeed, yeah.
Enjoying it?
Lovely. I mean, to be driving Niki's old car, his championship-winning car, is so special. It really is. I knew Niki quite well, and so to be in here, sitting in the same seat, and just trying to think what he must have been experiencing and how he's prepared himself before the start and everything, really special.
As you say, I mean, I can't believe it's 5 years since his path, but it's really nice to be celebrating his life this weekend and seeing all these wonderful cars going up the hill.
No, it's absolutely amazing and a very fitting tribute to him.
I know obviously you're not going at 10/10 up the hill, but what's it like to imagine racing a car like this in period? I mean, it's a completely different thing to what you're designing these days.
Yeah, I mean, the cars are so different, but I mean, I love these cars, you know. I kind of grew up kind of the Lotus 49 from 67, 68 was the first car I really sort of started to look at it, and then by the time we got to 74, this car, then I was kind of 15. I did a painting of it actually for my art project, and you know, you look at the engineering back then. I think the thing is, it must have been a fascinating era to work in, because on the plus side you had a rule book which was about 2 pages, but the budgets are relatively small, and I think much more importantly you didn't have the research tools, so everything was on the designer's part was done primarily on gut instinct. Wind tunnels was just starting, so it must have been fascinating.
I completely agree. I think the innovation must just have been incredible at that point. And as you say, you just didn't have that sort of flexibility that you've got these days, and you just had to go and see if it worked.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, through to the late 60s, then the cars were all a traditional cigar shape. And then going into the early 70s and through the 70s up until the ground effect era, or the Venturi era, then you had this plethora of sort of explosion of different shapes as designers were experimenting and trying different things. And Mauro Fulguri, I think, he was the only designer, as far as I know, who designed not only the chassis but also the engine. So real tribute to him as well.
Anything you can learn from a car this old?
No, I mean, not really. Just enjoy it. Just enjoy it.
Well, it's in wonderful condition. It's wonderful to see it up here, and nice to see you driving it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, Harry and I have found a legend in motorsport. Scott Speed, it's so lovely to see you. Open cross, rally cross, stock car racing as well. And this weekend, you're in this. Can you tell me a little bit about it?
Yeah, Project Midnight here. Yeah, the guys at Subaru Motorsport set out to create the fastest WRX, and it's been an exciting build and a really cool trip so far to Goodwood. My first time here. Incredible hill climb track, whatever you want to call it. Super challenging. Really cool to see all the enthusiasts and fans out here. Special experience.
I was going to say, because actually drivers, when they come here for the first time, it takes a while to understand everything that's going on. But then when you get into it, it's such a wonderful experience, isn't it? Everyone talks about how much they want to come back.
Yeah, everything from just trying to get into the track every morning to the actual event to seeing all the amazing legendary cars, the people. Yeah, super cool environment. It's been above expectation.
Scott, let's talk about this car a little bit more. I mean, it is such a stealthy looking car as well, but it's been specifically built for the hill climb.
Yeah, it's specifically built to be fast on this type of surface, the tarmac. Obviously, with a lot of rallycross roots at Subaru, we were tasked to build a car that was going to be fast in this type of environment. So super fun to be able to kind of go to work with some of my open wheel routes and make this thing quick on tarmac, you know, a little bit lower, a little stiffer, some aero bits on it. So yeah, it's amazing to drive. It's super fun. It's kind of a cross between a fast sports car and a rallycross car because it's still four-wheel drive.
Yeah, and you're looking good for the shootout on Sunday. Yesterday afternoon, fastest up the hill?
Fastest, yeah. Still a lot to go. It's such a big commitment track. Yeah.
Well, what are you thinking when you're going up the hill? What is going through your mind as you're processing getting to the checkered flag from the start line?
Well, I've gone on over 3 times, so really just trying to figure out where the corners are. Like, I try to watch the videos back as much as I can because you only get, 6 runs up the mountain. And I use the word mountain loosely. But yeah, you have to adapt really quickly. It's a lot of blind corners, very narrow roads. So it's very unconventional to a racetrack and unique.
I got to go up it for the first time yesterday with Fernando Alonso, who'd never been up it, and we didn't know where the corners were. And actually, there aren't many corners, are there? But the way you have to pick your line is just... it's so tricky up there, and then the flint wall is upon you on the left, and you're kind of like, right, okay.
That's a good point because they're not really corners. They're more like kinks, really fast ones that you can't see through. So yeah, like I said, big commitment. I think by the time we get to Sunday and we're up to full speed, it's going to be pretty spectacular.
Who do you think's your biggest competition to win the shootout tomorrow?
Oh gosh, I don't know.
Have you not been eyeing up the competition?
I don't know. Honestly, us. I think it's I'm going to focus on what we can control here and try to make sure that we optimize what we're doing, and we'll try to give it our best effort, and we end up where we do.
Great stuff. Listen, thank you very much for talking to us, and enjoy the rest of the weekend. We'll maybe see you as the winner tomorrow.
Hopefully. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Scott. Back to you guys.
Scott Speed, a man on the move. Fast yesterday. We're having more timed runs this afternoon, and then it's all building up to the fastest 20 that will go through to the shootout on Sunday afternoon. They got their eyes in, but the hill is in much better condition this morning. Yesterday it was greasy, there was rain overnight, but it's drying all the time. Let's hope it stays that way, Alice.
Yes, I think it's meant to. Look at that. We can see beautiful blue skies, a little bit of cloud. I'm not good with my clouds, so I'm not going to try and say which ones those are, but weather's looking fantastic all day for everyone that's come here and for the drivers. As you said, Bruce, the shootout later on, track will be better, and they would be pushing hard, but they know that they need to push even harder today. We will class, have them in classes, of course, and we will crown the individual class champion of going up the hill today, but they all really want to make sure they're in the main shootout tomorrow to be the fastest over the entire weekend up the hill.
And it's fantastic as we see the first batch of cars coming back down the hill. The flint wall is just out of the top of the picture in the trees. This is Molecombe Corner. Looks much easier when you're coming downhill at low speed, but such a tricky left-hand bend over a slight brow. You should have already got your braking started. And then, of course, that's why there's an enormous grandstand there, because it's that moment where you can really, really see how committed a driver or a rider is. And certainly when the drift boys go up, they get the tail hanging out big time, but their precision is extraordinary there. And that's why that grandstand and that bank of spectators there, it's always chock full. And it's great to see at this early stage on this sunny Saturday morning at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, how people are moving around. They've got their programme for the day. They're working out where they're going to go, what they want to see. But of course, they will all be trackside, hillside, I should say, of course, not a track, when that time shootout starts at just before 3 o'clock this afternoon. So an array of cars. It is the great and good Alice of everything. And of course, we've got this theme for the weekend, horseless to hybrid. It's from the steam car that launched the day earlier today. And we go right through the greatest and latest technology to where we got to today.
Good gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
How do you start an iconic movement? Classicism would say it's all about form and craftsmanship, while surrealism would find all of this quite, well, surprising. After all, it's about creating the icon of a new movement. Welcome to Forwardism, the all-electric BMW i7.
Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change. 2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Sky full fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built to power the pros.
Okay, burn it, burn it, burn it! Everyone's in vintage clothes. There's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
One thing Goodwood's done this year is saying, look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect. That is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
People still moving around the Goodwood estate at this, the 31st Goodwood Festival of Speed. It's a fabulous sunny Saturday morning. Great to see people here. so early, and sitting just below the South Downs in Sussex, looking across the day is so clear. That actually is the Isle of Wight. That is how good the visibility is. So anybody who goes to the top of the hill to see the rally stage, that will be their view as they come down. Absolutely phenomenal. We'll take all this good weather we can get, Alice.
Oh, we certainly can. It's not been the best weather in terms of British sunshine over the course of this summer, but we certainly have it here at Goodwood for the next couple of days at least, and it's perfect. And we might have to take a trip up to that rally stage, because what a view that is.
Everyone really should. They should ride up. There's a trailer drawn by a tractor that can take you to the top. You can see the turnaround area where David Green has been doing such sterling work over the last couple of days, speaking to the great and good. And then you can walk down past the rally course and carry on down the hill. There's the Bowler Off-Road Arena. You can get a ride in absolutely extreme vehicles that get plenty of air. And then down right where we are here, as we look at the timetable ahead, is Moulcombe Corner. So the main theme is coming next. Again, that's horseless to hybrid, and the later cars and bikes from 1970 to 2024. That will be followed by First Glance. What is First Glance? These are cars that have never been seen in public before from the major motor manufacturers. It's a real showstopper here. And then, of course, GAS, the warm-up show, is going on all day down near the cricket pitch. And then the supercars. We have a little saying now, 1,000 horsepower, or you're not coming to play. That's at 10:45. Truly extraordinary vehicles. Right, batch 4 comes along, hopefully at 11:40. That'll be headed off by Formula 1 cars through the ages, and then an amazing array of racing bikes from the Isle of Man TT, celebrating 75 years and more. And dirt bikes entertaining as well. And then the rider who has just taken the record for the most TT wins, 29 in all. Just going to say that again, 29 wins for Michael Dunlop. He'll be on the balcony in front of the house at 12:20. And then back to the same theme as we're just about to have, but the very, very early vehicles, from the steam powered to those with propellers, and then on through the technology. And then at the MG moment at 1:15, it's 100 years we're celebrating of MG, and that is the two cars up on the Jerry Judah sculpture in front of the house. There'll be a big moment then at 1:15. Going on through the day, the gas show goes on all day, getting lots of air on bikes and all this other vehicles down at the bottom of the site. Then the F1 cars come back out, and again those Isle of Man TT heroes and the great and good of motorbike racing are here to ride those at 2 o'clock. And then the timed shootout. This is where we decide who is going to win each of the classes of cars that are going to be competing, and they're all in their particular classes. And then at the end, doesn't matter what class you're in, they're taking the top 20, the 20 fastest crews up the hill. They will go through to the shootout on Sunday. Gilles de Ferran, friend to so many, Indy 500 winner, working with McLaren, died at the end of last year, and he was a huge friend of Goodwood, so and a good friend of mine as well. So 310, a celebration of his illustrious career. Main batch, theme 2 again, that will be 1970 to 2024 as we move through turbocharging, ground effects, V10s, diesels, hybrids, and up to the modern day with sustainable fuels coursing through motorsport. That's at 3:35. Then First Glance, the cars that have not been seen in public before, and the best of the latest road bikes at 4:05. And going towards the end of the days, if you've still got a checkbook in your pocket, that's how old-fashioned I am, 4:45. Take a look at the most amazing supercars of the day. And then as we wind it down, the Saturday here at Goodwood, best trick, that'd be worth looking for on the gas arena. And then the main theme again, from steam to turbocharging. Batch goes up the hill at 5:40.
What a great ride from Tom Marquardt on Quickthorn, who wins the Outer Count Goodwood Cup.
Highfield Princess, she's all class, and Highfield Princess comes clear to win the King George.
Paddington from backwards devour the run towards the line. It's Paddington, he's still going to be unbeaten this season. He's going to win the Sussex Stakes.
air suspension, all-wheel steering, configurable terrain response, effortless in the extreme.
You're never too young to fall in love with classic cars. It's a passion that lasts a lifetime, and it's a passion we share. Backed by over 75 years of motoring experience, Goodwood Classic Solutions is a unique new way to ensure your pride and joy. Goodwood Classic Solutions. It's a passion we share.
So the next batch of cars, main theme, which is horseless to hybrid, the progression of power as technology advances. And the cars lining up down at the bottom of the hill climb course. You can see it's just coming up to 9:20 in the morning. It's a beautiful sunny summer morning. And as Alice alluded to earlier, the Northern European summer has really been slow in arriving. Almost every one of the big 24-hour races have had stoppages for fog, running behind the safety car behind the rain. But we're set fair for the remainder of this, the 31st Goodwood Festival of Speed, and the first car in the line catching the light. And again, you just look down the line of cars and the diversity of those on display is just something extraordinary. But this is a very, very special car indeed. It's a Panos G-Force Toyota powered car. We're celebrating Gilles de Ferran's career this weekend. We lost Gilles at the end of last year, and this is the car with which he won the Indy 500 for Roger Penske in 2003. I don't know if Gilles liked drinking milk before, but he certainly did after the race, when famously that is what is handed to the winner.
Yeah, and look at that. As you said, we're having a tribute to Gilles over the weekend. And he drove this, so this is chassis 16 that he actually took to victory at the 2003 Indianapolis 500, as you said, for Penske. And Harrison Newey, the son of Adrian Newey.
So it's a good morning for the Newey family. Adrian just went up the hill in Niki Lauda's 1974 Ferrari 312T, and then Harrison, whose racing career started and is sort of maybe at a bit of a hiatus at the moment, but the blood in that Newey family is full of knowledge, full of experience, and they do love to get seat time.
Oh, exactly. They certainly do.
And of course, the hill at Goodwood is not the natural habitat of a car made to go around the ovals of the States, but a little caution required. This is a Ferrari 240 LM. When the Ferrari F40 was launched, it was just seen as a thing of a beauty, but a thing of intent. This was a Ferrari that had such a strong lineage that clearly competition was going to be in the mix. It was a road car to start with, but then with the LM version, obviously LM for Le Mans, the wings became larger, elements were taken out to make it lighter, and Jean Alesi, long-time Ferrari Formula One driver, scored a lot of success with it in GT racing. And to my eye, Alice, this is one of the most exquisite cars here.
Oh, it's incredible. Only 19 of these have been built, and we've got the pleasure of having one of them go up at the front of us here at Goodwood. Built in 1993, same year that I was built. Don't want to make you feel old there, Bruce.
Just a few years older, but for me, yes, I was in long trousers when this was launched. But again, some cars just don't seem to age. Maybe it's just the age I am, but the Ferrari F40, astonishing. I preferred it to the F50, which came out years later, but it was iconic at the time. But when it went racing, it made it all the more special for me. I love cars, but I love my racing all the more. And one of the very greatest sounds across the years, to me, has been the sound produced by the 333 SP Ferrari, this fabulous open-top prototype, 4-litre. How many cylinders? You could probably hear each of them going up and down. It's 12 in all, and that very much is the essence of Ferrari. Yesterday we had Gary Iles hopping aboard the 6-litre V12 engine McLaren F1 GTR Longtail. It was the first time he'd had a crack in this for fully 30 years. He absolutely loved it, and of course McLaren started the F1, that central seating position, as a road car, but very quickly the client said, can we have it as a race car? And it did that indecent thing of turning up at Le Mans, winning the race first time out, when JJ Later was the ultimate hero. And then the long-tail versions were created for the following years, and it became a real staple in GT racing in the late 1990s.
And why called the long-tail, I hear you ask? Well, that is the nod to the more aerodynamic bodywork that we can see here on the McLaren, the 6-litre V12 up past the flint wall. A beautiful, beautiful sound.
And Gary Iles having another run in the car today. Enjoyed it so much yesterday. He had a fantastic run sharing one of these at Silverstone. I remember in really mixed conditions with Chris Goodwin. Across the line, yeah, Gary's finding a bit more speed in his second day of being reunited. Now, McMurry Spearling, it's not something you would have known about even a couple of years ago, but this is the car that came here in 2022 and didn't just take on the hill record, it absolutely shattered it. This is a car, whatever they taught you about physics at school, this redefines the laws.
Oh, doesn't it? And this is one of the onboards that I love watching the most. Out of any onboards, wherever we are we ready? As it launches off the line, look at the speed. Look at the speed of that. It smashed the record going up Goodwood Hill with a record time of under 40 seconds, 39.08 seconds. Well, that was Max Chilton. It produces 1,000 brake horsepower from those twin electric motors.
But the real key is, along with that horsepower, it has 2 tons of downforce, and that's why it can just take an incredible cornering line. And this is the thing that's really shocked all of us. I'm coming up to the Flint wall now. Watch, straight past. Why is there all this dust coming out? That's because the car is being pushed down the circuit by a fan. That is what produces all that downforce. And of course, it does a great job cleaning the circuit for everybody else, but staying flat through the final corner into the darkness, past the straw bales. Boom, another exquisite run. Alex Summers, top hill climb driver at the wheel of that. And now he can breathe.
Blink and you'll certainly miss it, because that's exactly what I did whilst looking out of the commentary box window.
The World Endurance Championship, we're talking about the passage of time through horseless to hybrid, and hybrid is very much the notion, and that's why the World Endurance Championship, with all the major motor manufacturers wanting to play and show their hybrid wares, we've got 9 manufacturers in the championship. BMW, this is their first year in the WEC. The M Hybrid V8 had been racing the States the year before. Ferrari dropped in and they won Le Mans at the first and second attempts. I would reckon the BMW form will come next year, but just get this as the M Hybrid looks like he's going to do a few tricks in front of the house. No, getting going a little bit faster. And that's Niki Lauda, who's had a lot of success in 24-hour races in the touring cars for BMW. He's part of the crew. But just get this, at the Le Mans 24 Hours this year, we had 9 cars on the lead lap after 24 hours of racing. The record since the start of the 21st century was just 2 on the lead lap. So it's getting closer and closer in a rich point.
From one discipline to another, and this is you won't be seeing the BMW Hybrid doing this going around the corners here. We've got the World Rally Hyundai i20 Coupe, and it is going to do a nice little display for us outside the house. And just look how nimble it is when it does those donuts, Bruce.
It is. Of course, we know Hayden Paddon is the driver at the wheel at the moment, but this is the rally drivers have to have this ability to drive on all road surfaces. So tarmac has no fear for them. They're used to gravel, they're used to ice, they're used to snow, and they're also used to being incredibly precise. So Hyundai are putting a huge amount of effort into their motorsport over the past 5 years or so, right at the top in rallying. And Hayden Paddon take a pat on the back, because that was a fantastic show. And then he's opening up the speed, going through Moulcom and on up the hill. Not much engine noise from the next vehicle on the hill, the Audi RSQ e-tron E2. This won the Dakar Rally with Carlos Sainz on board this year. So much ground clearance, and Alice, the suspension is very, very special. Of course, they've got to have lots of travel going over those leaps and jumps. Yeah,
and we saw, actually, didn't we? We saw Carlos Sainz Sr. Taking one of the Audis up the hill yesterday. He won the Dakar Rally at the age of 61. Again, and that is just incredible. Became actually the oldest driver to triumph at the grueling rally event, and what a piece of machinery. Straight onto another one. This is the Ford, and I think actually Carlos Sainz might be behind the wheel of this Challenger.
Well, he will, because this is the vehicle he's going to be competing on the Dakar in 2025. He's moved across, and again, much as with Audi, Ford, Toyota, all pitching in there for glory in these desert events run in the Middle East. And Carlos, I love the way you call him Carlos Sainz Sr. I'm so old, I call him Carlos Sainz. I even watched him race in Formula Ford way back for historical reference.
Just in case you think, how come Carlos Sainz, the Ferrari driver's here? No, there is 2. There is father and son. So just to point it out there, but he is going up in the Ford Dakar Raptor. And this will be one that him, Nani, Roma and Carlos will be taking on. They are already signed up and recruited to take on this venture next year.
So Toyota here with an enormous presence, and again we're talking about the passage through the technology. This is we just spotted their hydrogen-powered Yaris, and we're going to have the more regular Yaris, of course, we have Rally 1, which is the top level of rally competition. Rally 2 is the one below. It's not the clubman's formula, it's the one for those who would hope to get a works drive in years to come. This is a 1.6-litre four-cylinder, and the turbo, you can hear it popping and banging. And again, it's about precision. The real mood in rallying at the moment is a small car that is nimble is what is required. And they're becoming more and more spectacular. So these will be the cars, and I'm sure Toyota hope to sell a whole heap of these that will augment the field in the World Rally Championship, European Rally Championship, et al. Stay off the grass, sir.
Oh, that'd be fine. There'll be plenty of other people that will be venturing onto the grass over the course of the next couple of days, I'm sure. But this car covered 15,000 kilometres of testing, including competing in the Japanese Championship, and it eventually made its debut in the World Rally Class 2 this year and taking its first win in Sardinia. So already having success from such a new car. As you said, the 1.6-litre four-cylinder turbocharged, doing some donuts, getting slightly on the Duke's grass. I'm sure he won't mind, getting ever so close to the hay bales, drawing out the straw from them, scattering it across the track as he comes up to the very top, and from one Toyota to another.
We're going from Rally 2 to more powerful Rally 1. This is more hyper-developed. It was Jari Matti Latvala in the Rally 2, and it's Elfyn Evans, British rallying superstar, Welsh rallying superstar in this Rally 1 hybrid. He can make it dance to his tune. The skill set of these drivers is just off the clock. The showmanship, they don't get a chance to do this on a World Rally Championship round, but Elfyn enjoying the moment, his moment in the sunshine in front of Goodwood House. One time around, two, that's surely not enough. Going for three, I can't count any harder than that. 4, 5, etc. So much. And look, he gets the car perfectly aligned for his exit. Any of the rest of us, if we'd managed one spin, we'd be then offered 345 degrees, not 360.
Certainly so. It makes me dizzy watching them do that, let alone being sat alongside them. A 1.6-litre four-cylinder turbo and the hybrid, as Bruce has already mentioned, with the plug-in hybrid motor offering an extra 134 brake horsepower while it is in stage mode. So I'm hoping that this is in stage mode right now, because it looks like it is.
Yeah, I certainly think so. Going around Moulcom, he had the front left wheel, doing what they used to call in rallying ditch hanging, or ditch hooking. He'd hang it over the inside just with it slightly off the surface. Not sublime to ridiculous, but from one thing to another entirely. Formula E, it's been the electric racing formula, the single-seater formula. This is the third generation of car, and this is a Jaguar. They're heading up towards the final round next weekend in London with two of the Jaguar drivers in a three-car title battle, a three-driver title battle.
Such a close title battle heading into next weekend's London E-Prix. Steady on, Corinne, they'll want the car back, especially with Nick Cassidy, who's fighting alongside his teammate Mitch Evans. You've got the Porsche driver Pascal Wehrlein there. So the max power for these cars is 350 kilowatts of power, which is around about 469 horsepower. And for those that don't watch Formula E, is Corinne, does he know which way he's going? He's probably doing what I do. Which way am I? I've created so much smoke, I can't see where I'm going. But they don't use that max power until the final part of their qualifying session. So it's split into groups. They'll use 300 kilowatts of power in the groups. They will get 350 kilowatts of power in the races, but only when they take attack mode, as Karun gives a wave to the crowd heading up the hill.
It's a technique they have to establish to drive these cars, but it's also, as you say, that those moving targets they have in how much power they can use. But what really amuses me as we look at Karun, he's 3/4 of the way up the hill, he's been waving to the crowds. He hops from one era of car to another, and to get into a Formula E car, it couldn't be more different to what he's driven up the hill so far this weekend. But again, he just loves every time he's got seat time, and he can talk the leg off a donkey, and always so entertaining.
His way all the way up the hill, I can tell you that now. Doesn't matter what he's driving, he'll be chattering along, whether it's to himself or to the rest of us.
No, he's absolutely fabulous representation. Now, BMW have had huge success in GT racing. Philippe Eng has been a member of the BMW family for a very, very long time. It's a cyclical game in GT3. It was 3 years ago that we had the very first sighting of this M4 GT3. The replacing the M6, but the M4 has been a really sweet car. And Rover Racing, they've had just considerable success. It's almost the heart of the challenge. Rover Racing rise to the challenge, and the M4 GT3 very, very indicative. GT3 racing is where it's at for so many drivers at the moment. The manufacturers are involved big time. It's the subclass in the World Endurance Championship. And another car that competes at GT3 level is the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2, that fabulous V10 under the hood, 5.2 litres, and this is an Iron Dames car, and they have been running all-female teams for a number of years now with prodigious success, and they're bringing a lot of young drivers into the sports, and certainly the representatives like Sarah Bovey have been doing a fantastic job. Michelle Gatting and Rahel Fry, they're their lead drivers. This is their sort of second division. It's Celia Martin and Karen Gaillard car. They race in the European Racing Series, and let's hope this is something that can be fired up, because I do love the sound of that V10.
Yeah, they've had such great success, winning last time out in the ELMS. Deborah Mayer doing an incredible job for females in motorsport, a female-only team, as you mentioned before. But here now we can see the Alpine A10 Pikes Peak, the 1.8 litre four-cylinder turbocharge. And this is the car we saw in the shootout yesterday that went flying across the grass ever so slightly. It was just time practice. So let's have a little listen then, Bruce, as we're going to ride on board with the Alpine Peaks Pipe.
Okay, that's the sound of the cockpit. Astier Raphael pushing hard. Now this has got a lot more downforce. This is a car that's been given more horses because it's going somewhere very special. It's going to Pikes Peak in Colorado, or Silly Hill as Martin Shanker called it. One of the most extreme driving tests. The concentration. Look at the eyes of Astier Raphael. He's a hill climb specialist, but he's not used to hill climbs quite as narrow as this. Can it go big time? Going up to 14,000 feet in Colorado. That is the target, and they're very serious, Alpine. Fingers crossed for them.
Yeah, and I'm just having a little look. I can actually see the time that he's just done there. I'm not going to give it away. He's definitely having a little bit of a practice before he heads up the hill later on. Again, we'll be able to see quite a few of these cars that will be in the shootout later, where they will be going all guns blazing. And now we're heading over to the BMW 318IS. This is a 2-litre four-cylinder built in 1994.
Well, this was very much the staple of touring car racing in the mid-1990s, and Johnny Cecotto, he had his motorcycle racing career, world titles in the smaller categories, 250cc, 350cc, came across to motor racing, raced in Formula 1, broke his leg at Brands Hatch, and thereafter it was touring car racing for him. But the Venezuelan, such a fantastic representative for BMW and the sport. Across Europe, we have many, many racing series, and the Ferrari Challenge has been a really strong one for a very, very long time. But this is a 488 GT3 Evo Ferrari in blue. But talking of Ferrari challenges, we moved on from the 488 to go to the 296. It looks sleeker, it looks meaner, that lower front end. This is their challenge category car. This is the level below GT3, but very, very close in some of its terms of performance.
Yeah, it is, and the Ferrari Challenge, a hugely popular series, been around for 30 years now, highly competitive. A lot of drivers take on the challenge, young and old, up and coming as well, so very popular. And we're looking at the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup, a 4-litre flat six, a very popular car, actually used when you see the Carrera Cup series. We've got Carrera Cup GB in particular here in the UK, and the Carrera Cup Great Britain junior driver James Wallace is running in this car, and actually the car that we are seeing, and he's lost it ever so. Is he going to stop before the bales? Yes, well done James. I can hear the crowd giving him a round of applause. He's going to get that, do a nice little turn for those at Molecombe Corner there. We will see this car in the shootout later on, but I was just about to say this car is running exclusively on synthetic e-fuel this weekend.
Yeah, well, this fits in nicely to the range. James doing a really good job there. That is the first car to have gone around this weekend, and it's by the smallest of margins, just getting slightly offline at Moulcombe, and the tail just started to go away. Maybe not enough, quite enough heat into those front tyres, but the beauty, that's a rarity, to go round and not get your car filled with straw at Moulcombe. So a big thrill for everyone in the grandstand there. The red flags are held out, and that's just so the hill is closed until James gets going. But again, touching on that matter, sustainable fuse, that's part of the story. No damage done. Tyres perhaps not as good as they might have been after that spin, but there's the checkered flag. The car's unharmed. That's the good news.
It actually took quite a lot of the inside grass. I would say curb. It's not a curb, it's grass there. But we're going on to the Huckster, another car, Travis Pastrana, that will be taking part in the shootout later on today. You'll see the wild active aero as he comes through into the braking zones. The engine sending more than 860 horsepower to all four of its wheels, and it looks like we've got Scott Speed's Subaru stopped there.
That's the Project Midnight car. We just heard from Scott at the end of the previous batch. I can't actually locate precisely where that is, but we know the Porsche that went for a spin for James Wallace has been cleared, but just get clarification very shortly if we can as to what's happened to the Subaru WRX. Oh, it's just down in front of the house. There is the giant MG sculpture. It's just out of sight from us from our commentary box at Moulcombe. That looks like it's... is it going to just continue on up the hill or be pulling back to the paddock? Can't tell you that, I'm afraid, but that is a car that's absolutely amazing. Probably stopped, yes, of course, the flags would have come out. Good points, I would think there, yes, of course, because with the message coming up down the track towards it, down the hill climb course towards it, that there was a problem at Moulcombe. The hill was closed and now it's open all over again. And this is a peculiar car. Amazing performance. It's a flat 4 in true Subaru style, 2-litre and turbocharged. Of course, turbocharging came into motor racing big time in the mid-1970s, and suddenly power figures started skyrocketing. How about performance skyrocketing in the most unlikely of cars? The GL Subaru, a family runaround, but not when it's got the Hoonigan brand on the side and Travis Pastrana at the wheel. Huckster is his real nickname. Look how he turns in. Listen how he turns into the first couple of corners. Flat, quick gear changes, and if you think the bodywork's loose, nothing of the sort. As he comes into Moulcombe, wait, up will come the little air brake blocks. You can just see them out of the windscreen. Every little aerodynamic trick you can do. But Travis has been one of the stars of the shootout over the last handful of years. Hasn't won it yet, but he's been oh so close to the wall and to the straw bales as he works his way out of the dark, into the light, back into the dark. But what's he doing all the time? He's keeping his foot flat in there. Sun shines some more, but he knows the long left-hander is next, and he goes between and almost kissing the sort of straw bales as he gets there. That is a sighter and then some.
That is just incredible. He was third yesterday actually in the shootout practice with a 48.5. So that car there that you've just seen will be a contender for the fastest overall lap, and so will the Ford Supervan. Roman Damas is heading up the all-electric Supervan. Passenger tightly strapped in there, heading through Moulcombe Corner, just getting a feeler. The Supervan was actually second in the run yesterday. It came up on our timing screen, says demo, but we've got the time through just over a tenth of a second behind Scott Speed's Project Midnight Subaru. So even though he's not going too quickly up the hill at the moment, I can guarantee you'll be seeing this Supervan flying up the hill later on.
Yeah, the performance there. The performance is waiting. Clearly not a van in the shape of the delivery vans that drop off your parcels. It's fluted down towards the back, tapering to a point at the rear. But a vehicle that is not short of horsepower is the Calsonic Nissan, one of the Godzilla cars from Japan. Horsepower aplenty. And Jake Hill, we heard from a short while ago, he's itching to get back down. This is a car he's driven an awful lot, and of course Jake is a superstar of the British Touring Car Championship, but guided by father Simon, he has full motor racing history in his veins. He knows this is a legendary car, so much horsepower, great success, first in Japan, then all around the world, but a real fan favourite at Goodwood.
It is, and so are Jake and his dad, some of the nicest people you can meet out there. And as you said, Jake, a touring car star, will be in the shootout later on. Really thoroughly enjoys driving this car. Does Jake. Looks quite small sat in there. He won't mind me saying that.
Oh, he will. But also to buffer that up, when he gets to the revival, he can't get in enough cars, and he really has taken to the style of driving required to race and to win in historic racing as a nice sort of counterbalance to all he has to do in the fully intense world of the BTCC. So, celebrating 100 years, the centenary of MG, the great Jerry Judah sculpture in front of Goodwood House. The point of the one spin of the meeting so far, a little bit of a mark on the grass, but James Wallace dropped his Porsche just on the exit of Moulcombe Corner, but he didn't hit a thing and rejoined, so all is fine.
So let's have a little look at some of the highlights then.
So, Gilles de France, 2003 Indy 500 winning car, first one up the hill. Then we move to the world of the glorious Ferrari F40 LM, looking exquisite in the glinting sunlight this morning here at Goodwood. BMW in the mix back at Le Mans, but we're also giving tribute to the car that won for them, the V12 LMR in 1999, still looking crisp and sleek 25 years on. Audi also were dipping their toe in the pond at Le Mans. Their success would come, but the most spectacular car on the hill this morning, as ever, is the McMurry Spearling. Fast, no, ultra fast at all points, kicking up the dust. The latest BMW World Endurance Challenger was there, and Alice rallying as well.
Yeah, we got to see some dirt, some grass, some donuts. We got it all from the latest spec rally cars by Toyota. Then we saw the Ford Raptor as well being driven by Carlos Sainz, who will be taking on the Dakar Rally in this very machinery in 2025.
Yeah, machines made for purpose. That's precisely what motorsport is all about. Ground clearance when you're in off-road rallying is key, but also just incredible suspension. And then the drivers who can use it fully. In the world of rallying, of course, we've got Rally 2, which is the second division. This is one of those cars, and Toyota big time in this. And the Rally 1, which was following it up the hill climb course here at Goodwood, with a few little interludes for donuts in front of the house.
We then went to all electric with the Formula E car driven by Karun Chandok, and you'll see this car out to try and claim the title next year. And then James Wallace in the Porsche 911 giving us a little demo of how to have a small spin and keep it out of the hay bales.
Well, that was the action, and let's go up to the top of the hill because David Green is busy with the latest interviews.
Josh, have you stole Hub's car?
Yes, I have. Yeah. Mine's down on display at the Quick Fit stand, and just driven this up for Toyota this weekend. It's obviously great to be at such a good event.
You can abuse it because it's not yours, this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Just don't tell him. But yeah, no, it's like I say, this event is like nowhere else that we go to. And if you're a petrol head, you've got to be here. You've got to come and have a look at some of the cars because it's just it's just amazing. And as soon as I get up here, I get out and I'm looking around all the cars, meeting the other drivers, and it's even for us, even though I've been here a few times, I still just love to come here.
And of course, it's great when touring cars don't clash with Festival of Speed, so we can get to see you guys out here.
Yeah, of course. A few years ago we did a little timed shootout up here as well. That was good fun, but it's a shame when it does clash because it is one that all the drivers want to come to. See plenty of the other drivers jumping in other vehicles. Jake Hill's here bringing the Skyline up today as well. So it is one that's definitely a favourite for the drivers.
I'd certainly like to petition for another shootout with you guys up the hill. That was great fun.
Yeah, it was really good. We all act like we didn't take it seriously, but ratios were being changed in the gearbox. We were all adjusting setup. So, we're real competitive, but it's one that, people want to try and be winning. But, it's a shame we haven't done another one since, but hopefully we'll get to do another one soon.
Hey, look, there's nothing on the line apart from bragging rights, but that's probably the most important thing.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
You're doing well this year, 5th, I believe, at the moment. How's the rest of the season looking?
Yeah, it's been okay. New team, new car for me this year, so it's taken a little bit of time for me to sort of work out how everybody is working. Get the best out of everybody. We've had a win last time out. We're slowly making our way towards the front. As always, it's very tight in the championship, but I'm hoping for a strong finish to the end of the season.
Well, you're smiling. Looks like you're having fun this weekend, and best of luck with the rest of the season.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
different. Breathing new life into broken. Taking matters into your own hands. Assembling big dreams from the small things. Never stopping until you find right part at the right price. That's the eBay way.
Are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change. 2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Sky full fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built to power the pros.
To hear them start and then...
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars.
You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Now, I've already been to the Goodwood shop to get my merchandise. Plain white tee is good for me, but follow me and I'll show you what kind of goodies are in store in the Goodwood shop. So you can find this store just over the bridge on the inside of the track next to Future Lab, and it is full of all sorts of goodies. Now, I've got a t-shirt on today. It's quite warm. There's a selection of t-shirts in a variety of colours. If you don't want white because you know you're going to be spilling your Goodwood food purchases down it, then there's plenty of other colours that you can get. So over in the corner is where I got mine from, but there's black, orange, green, there's pink ones, a beige. Now, for the likes of yesterday, where it was a little bit cooler, there's plenty of jumpers that you can get, which I really, really like these new designs with the checker plate on the side. I think they're really, really cool. But there's also a few other necessities that you need when you're at the Festival of Speed. So we've got the likes of a bucket hat, a flask, your caps, things that you really need on days like today where it can get really warm when you're walking out and about. These are some of the essentials that you need. Now, there are a few other pop-up shops around the site. So if you're not near here, near the bridge, near the track, there's a few other pop-up shops around the site. But this is the main one where you can get the range of merchandise, and there's also a few things that you might want to take home after your experience here. You've got the blankets, you've also got things like the pens, hip flasks for different members of your family, and there's even some things in store for the little ones in your life. So there is a range of kids merchandise, which is just over here that I'll show you. There's a few caps for them, a few T-shirts, and also, really important, the ear defenders if you are here with your little ones as well. Now, to top this all off, each afternoon at the Festival of Speed. The Duke of Richmond is coming to do signings at the shop, so make sure you're here each late afternoon where the man himself will be here to do signings. Now, of all the places that you need to go and visit at the Festival of Speed, the Goodwood shop is definitely one.
Well, I've come to the Drivers' Club. It's lovely and serene down here compared to the rest of the festival right now. Moment of calm, and very pleased to have bumped into Leah Block. So lovely to see you here.
You as well. Thank you.
You came as a kid here, but you're now here as a driver. How is it? How's your experience so far?
It's quite crazy. I didn't remember it being this big or with this many people, so I'm definitely enjoying walking around. I was with my siblings yesterday. We went and saw all the cars, and today I get to drive up the hill. So,
anything in particular stick out for you yesterday that you liked seeing?
Yeah, I mean, just the old cars, I would say. Like, I saw some old rally cars, some Lancias, you know, that's where I came from, so that's what most intrigues me, but also the old F1 cars. That's just so much history, and it's just the perfect place for it.
The youngest winner of the Open American Association Rallycross, wasn't it, last year for you?
Yes.
How's it been going from that to the F1 Academy single-seaters?
It's quite crazy. People did not expect me to go from winning the championship in the US and go straight to F1 Academy, which is mostly a ground level, you know, open wheel series. So it's been quite hard, and the learning curve's been quite steep because I've never done much of anything on tarmac, you know, especially in this style of racing. So it's been fun and had a great weekend coming off of Barcelona. So hopefully just building on that momentum going into Zandvoort.
What's been the biggest difference? What's the biggest thing you've had to adapt to going into those F1 Academy cars?
I think it's mostly the car and the very low power of it. So just trying to use all the momentum you can. And especially on a race weekend, you don't get much time in the car at all. Compared to a rally weekend, it's like nothing. So definitely getting used to that, but it's just training your brain in a different style of motorsport.
And you did a bit of Extreme E as well.
Yeah.
How was that?
Oh, it was quite cool because it was my first time racing outside of the U.S., so internationally. Yeah, it was definitely a cool experience, and I get to say I raced against Sebastian Loeb, so who gets to say that, you know?
In rally, that is everything, isn't it, right?
Absolutely.
Amazing. You mentioned Barcelona. Yeah, you had a great weekend in Barcelona. What are the hopes for Zandvoort, and where do you feel you sit right now on that grid?
Yeah, I mean, I just keep learning, you know, just keep taking in all the information I can, and the seat time just helps every minute of it. So I think Zandvoort's going to be a tricky one because a lot of the girls have been there, and we got 2 days of testing, but it was pouring rain, so who knows what's going to happen, but I definitely sit within the top 10 and hope to keep building.
And you're here with Williams as well this weekend. So what are your thoughts? I mean, we've got a lot of F1 cars here. We've got a lot of F1 drivers here. Ambitions, hopes. Where's the future going, do you hope?
Yeah, I mean, just hopefully up. You know, I hope to be racing in a world championship one day, and whether that's F1, WRC, or World Rallycross, who knows? I'm just trying to figure out my path as of now.
Are you going up the hill?
I am.
What are you going up the hill in?
The Williams FW08, so it's a 1983, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the last years that they had the ground effect. So it's quite an iconic car for quite an iconic place.
Well, Alex and Logan have already driven it.
Yeah.
It's very different. I know they were kind of like, wow, these are different cars to what we're used to. So have you been in it at all yet, or will it be literally your first time in the car?
Yeah, so I did get to test at Silverstone.
Good, okay.
So got a little bit in it, and, you know, just getting used to the steering wheel, the H pattern in an open wheel car, and we're used to paddle shifters, especially in the F1 Academy car. So definitely very different, has a lot more power, but I'm just looking to finish and get up the hill.
Yeah, they were talking about the H pattern. They said probably that was the biggest thing. They were like, oh my God, I've got to remember how to use an H pattern again.
Right.
And the route, have you done the hill climb before in anything?
I've never done the hill climb, but
okay.
2 nights ago we just drove up it in a rental car, you know, just up and down, saw the road. It's not too hard. I expect myself just to go fast in a straight line and kind of coast around the corners, you know, play it safe.
There aren't many corners. There are sort of twists and turns, and then just like, is it 3 or maybe 4 actual proper corners?
Right.
But it's hay bales everywhere. It's close to you. The track's narrow. The flint wall comes up on you really fast at the top.
Yeah. It should be fun, though.
It will be great fun. Listen, it's great to chat to you. We'll look
you.
forward to seeing you going up the hill later and for the rest of your season in F1 Academy. Thanks, Leah. Thank you very much.
We have chosen the Two Wheels for Life charity for the 2024 Festival of Speed because it not only provides essential and much needed support for people in remote areas of Africa, but also because they use motorcycles to reach those in need. I've always so enjoyed my motorcycles, and I'm delighted that we can help this charity to provide healthcare to those who are desperately in need of support. I have no doubt that all our visitors this summer will want to help a charity that makes such good use of two wheels away from roads and racetracks. I do hope you will help us support such a good and important cause.
31st Goodwood Festival of Speed in full swing on this Saturday. Welcome along if you're here at the track and the circuit, up the hill climb, lining the walls, the hay bales. And if you are watching around the world, wherever you are watching from, we hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. And what a treat we have for you up next in the commentary box. It's myself, Harry Benjamin, alongside Alice Powell and James Hayden. And we're getting a first glance look at the latest on the roads in the form of the road bikes and the latest cars on offer. We're starting off with a bit of two-wheeled action, and the first thing that catches my eye, James Hayden, is actually the all-yellow jumpsuit.
Yeah, very fetching. I didn't know you lent it to him. But yeah, this is the Royal Enfield shotgun. It's from the Netflix film The Kitchen, and that's Izzy's ride. It's a kind of a real sort of special, making it look sort of super modern. We're now sort of going back in time, as it were, with this wonderful Royal Enfield Super Meteor 650 sidecar. It's a complete one-off special built by Cherry's company out of Tokyo. It's got that sort of 1950s look to it, but also that sort of slam feel. Hand change there. If you look on the right-hand side, you can just see that. It's got a really, really cool look to it. And this is a very interesting bike. This is the BMW R20 concept, and it's actually ridden by Marcus Flash, the new CEO of BMW Motorrad. He was the head of M Division, so lovely to see him out. And then we can have some big names riding the Aprilias this weekend. We've got Lewis Rollo, we've also got Josh Owens. We're looking at the Aprilia 660 there. So sort of their mid-range sort of sports bike, you know, really gorgeous sort of contemporary looks. You know, it's nice, it's lightweight, it's not too big and intimidating, beautifully styled like all Aprilias. And there's a new championship in British Superbikes this year for those called the Sports Bike, and that bike is currently leading the championship in the hands of the young Italian Edoardo Colombi. Brilliant race at Snetterton the weekend where he won by 6/100ths of a second. So really nice to see them about. And now we're looking at the Triumph Thruxton Final Edition. So this is a lovely motorcycle. It's a kind of a nod back to the Thruxtons over the years. This model's been in a production run for 19 years, and this is the final version. It's got that beautiful sort of green and the hand-painted edged pipe gold. It comes with a special sort of one-off certificate with its VIN number, and they're all signed by the team that designed it and the Triumph CEO, Nick Bloor. So that's good to see. And now we're looking at another Triumph. We're looking at the Triumph Rocket 3 GT Storm. What an animal this thing is. It's got the biggest production engine of any motorcycle ever, 2,458cc. So what an engine that is. Great big rear tyre, 170 pounds of torque. It does 0 to 60 in 2.7 seconds, 180 brake horsepower. I mean, look at it, what an animal. It's a boulevard cruiser, but with an absolute attitude. Arnold Schwarzenegger, he would like that.
That is an absolute beast, isn't it? Even just from the way that the seating position as well, it takes something to ride that machine.
Yeah, it does, you know, feet forward, so, you know, it tells you the sort of the style and the bike, but, you know, those sort of twin headlights that have become synonymous with Triumph, and that, just look at that engine, absolutely incredible.
Well, that was just some of the offerings from the road bikes, two-wheeled. Now we go to four wheels. The Aston Martin DBX 707, the supercar of SUVs, Alice.
Yes, and I must say, one of my dream cars. And you often see this backing up the rear of with a Formula One field and support races on the Formula One race weekend. It's the medical car in Formula One, a luxury SUV, top speed of 193 miles an hour, and super fast.
And this is something brand new from Bentley making its way up the hill now. This is the new edition of the Bentley Continental GT, the fourth generation of Continental GT in the beautiful green, 771 brake horsepower hybrid powertrain. Bentley very much going towards the all-electric avenue over the next few years. And then, well, we come to this, and it may look old, but it's a hard back to the past and a look to the future. Bentley once again with the Speed 6 continuation. Now this is one of two development cars for the Speed 6 continuation series. Harking back to the 1930 24-hour Le Mans, old number 3, and Bentley's own Speed 6. Really paying homage to Bentley's past in motorsport.
Yeah, over 600 new components comprise this 6.5-litre 6-cylinder race spec engine. So the initial engine tests indicate a peak power of 205 brake horsepower within the 5 brake horsepower of the original Le Mans spec engine of 1929 and 1930. There are 12 pre-sold customer cars to follow after this, with each customer being offered a personal fitting service for their car.
Yeah, if you ever get the chance to head up to Crewe where Bentley are based to see not only that car but their whole production line put together, it is well worth a look. To something brand new from BMW, the M5, an icon of the BMW range, the 7th generation of the M5 being launched here this weekend.
Yeah, and what a car. You can see the flared wheel arches there, plug-in hybrid, 0 to 62 in just 3.2 seconds and 1,000 Newton meters of torque. As you said, Harry, the 7th generation of the M5, and we got to see previously over the weekend a whole generation of the M5s. But now we're on to the BYD.
Yes, now we are seeing a huge influx from Chinese manufacturers coming on to the European and the UK market. BYD dominating really at all levels in the range. This is the BYD Seal. Now this is 0 to 62 in 3.8 seconds, 82.5 kilowatt hours of battery capacity. And in 2023, BYD was the top selling battery electric vehicle manufacturer in the world, ahead of Tesla. And you think it wasn't long ago that Tesla were the first, the pioneers, dominating the market. Now they've got a challenge on their hands.
They have, and now from a BYD to Ford, we've got the Ford Capri here, Paul Swift behind, and the legend is back making its dynamic debut here at Goodwood, and this is what is so special about Goodwood. We've seen plenty of dynamic debuts across the weekend, and the Ford Capri is making its one here. This is Ford's second European electric vehicle, and the iconic nameplate with its real heritage right at the front.
I'm a big fan of the dice in the windscreen hanging off of the rear view mirror, but this actually launched, well, the advert launched by Eric Cantona, who was here yesterday. Now this is a Genesis that has just set off the line, the Genesis G80 EV Magma concept car, brand new, being launched by Genesis, which is the high-end, the high spec, or the luxury brand of Hyundai.
Yeah, and we actually will see this car along with the Bentley that we saw earlier on in the shootout later on today. So that will be in the sort of production cars, sports cars group. So this car you will be seeing go up several times again during the weekend. Jackie Ickx also is one of the brand partners here as well. We saw Jackie take the concept up the hill earlier on.
Now, another Chinese brand entering the fray. Up the hill now, you'll see a Hongqi EHS9. Chinese brand, electric, full-size luxury SUV. Fuel motors, 4-wheel drive, 84 to 120 kilowatt-hour lithium-ion battery. Hongqi is actually the oldest Chinese passenger car brand, launched back in 1958. It actually translates as red flag. Don't let that put you off. It's got green flags all throughout its design, and the models were only actually, back in the day, originally made for high-ranking government officials, and continuing to now dominate the market, and straight away being followed by the other Hongqi in the range. This is the EHS7 making its way up the hill.
Yeah, acceleration is very impressive here. 0 to 62 miles an hour in 3.9 seconds. They've got Brembo brake calipers and a braking distance of 36 meters, which leads actually that level in the industry.
Now, back to something that might be recognizable. This is the Grenadier, the Ineos Grenadier being lined up, the Grenadier Quartermaster, which has been developed to overcome the most extreme terrain. It is absolutely massive. The ground clearance on it as well is huge, combined with its versatility to carry huge loads as well. Bespoke modifications have been carried out on this Ineos, which very much takes inspiration. We all look back to the Mercedes G-Wagon, don't we? And this is very much in that style. But Ineos, one of their Grenadier Quartermaster range that is coming on to the roads this year.
Ineos, a new brand. It was founded in 2016 by Sir Jim Ratcliffe, and the Grenadier name actually is named after one of Ratcliffe's favourite pubs in London, where his initial idea was considered, and actually where the promotional presentation was shown. And you can go down, James, if you want, to the Goodwood's private quarry, where you can put an Ineos 4x4 through its paces with off-road tests. And we've got a little bit of a pause as we have some slight debris on the track, which I'm sure we'll have one of our fantastic marshals will run out and retrieve, and we'll get this batch back underway.
Yeah, we'll wait to see a marshal collect that. Well, any guesses as to what that is?
It just looks like the little plastic insert of a wheel, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it? We saw, what was it, yesterday on the McMurry? We nearly lost a GoPro, didn't we? Hanging loose.
I think we did.
Did we actually lose it?
We did lose it. The GoPro, yeah. So RIP the GoPro.
And there's the marshal. Excellent work from the Goodwood
Round of applause for the marshal.
Who without the marshals here at Goodwood, we would not be able to put this event on. Indeed, every event here at Goodwood would not be able to happen without the wonderful work of the marshals surrounding this track. So do give them a polite hello and a round of applause when you see them. Well, maybe not a round of applause all the time. They might get annoyed at that, but you know. Anyway.
Harry won't, though, so if you do see Harry, give him a round of applause, because he's always welcoming them. But when service has now resumed on the hill, we've got the 522, so this is the Grenadier Detour, which is heading up. Each of the hand-finished vehicles carry a specifically tailored name and take advantage of the robust body-on-frame and the Grenadier platform. You can still see this is not as raised as the previous Grenadier Quartermaster that we saw going up the hill, but still fairly raised.
Yeah, and we're really sort of experiencing kind of huge SUVs at the moment. And this is the latest offering from Land Rover, the Land Rover Defender Octa, which is really something you've got to take a look at. 4.4 litre twin-turbo V8, 0 to 60 in 3.8 seconds. 155 miles per hour is the top speed. And this is one of the many all-terrain cars that are being introduced more and more into the landscape.
And actually, heading through Molecombe Corner there, James and I were just peeping out of the commentary box window. Not too much body roll, and it was going for it for sure. The driver that's driving that car, you mentioned it's 0 to 60 in 3.8 seconds, got 4.4 litre twin-turbo V8 underneath the bonnet there, and it does look lean, and it certainly looks mean.
Yeah, it sounds great as well, doesn't it?
Looks mean. It does look mean. The headlights coming out from the darkness into the light really
like
set this
like
Octa apart.
A modern-day Jurassic Park film.
It's got a Batman vibe about it. It's almost
Batman to Jurassic Park. Maybe we could have a mix of the two.
Well, from Land Rover to MG next, and of course we are celebrating 100 years of MG. Its origins in the West, and now its new lease of life in the East. And this showcasing that the MG Cyber GTS being put on display. This is Daniel Rowbottom, the touring car driver at the wheel.
Yeah, he also was my mechanic in go-karting, so there we go. He's, as you said, successful touring car driver, and we've seen a whole host of global debuts from MG over the course of the weekend. They launched their HS as well, so fantastic to be celebrating MG here this weekend.
I've got to say, that's one of the
here is the HS, right on cue.
Yeah.
This is the MG making its way up the hill now. The MG HS, Martin Lush at the wheel. The global debut. We are witnessing the first glances of these cars from all of the brands and manufacturers that are here this weekend on display, heading up the hill. The MGHS now, the SUV from MG. And it is great just to see MG as a brand back and thriving as well, and coming back into the fore, because we lost them for a long time before they have rebuilt, rebranded and stepped into the future, now based and backed by China.
Yeah, and it is great. They've got such a history, haven't they, throughout motorsport and throughout the world of cars as well. And we're going through the iconic, you can always tell a little Mini. And we've got the Mini John Cooper Works electric version that's on display now, top speed ranging from 149 to 155 miles an hour.
You cannot tell the difference externally between this and the petrol-going version. They are so similar, and that's the way Mini are really moving at the moment. You cannot see any kind of differences between those two John Cooper Works, the prototype and the electric prototype, which are just headed up the hill now. And from the start line, we have a Moda here being represented. This is the Moda 5, which is Richard Sercombe at the wheel of this car. Family SUV launching onto the market. 1.6-litre petrol engine. That is actually the only option available at the moment. But this is highlighting some of the many options and varieties that are becoming affordable to families. That mid-size SUV range that we can see every day on our roads.
Yeah, it certainly is. Chinese brand making a debut here this weekend, and then we're going on to Polestar. So Polestar have been a great feature here at Goodwood. This is the Polestar 4 electric SUV, got a range of around about 385 miles, 536 brake horsepower, and they also have a fantastic standard. I think you were down there the other day, weren't you, Harry?
I was. That was the Polestar. So the Polestar 4 is the one that doesn't have a rear window. It is just got a camera, because who needs windows anymore when we've all got cameras everywhere? But this is also incredibly exciting from Polestar at the moment. This is the Polestar 6 concept car making its way up the hill, and if you head to the Polestar stand, you'll see the prototype BST, which is based on the Roadster, but the 6 perhaps available because Polestar do have a habit of converting their concept cars into actual cars you see on the road, perhaps 2026 onwards. Polestar, who had one car in their range for so many years, now with a whole fleet of cars, all electric, originally close ties to Volvo, no longer the case. Certainly a car that we're seeing more and more on the roads.
Yeah, and back now to an Alpine. This is the new A110R. James Harridge at the wheel of this, 296 brake horsepower, 0 to 62 miles an hour in 3.9 seconds.
This is your company car, isn't it, Alice?
Yeah, I know, I wish.
Looking splendid in white with the black bonnet and roof, making its way uphill. Alpine with actually a huge offer for them. This signals a slight departure from Alpine and their road-going vehicles, and lighting up the shadows as it races past the Flint wall. Alpine, the sports car range from Renault. Of course, a lot of Formula One carryover into these cars as well, based from the learnings from the Formula One team, as the Alpine makes, the A110R makes it to the checkered flag. Now, something a lot bigger coming up next. This is the Rolls-Royce Black Badge Cullinan Series 2. This is an absolutely phenomenal car. Rolls-Royce showing that you can make an SUV and still have that fast-paced lifestyle, but the luxury that you expect with Rolls-Royce as well.
Yeah, and you can make a stylish SUV. It's got new 23-inch wheels there, bold 10-spoke four-inch design, perfectly, I would say, complements the beauty of the Black Badge.
Yeah, front and rear of the car have been comprehensively reimagined from the first edition. That iconic grille, the striking new exhaust finishers. It's got a bold new look. It's a frameless grille at the front for the first time with the paint. And you get a close-up look now running directly towards the painted service, which is also now actually illuminated. You can see just at the bottom there of your screen. So that was the Bentley, the Rolls-Royce, I should say, Cullinan Series 2. Now, Toyota are here out in full force, mainly with their rally cars and the GR Yaris. This is the Rovanpera edition. They've got the GR Yaris, then they've got the Ogier edition, and then the Rovanpera edition after Kalle Rovanpera, their rally car driver. This is the more extroverted version.
Yeah, we actually saw Kalle earlier on in the drift, and I believe David spoke to him up on the hill yesterday. So Kalle is here, so a tribute special edition car to him there, produced by Toyota.
Now, it's quite special, this next car. We talk of rally, an absolute rally legend making his way in the Audi RS e-tron GT Performance. Stig Blomqvist at the wheel. It's hard to believe quite how much horsepower is in this Audi. 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in 3.3 seconds. A top speed of 250 kilometers an hour, and also has that electrical boost as well from 440 kilowatts of power, racking it up to well over 500 horsepower.
Yeah, it's got a boost mode inside the car as well, just in case that wasn't enough for you and you wanted a little bit of extra boost. But now we're heading on to the beautifully looking Mercedes GT63S Pro. Mercedes having such a presence here. 130 years we've been celebrating here of Mercedes, and this is just an absolutely stunning premium sports car. I certainly would say so, Harry.
Bernd Schneider at the wheel, a prolific German racing driver, and the passenger getting a ride of his life right now. This is the latest offering from Mercedes, as you say, and straight back to the start line and heading its way now. We have the Xpeng G6. This is another Chinese brand. Now, this actually launched, the car brand Xpeng actually launched back in 2014. This is their third completely new model to their European range. So we will see this in Europe. Electric, ultra-smart coupe SUV. It's a bit of a crossover almost. Driving range of around 570 kilometers, 200 kilometers an hour top speed. But again, we're just seeing more and more of this design, aren't we, Alice, from the Chinese brands and manufacturers. It's kind of very minimalistic, but also a little bit blocky as well. Again, then we go to South Korea now with the Hyundai GV60 concept heading up the hill.
Yeah, we certainly have. We've got a real strong presence. The Genesis gets a dip on the grass there that was flat at the start of the weekend, now progressed into a slight dip. We have got a great presence of the Chinese manufacturers here who are producing some absolutely stunning cars. Gareth Jones there in the Genesis GV60 Magma concept, a global debut. We've seen plenty of them from Genesis, and we've certainly got one here this weekend with the Magma.
Gethin Jones giving it some welly as well, past the Flint wall. This making its dynamic global debut. And for the first time ever, this at Goodwood Genesis will be competing in the shootout with the GV60 Magma concept. And just getting an ear in, an iron, is Gethin Jones.
An ear in, an iron,
an ear in and an eye. You need everything to get up the hill here. We saw that with Rachel Brooks and Fernando Alonso going up yesterday in the Aston Martin, not quite knowing where to go. Hello, if you are here trackside. If you see yourself on the telly, give us a wave. I hope you're enjoying a wonderful day out. The sunshine has come out to play for us. Bit of cloud circulating in the air, just actually making it a little less hot, which I think is fairly pleasant. It can take it out of you walking around this huge estate here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. There is so much on offer. It's hard to pack everything in one day, which I suppose is why we have 4 days of it.
It certainly is. You get your step count up nice, which is always good.
Well, let's take a look back then at some of the first glance road cars and road bikes that we saw just a few moments ago. This is the BMW M4 CS, and making its debut this weekend, BMW launching the new M5, looking sleek and sultry as it makes its way up the hill.
And the XM label as well, which BMW says their most powerful car they have made, an SUV. And then to the BYD seal, again a global rolling debut here at Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Yeah, one of the on the high end of the range for the BYD brand, the Chinese manufacturer. You'll also see Yangwangs in action. That's the premium version of the BYD. So looking back and looking forward, we're seeing a lot of paying homage to the past, and that's what Ford Capri are doing with the new Capri making its way up the hill. The difference to what we have known from a Capri. Eric Cantona backing that and driving it up the hill yesterday. And Genesis, the South Korean luxury brand of Hyundai, with a lot of Lamborghini design influences making its way up the hill.
And the iconic Honda Civic Type are the hot hatch of the year for 2024.
To the Hongqi EHS7, brand new from China, trying to make an impact in Europe and indeed the UK. A huge influx of Chinese brands and manufacturers debuting their all-electric vehicles, taking huge inspiration from the established designers and putting their own little spin on it as well. You'd be forgiven for thinking that was a Rolls-Royce from the front grille. And Ineos with the Grenadier, several different Grenadiers on option here, and the Tesla Cybertruck making its move. But let's head up to the hill and check in with David Green.
Well, lots of people come to the Festival of Speed to see the old cars, the ex-Formula One cars, the tributes to the likes of Niki Lauda, but first glance is really a highlight for many. And we've got all the brand new cars that you haven't seen before. Look at the nameplate there. Your eyes don't deceive you. That is a new Ford Capri. It's now an all-electric four-door SUV, not quite the long-nosed coupe of old, but you do have that sort of dog-bone styling on the front, like the old car, and fairy dice, of course. Past the Yangwang U8, luxury SUV, tank turns, and if you find yourself in the sea or a lake, this thing will float for 30 minutes, so quite handy. And as we go down, we've obviously got the new MG HS, and these things are very interesting. The Lotus Emea, four-door saloon, sort of Taycan type car, Challenger, very fast, very capable, and definitely the best sound system I've ever heard in a car. Dolby Atmos, incredible if you get a chance to try that out. Just in front of that, we have the Defender on steroids, the Octa, most extreme Defender made thus far. And as we look across the top here, we have the very exciting launch here, dynamic debut for the Bentley Continental in GTC convertible form and GT car there in that tourmaline green launch colour. The most powerful Bentley yet, still the benchmark GT Cruiser, over 200 miles an hour in absolute luxury, beautiful interior. And then this, another Bentley. Yes, your eyes don't deceive you, this is in first glance because it's a brand new car, isn't it, Mike?
Hello, David. Yes, it is. A brand new car, finished last year. This is its dynamic debut.
It doesn't look new.
Well, the design was done in the 1920s, but like I say, she's just under a year old, but built to all of the original designs, using the original materials and the original manufacturing techniques.
It's just an incredible bit of engineering endeavour and very well received in the market.
Yeah, absolutely. We're building 12 customer cars, each to the same level of, I think, truly exquisite quality as this. I mean, it's an amazing piece of teamwork, seeing the team and crew put these cars together and finish them to this level. It takes 8 months to build each one.
I'm sure it does, and you make it look very easy going up the hill, but I reckon it's a little bit more difficult to drive than the Continental.
Yeah, well, I've only got a quarter of their horsepower, so I can't keep up with Matthias and Andy, who are driving the new GT and new GTC. But I do have a slightly more complicated gearbox than they do. But it's a privilege to drive it. It's absolutely beautiful to drive up the hill, and it's behaving itself.
And you get to wear a cloth cap.
And I get to wear a cloth cap. I always wear a cloth cap, though. You know that.
Well done. Lovely to see it.
Thanks, David. Good to see you.
Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change.
2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Skyfall fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built to power the pros.
Now up the hill in the forest, you'll find the rally stage, and we can cross over to Bex Williams, Tony Jardine and Zav McCartan to take a look back at yesterday's highlights from the rally shootout.
Duckworth off the line, the champion.
The reigning champion, the defending champion of these honours here at the Forest Rally stage. He's up against it in terms of competition this year. Can he deliver on this shootout? It was Ollie Mellors yesterday who was fastest through, so Duckworth's got a little bit of work to do.
Mark Brumfield alongside him, his faithful co-driver. Winners of many national rallies, including the Sunseeker and including the Rally Sprint Series that happened with the twin track up at Silverstone.
We're really not going very quickly here.
No, we have an issue, don't we? We're not quite sure what it is, but let's hope they're clear of the finish line in time for Lekodu to get past, and it does. I don't think that will affect his time. Oh, no, shouldn't do.
Shouldn't do. They're past the flying finish.
Yep.
Gary Lekodu is second fastest, 2:49.5, but Sjoerd van der Putten at 3:42.2.
Yeah.
Martin Overington on the line now in the 6R4, did a 2:59.5 yesterday. We'll be wanting to do better than that as we cut back to Roger Duckworth. And as Bex has pointed out, winner of last year's shootout. So the competitive edge will be very high, and Roger carrying great speed through that very, very long right-hander, as we can see the MG S2000 screaming its head off. Great high revving engines.
Yeah, but that normally aspirated engine sound is great. Real racing engine.
Yeah.
Nice to hear that on the rally stages. And this is the 1986 Metro 6R4 Martin Overington. This is the 2.5 V6. And this is the Ram Sport car, which was actually originally a tarmac car used by Stephen Price. And it had a big accident on the Manx rally, and then it was totally rebuilt by Ram Sport. But then we look at the colour scheme, which goes back to the Golden Wonder Crisps, and that reminds Zav and I in particular of the Scottish Air Traffic Controller, Ken Wood, who also rallied a big Rover V8 in the same colours of the Golden Wonder Crisp. But it is about the sponsorship. It is also about the wonderful colours of rallying, as we see the Subaru and time.
Fastest through.
Okay.
2:37.1 for Roger Duckworth. That was a fantastic run through the stage.
He's throwing down the gauntlet, isn't he?
He really is.
Yeah, yesterday was a 2:43.5 now.
So off go the Iron Dames.
Yeah, and the Rally 2 Fiesta.
So this will be great. They did well yesterday. Julianne Blard, Sarah Romo, and the Rally 2 Fiesta, the Stefan Sarazan car, and branching out Iron Dames now into rallying. This is their first foray. They're going racing. They do equestrian events. They've had success at Le Mans. They've had success at Imola. Now you're looking at the Metro 6R4, which has done well in shootouts, previous shootouts. It really has. It has a fantastic sound from that engine as well. A real V6 racing engine. And those spoilers there, front top. And the experimental 6R4 in the early days, in fact, I was doing the Peter Russick tour in a Talbot Sunbeam, and I was going on a downhill section, and I crashed into some gate posts because I had a sponsor, a fresh fruit company, and all the fruit came into the footwell, and I promise you, I couldn't brake because it was full of apples and oranges and pears, and I hit this big gate post, and the car went off, and it was bent like a banana anyway, and there was no one around. I just heard this clapping from the hillside, and then someone doing this and signalling to me, and it was Tony Pond and Rob Arthur sitting up the hill who'd seen the whole thing, because about 400 yards further down the experimental metro had broken down, and they'd watched my antics, and they were just slow clapping like, you absolute idiot. Ah, there you go. I got caught, got spotted.
Martin Overington out over Flying Finn. Martin, who did a time yesterday of 2:59.5, will certainly want to improve on that. 2.5 engine pulling very nicely. 301.9. And there's Ollie Mellors in.
Yesterday's shootout winner is back for the defense of that. Let's see what kind of time we will see him set today.
Well, yesterday, 2:32.2. I'm sure he'd be trying extremely hard to beat that.
Now, for Sarah Rameau, who you see behind the wheel here, it wasn't until 2021 that she started her rallying career with Julie alongside. They scooped the French women's title in the championship that year, and they've just gone on to bigger and better things. So she's still very early on in her rallying career.
Absolutely.
Just a few years ago, yet such natural talent behind the wheel. And for Rameau, it's second fastest here, 2:38.2 is the time. Still Roger Duckworth holding the fastest time on the shootout stage, 2:37.1. I believe it might... Has it started raining, boys? I'm hearing... we've got sunshine really blaring into the commentary unit here, but I'm hearing it might have started raining.
Well, we'll look at the camera lens and we'll see if it has any effect of where it's falling.
So just where the Delta Donut is, right at the southern edge of the track, we believe there's some light rain there at the moment. That can make that tarmac really slippy, as if it wasn't slippy enough already. So the area where we're seeing the Proton right now.
Because, Bex, that all the way down the hill there, the rocks and the rubble and the dust and the debris are dragged onto that surface, and it already has a lot of dust over the top and bits of mud from the earlier rain, and it is very, very slippy indeed. And as Mark Higgins reported, you don't get a lot of grip. Now, James Williams, Ross Whittock, what can they do on the shootout? This is the man who won the Manx Rally earlier this year. That's a big, very, very fast rally. He's leading the British Asphalt Championship, and he's gone off like... No, I can't say that, can I? But he's gone off like a rocket. He absolutely has.
He started like a rocket, let's say it like that. So he shot off like a rocket. I mean, it was an amazing start from James Williams. It was purposeful and it was precise. That's what's going to win you the time out there today on this shootout. We love seeing the flamboyant stuff in all the demo runs, but you want to set the fastest time today, you've got to be pitch perfect. It's a 2:32.8 from Ollie Mellors in the Proton Iris R5. So slightly slower than yesterday. But the conditions out there today are different from what we saw yesterday. Everyone has been slower on the runs. I mean, it's only tenths of seconds that he's slower by.
It's slightly damper, but it's also slightly cooler. So that may well play a part. It'll be interesting to see what James Williams does. James did a 2:32.8 yesterday.
So James is the last car as part of our shootout, so let's see if he can beat the Ollie Mellors time, which is the new fastest time on the board. 2:32.8 is the time to beat. He sounded on confident form throughout the day. You caught up with him earlier on, very relaxed, him and Ross Whittock together.
Yes, absolutely.
Enjoying their season, but enjoying their time out here at Goodwood. No pressure on their shoulders. They're here to have fun, and they are certainly delivering that to all of us watching.
A really nice launch off of Delta there. Great trajectory, missing the bank on the inside as they go through, and this is where you need the precision, You need to point the car absolutely in the right direction, the right application of throttle, just being a little bit careful on the brakes on the downhill section and into these very, very fast sections as they're coming up through McMurry and towards Mikola and then heading towards the Flying Finn. Now, how brave is he going to be over here? How far is he going to leap? Is he going to put it central? Is he going to make sure that he gets really good traction on landing? Yes, he is. That is good. Very, very nice indeed. If he can get through the Coopers, avoid the mud on the outside, avoid the escape road, don't climb up the bank. There was just a little nerve
bit
there.
On the bank.
I don't think that'll lose him too much, Bex.
Let's have a look at this time clock then. Remember, it's a 2:32.8 that we're aiming for here. Crossing the flying finish, the clock runs on here, but James Williams 2:29.1, fastest through. James Williams, Ross Whittock then take that fastest time on the second shootout here at the Forest Rally stage.
Well, that is just some of the awesome action going on at the Forest Rally stage. If you get a chance, do take the tractor ride up there and see what it is all about. Thanks to Bex Williams, to Tony Jardine and Zav McCartan for guiding us through that. Welcome back, though, to the hill climb here at the 31st Goodwood Festival of Speed. Harry Benjamin with you alongside Bruce Jones, and we are gearing up for some supercar action. But what defines a supercar these days? Because now we've got all sorts of things within that division, including hypercar.
Superstars in supercars, the roof goes back, the inimitable helmet design of double world champion Mika Hakkinen, the McLaren Solus GT, the wackiest of cars surely here in the supercar run.
Yeah, the two-time Formula One champion has overseen and helped in the development of this hypercar single-seater central seating position, and it's going to kick off this supercar batch as it makes its way towards the start line. And this is a wonderful feat of design from McLaren. 5.2 litre V10 engine, only 25 of these in the world.
What I absolutely love about that is this is a no-compromise car. This is a car that excites when it's standing still, and Mika, whose heartbeat I think in his entire life never went above 60 beats a minute, will be just considering things. Of course, being involved in the development of the Solus, he knows what to look for. This is a bit of showboating right now, but I really tick the box on this one. It stands out from the crowd. It's different. Undoubtedly, it's quick. 1,000 horsepower.
So light as well. Less than 1,000 kilograms. 200 miles per hour. Top speed with Mika Hakkinen at the wheel. The Flying Finn reunited once more in a McLaren. Slightly different, though, than the ones he took his championships with back in 1998 and 1999 as he carefully makes his way past the boom wall.
Epic battles he had back then, taking those titles, fighting against his sort of career-long rival Michael Schumacher. Great days in Formula One, different engine sounds. Formula One keeps moving on, but in this supercar batch, this couldn't have even been imagined a decade ago, let alone back in the late 1990s. So with so much computer-aided design now, of course, the shapes can be crafted in all sorts of forms.
Now, we won't be seeing that on the roads. It is a track-only car as we take a look at this beauty making its way up the hill at the moment. This is something that you can take a glance at. I believe it is the Lotus Evija. Yes, making its way up. Now, we saw the Evija X on day one, which was the hypercar version of the huge rear-wing spoiler that had a little bit of an incident. The Evija, the road-going version, making its way through.
Now, Pagani have excited with every single car they've had since they dipped their toe in the supercar pond and have their loyal bunch of fans. But performance has absolutely been the key. These cars may look exquisite, but it is all about the power under the right foot. And Pagani, they're never short of horsepower.
No, not at all. This is the Wayra R, the most extreme Pagani hypercar ever made. Naturally aspirated V12, 850 horsepower, just over 1,000 kilos. Only 30 of these in the world. And you know what? It's only going to set you back a mere €2.5. So 2.5 million euros, I should say.
€2.5, I'll raise them to 3. We'll go hard, Perry.
All right, deal. I'm not sure we fit in that very easily, though, I think.
Always problems. There's always a little glitch along the line. But if you're small of frame, deep of pocket, and have a desire to have one of the most exquisite cars in the world, Pagani don't bother, just bring out a string. Now, Ferrari, of course, have a whole host of cars coming here. The 296 GT3 is a fantastic car. This is the road-going version. This is the S. and they're certainly at the sharp end of racing that sharper prow. I think the 296 is one of the greatest Ferrari designs in recent years. Really, really crisp and clean.
Yeah, this is a mid-rear engine, two-seater V6 engine with a plug-in electric motor as well to give it an extra bit of electrical boost up the hill. Cameron Davies at the wheel, and I know red is the iconic colour with Ferrari, but I have to say I do like one in blue.
Yeah, to me, if they're navy blue, that wins all the time, and dark green as well, but all colours available. And again, I remember going down to McLaren once and looking at their paint department, and you can pick your Pantone to match your handbag if need be.
Very nice indeed. And Darren Turner next up on the line at the wheel of this. Darren Turner, a long-time Aston Martin man at works driver, making his way up the field in the Aston Martin Victor, which is part of a huge Aston Martin range on offer at the moment. We've also got the DB12 here, the Valiant, the Valeur, and the Vantage Coupe, but this, the Victor, up the hill at the moment.
Yeah, a nod to the late 1970s Aston Martin's design, but with horsepower they could have only dreamt of back then. And Cosworth built engine, 836 horsepower, but this is a car that just looks mean even when at a standstill, but so dynamic up the hill climb course here at Goodwood Festival of Speed. So a lot of people will be having their tongues hanging out, calling to your age or fancy of cars, but Aston Martin have got all bases covered.
And it's got that retro look about it, hasn't it? Especially with the rear design of this Aston Martin. It certainly differentiates it from the other Aston Martins currently in the range. Right, let's have a look at this. This is more from Ferrari, and this time it is the 812 Competizione A, which is making its way out. Now, this is limited edition Targa Spider car, Ed Morris at the wheel, and this is fun behind the wheel of this car.
They're all fun. It's just a question of how you want your power to be delivered, what sort of sound you would like. Still normally aspirated engines here, turbocharged engines, as well as EVs, but great poise and balance. Certainly the 812 Competizione. Well, the clue's in the name, competition.
Yeah, V12 engine, 830 horsepower in that prancing horse as it trots along past the Flint wall with Ed Morris at the wheel. And the passenger, I'm sure, getting a very enjoyable ride as well.
See, the V12 engine configuration has been such a strong part of this. The backbone of Ferrari competition history, and also their road cars too. Other cylinder arrangements are available on request, but the car that's following it up the hill, though, is something very, very special indeed. More Ferraris. This is car number entry number 624 from the Ferrari range, and that's we're looking for the 499p Modificata, this is car 619. I'll come to the Modificata in a second.
This is the Daytona SP3, which kind of pays homage to the 1967 Daytona 24-hour winner from Ferrari. Once again, a manufacturer looking to the past for influences into the future.
Well, we saw it with Aston Martin just a few vehicles ago going up the hill, this glorious, exquisite shape of Ferrari. Well, to the top of the hill it goes.
Yeah, it certainly does. And now more from Porsche this time around. This is the GT3R Hybrid. James Dennison at the wheel. He's a man very experienced with driving, as James. From 2010 to 2012, Porsche conducted fundamental research on hybrid drives for high-performance sports cars with their rolling race lab. And the ultimate conclusion of that has been put into this fantastic piece of racing machinery.
Well, we always know that the 911 GT3 is something special, but the hybrid is really working very, very beautifully for them. Now to the world of Aston Martin again. Such an array of cars. Of course, A and M is followed by V. That's always been their nomenclature since they moved on from the DBs. And this is a car designed a bit like the McLaren Solus, might be before it, but with so much intent and so much air capacity under the car of the Valkyrie. It's had a gazillion miles of development, and it's now out on the road.
Well, what's interesting about this, of course, is this was designed by Adrian Newey, and we've got the RB17 launched yesterday. Red Bull's hypercar, designed by Adrian Newey. Just over $6 million. That will set you back, and Aston Martin with the Valkyrie are going to be entering the hypercar category in the World Endurance Championship. So we are going to see a modified version of this, racing it out with some of the best manufacturers in the world.
Well, exactly so, and always sitting Aston Martin has been a sports car racing brand first and foremost, and so that will make it 10 manufacturers in the World Endurance Championship. And that will have a whole host of fans joining the crowd at Le Mans next year. You can be sure of that. Sometimes you have to wait a long time for your bus to come around. I'm not calling it a bus, but it's simply the mark you love the most, and Le Mans is the ultimate test of all of that. With the Valkyrie, you know, it was a real release for Adrian Newey. He talked about being conflicted by and constrained by the Formula One rulebook. Clean blank sheet of paper. What a starting point.
And of course, Adrian Newey, famous for designing all of his cars by hand, with the drawings on his little almost as if an artist is painting a picture. That is how he designs his cars, from Formula One to that Valkyrie and the RB17 that you can take a look at further around here at the Goodwood Estates.
Aston Martin DB12 Volante. Volante means effectively wind in your hair, and it's been the open-top Aston Martin name for many years, and looking fantastic. I really do rather like the pale blue on this one, the great big Aston Martin shaped grille at the front, but it's good for 202 miles an hour, so maybe you might want the roof up for that, maybe not.
Maybe, and if you're small enough, you can fit in the back as well. And certainly, we'll go from one car where it might be a bit of a tight squeeze in the back to one where it's certainly made for you to be driven, and you can drive it as well. The Rolls-Royce Spectre with Joseph Hopkins at the wheel. This electric offering from Rolls-Royce, the world's first ultra-luxury electric super coupe. And this kind of shows that you can still have a phenomenal Rolls-Royce without a V12 in the front of it.
Yeah, it seems extraordinary to see a big car like this being hustled around up the hill climb course, but if it's not being driven like that, you don't get the tyre squeal, and you've been working with Harry Metcalf for a couple of days, and he said how much he loved this car to be driven silently around the lanes, but we saw here that it doesn't have to be driven that way. You can hooligan it around. A lot of power. First all-electric Rolls-Royce, and watch out for those. I think they're going to sell by the bucket load. It's the Spectre.
Yeah, it is a heavy beast, though. Nearly 3,000 kilograms on that Rolls-Royce Spectre. From Rolls-Royce to McLaren, and we have the McLaren GTS ready for us. 4-litre V8 twin-turbo powering its way up the hill.
If you think of McLarens, you think about the development, it's all about having a car that is nimble, that their dynamics, the way they make their cars work. And Nicolas Hakkinen racing up the hill, one of the many racing drivers here this weekend, stretching their legs in to help the manufacturers. And again, for a lot of them, it may be their first sight of this hill, but with the McLaren, you always know it's going to have fantastic handling, and Nicolas doing a very good job of displaying that.
A couple of stamps on the brakes for Nicolas as he heads his way past the Flint Wall, the sun glinting off of that beautifully designed McLaren. The lines just flowing superbly on the GTS, over 600 horsepower from that McLaren engine as it makes its way over the finish line, sees the checkered flag at the top of the hill. And more McLaren action. We go from the GTS to the McLaren P1. Jamie Ward at the wheel of this. Now, this is one of the McLarens that when it came onto the scene really woke everybody up. And the word supercar, well, this actually is probably one you think of straight away. When you think of supercar, you think of a McLaren P1.
You do, because we were used with supercars having phenomenal performance, but it was all in the last decade or so about getting that ultra special handling, a lot of them even just being created as track day cars. But McLaren, with all its knowledge of aerodynamics, with movable aerodynamic devices, making this car a very potent performance car. And again, McLaren, when they dipped their toe in the water making road cars again, they started with the F1, but since then the number of models have been extraordinary, but not as extraordinary as the car leaving the line now. The McMurry Spearling.
This is a fan favourite, isn't it? He did this yesterday, weaving left and right with Max Chilton. So they do like to start this. Now, this is the Spearling Pure, and we've got to talk quickly because before we actually get to the point of the car, it'll be at the checkered flag. Now, the original McMurry took the hill climb record a couple of years ago. This is the track-only evolution of that. Better cooling, downforce on demand from that fan, which is giving it a huge amount of downforce, kicking up the dust from the rear. That is why it can literally stick to the surface as it powers its way around the corners.
And judging by the pace that Max Chilton went through Moulcom, it's a very fast running, very wide out of the final corner. He's very kindly cleaned it up with that enormous fan blowing the dust away from the circuit. But again, I keep saying it, but it does reinvent the laws of physics.
Blink and you will certainly miss it from the McMurry Spearling Pure. Do check out the McMurry stand down at the Supercar paddock as well.
Right. This
Something
is the
very
Yangwang,
different.
the U9, something very different. You may not know the brand, but it's certainly going to be making a splash. One of many, many Chinese makes here. This is the luxury arm of BYD, and certainly a very impressive debut for this car.
Yeah, it is. 960 kilowatt power output, 450 kilometers of range, 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in 2.36 seconds. Yangwang also here with their big off-roader as well, the U8, which can do a 360 turn, much like the G-Wagon. And the U9 making its way up the hill, signaling China's impact on the supercar world, and something new from Lamborghini.
Yeah, well, the Revuelto, phenomenal car, 350 kilometers an hour, 2.5 seconds, 0 to 100 kilometers an hour, all new 1,001 horsepower from its V12 power, very dynamic. Your own Mull, one of the regular Lamborghini Super Trofeo racers, so a very safe pair of hands here. It looks absolutely magnificent in that deep dark green, not the sort of colour you normally find a Lamborghini, but I think it works very well on those flanks.
Yeah, this is also one of the first electrified Lamborghinis with a little bit of electrical power in it, helping that 12-cylinder internal combustion engine with 3 high-density electric motors packed inside that Lamborghini, which on the outside screams Lamborghini left, right and centre. Actually, a couple of Lamborghinis making their way up the hill. This is the Huracan, which is following it up here, the white Lamborghini, which is the Huracan Stirato, Jack Bartholomew at the wheel. This is actually the first of its kind. The Huracan Stirato is a new lease on life for the Lamborghini Huracan. 2 more Lamborghini. I actually have a purple Lamborghini. Oh, we lost it there for a minute. We'll come back to it. Well, you see it at the top of the hill. When I say I have a purple Lamborghini, it's just the model car version. Now, this is something exciting as well. This is the Zagato La Squadra AGTZ twin tail. Now, this is actually based on the Alpine A110 and redesigned inspiration for the Alpine's 1960s races, the A210 and the A220 that were built for Le Mans. And it's the back end which is the most exciting part about this.
Because in one year it was the short tail, the next year they had the long tail. They really struggled to make them work, but they were exquisitely artistic at the time, and subsequently they got on a little bit better. But I love that echo of the past, and Alpine, you know, to go back and recreate the A110, it's been an enormous success. But the 220 that this was based on, the more powerful Le Mans car, again, I do like the historical past, and Alpine's such a great name in the 60s, and it's so good that it's back being pushed to the top right across sport.
And it is just a unique looking car, isn't it? Only a few of these available. 19 units, we are told, that will be available. I imagine that they might well have all gone by now, but if not, make sure you get in the pre-order aisle. But not the typical Alpine look from the front end that we've become to know them as now, but certainly that making its way across the line to Mark Webber, who is now on the hill climb, the 9-time Formula 1 Grand Prix winner, making his way up in the 911 Carrera GTS from Porsche. Porsche launching a brand new 911 this weekend. Mark Webber driving that up the hill, and he's got a passenger making sure they film every single moment of it.
Yeah, this is using the first time one of their road cars has used a lightweight hybrid. We already saw it in some of their GT3 Competizione cars. So Hispano Suiza, you have to be quite old to remember when they were producing cars. The name is back. And this is a car with a fantastic boat tail, in fact incredibly similar to the tail end of a Chevrolet design project in the early 1960s, but with an awful lot more power than the designers would have imagined back then.
Yeah, the Hispano Suiza Carmen Saguera, fully electric with that wing-shaped carbon fibre spoiler at the back. Luis Perez Sala driving that, did dip to toe in Formula 1 back in the day, did the Spanish drive, also headed up the fledgling Spanish Formula 1 team, Hispania Racing, in their final year as a Formula 1 team back in 2012 when they, I think it was Pedro de la Rosa and Lorraine Cayenne were their drivers back then. And Luis Perez Sala getting a lovely drive up in that Hispano Suiza.
Yeah, I think it's great that Luis is involved. Minardi racer in the day, absolutely charming individual.
Listen to that as it marks its way up the hill. This is one of the latest iterations from Gordon Murray, the legendary designer. This making its way up the hill now. The Gordon Murray Automotive T50 ES4 with that homage to Gordon Murray's iconic fan powered Formula 1 car at the back. This is the world's lightest, most driver-focused supercar, is how they describe it.
Anybody who's been fortunate enough to get any time in this is just blown away. I haven't got myself into it, but the engine note alone from the V12 ticks every single one of the boxes I like. That or an 8-litre Chevrolet in the back of a Can-Am car. I'm torn.
Yeah, that was a Cosworth 3.9-litre V12 engine. It's being followed up by the T50S Niki Lauda XP2 tribute car, again from Gordon Murray. Dario Franchitti at the wheel. Dario extensively involved with Gordon Murray and the development of these cars. And what I love is also just the single-seater, central seating position of these cars as well. Really adds to that racer vibe.
Yeah, that delta-shaped rear wing as seen on some of the Formula 1 cars that were produced when Gordon Murray was deep in the camp at Brabham, but a great track day car, so much downforce. That wing isn't just for looks, it's 1,200 kilos of downforce. That is why it handles so well.
Adjustable aero on that car as well as it speeds across the line. The Gordon Murray T50S from Niki Lauda tribute car. And heading to the start line next as it launches off from the line.
Well, this is Koenigsegg, 30 years, I can't believe that's passed since they started producing cars, incredibly distinctive designs from a Swedish company, and 636, what you get now is the Jesko. It's a bit of a clue in the final part of its name, Attack. Well, you can clearly see that is what is going on right now. Markus Lund pushing very hard indeed, coming up to Holcomb. Bags of power, that's always been a key feature of all the Koenigsegg's.
Yeah, this is, there's two Jeskos from Koenigsegg. We've got the Absolute and the Attack, which is on the hill climb now. Both inspired their designs from fighter jets. The Jesko Attack, the high downforce default version with that large rear wing carbon fibre splitter on the back, powering up the hill. Incredibly lightweight as well. 4 electric motors powering that, one on each of the wheels.
I'll have to take you up on that. That's not a large rear wing, it's an enormous, giant, massive scoop, but 1,600 horsepower needs to be handled. Maserati bringing some absolutely exquisite machinery here to Goodwood for the Festival of Speed. 643, this car is the Icona version of the MC20, and it's a tribute in so many ways. Car based originally on the Enzo.
Absolutely, of course, 20th anniversary of Maserati's MC12, which was unlike any other Maserati, really, with that V12 Ferrari-derived engine, very much related to the Ferrari Enzo, race car and road car. And Maserati bringing very different versions of the MC20 on display this weekend, paying homage to that MC12. This, the Icona. We also have the Legenda making its way up the hill and around on the Maserati stand. Only 20 of each of these have been produced and made available.
Maybe it's because of my love of motorsport history, but I still get very excited when I see the Maserati Trident on the grille. And certainly those MC12s when they got launched into the GT racing world, as you say, 20 years ago. Michael Bartel's winning so many Spa 24 Hours. Great days for Maserati. More will follow. I have a certainly fairly strong feeling.
Well, returns to single-seater motorsport a couple of years ago, but it was all electric for Maserati in Formula E, which they are still in. Andy Bruce is driving this one up. It's the McLaren Lanzanti P1 HDK that is up the hill and immediately gone as we move to something else from Lanzanti. This is the Lanzanti 935 Porsche Wayne Eastwood at the wheel, and I mean you look at this and you just immediately get filled with the Marlboro liveries of old, don't you, in Formula 1?
Yeah, totally, and also the sort of long tail of the 935, but these beauties, these recreated, reimagined Porsches from Lanzanti are absolutely epic, because 3 of them have been built with former Formula 1 engines in the tail. No, I'm not kidding you, absolutely straight up. There's one down the paddock that has the engine that Alain Prost used back in 1985. Didn't take any wins with that particular engine. The car is made to look like his helmet, and this like the other McLarens of the age, with the tag Porsche Turbo being put in the tail end. It is just exquisite. And don't forget the engineering expertise of Lancia. Of course, they were deeply involved in the McLaren F1 over the years and many other things. They've got a brilliant stand just inside the second corner of the hill climb course, but yes, please.
And believe it or not, that is street legal. You can see that on the road. There will be just 77 of those produced, but if you happen to glance over your shoulder, if you're driving on the M25 and you're wondering what it is, well, there you go. It's the Porsche Lancia 935. And breathe. That was some spectacular supercar running, and just highlights the breadth and diversity that is on offer from so many brands from around the world displaying here at Goodwood this afternoon.
OK, I'll have a guess. That was possibly £30 million worth of cars going past us, maybe 40, but exquisite, the performance level. You asked me at the start, what does a supercar mean? It would have meant something different about 10 years ago, but your colleague over the last few days, I think Harry Metcalf summed it up best. It's got to be something that's actually a challenge to drive, not something you can get in and not be giving it 100%. And of course, as he's experienced so many, it's a great chance to just compare and contrast. But the performance level, it's 1,000 horsepower upwards, isn't it?
It really is, isn't it? And certainly those supercars putting a smile on everybody's faces. If you've got there's always a great view around the estate, but certainly if you are lining up by the hay bales up the hill, that is where you get to experience the best of all things supercar, which we can take a little look back on as well. And it was Mika Hakkinen who kicked things off for us in that spectacular McLaren Solus GT hypercar, which he himself has helped develop.
I really love that touch. Pagani were out on the hill with their Carrera, just still as extreme, different design to the McLaren, but still with one Solus aim.
Supercars everywhere you look. Darren Turner was at the wheel of the Aston Martin as well. Aston Martin bringing a huge range of cars from the DB12 to the Valiant to the Valor to the Vantage Coupe as well, and the Ferrari 499P Modificata. This, the de-restricted version of the World Endurance Championship hypercar, which has taken 2 Le Mans wins on the trot now. Spectacular work from Ferrari, who just time and time again produce spectacular cars.
Certainly do, but still one of the most exquisite cars, one of the most aerodynamic cars, one of the most advanced cars was the Aston Martin Valkyrie, the bare bones of what's going to be going to race next year at Le Mans.
And Aston Martin showing their convertible range off in the baby blue with the entry there. Ford Mustang and the GTD also on offer here. This full-on American muscle machine, slightly reimagined with a huge rear wing on the back, powering that up the hill, and a reimagined Alpine.
Yeah, Zagato penned this one, the famous Italian design house, echoing the shapes of the Alpines that race at Le Mans in the mid-1960s. That special boat tail, you could be one of a very select group if you've got the money for that.
You certainly could. And Gordon Murray showcasing his machines on offer, paying tribute as well to Niki Lauda with the Gordon Murray T50S Niki Lauda. That Dario Franchitti took up the hill. The Bugatti, absolutely mean machine, which made its way up. The Mistral and the Bolide, both on the hill, and that was just some of the supercar action. But we can head up the hill to David Green, who is catching up with Mika Hakkinen.
Mika, I think you just stepped out of a fighter jet.
Yeah, I tell you what, it does look amazing. I tell you, the McLaren has produced an incredible supercar, and it's powerful. It's beautiful. I mean, it has the same colors what I had in Formula 1 when I won the World Championship 98 and 99. It's a McLaren Solus. A lot of horsepower.
That V10 sounds fantastic.
I wish it would be more. We want more power.
It's of course a homage to that 98 car, but it is a lot different, isn't it? That cockpit is incredible. What's it like when that door closes on you?
Yeah, it's a very, I mean, of course this car is designed thinking about first the safety. You know, it's such an important factor out there that where the driver is always under control. And again, Formula 1 car, when I was racing, it was the idea to make the car as no compromises, no comfort, and to be as fast as possible in every corner, low speed, medium, high. But the car like this, obviously, you need to really focus on safety. So there's a lot of elements which are bringing the driver more comfort. But I tell you what, the engine is so much torque. It's a mega acceleration, and of course in here in Goodwood, in a forest, in a very narrow track and in a forest, the speed feels 3 times higher when you're on the racetrack.
It sounds like you enjoyed it.
Oh, I loved it. It's fantastic. It has air conditioning. It's really comfortable for the old racing driver.
They're spoiling you.
They're spoiling me indeed.
We talked to Rob Bell yesterday because he was driving it, and he said it actually feels claustrophobic until they push the canopy back, and then the visibility is fantastic.
Yeah, it is very special. It's like a fighter jet, but again, when you do close to let's call it the roof, you have an incredible visibility everywhere. You had a mirror that way you have cameras behind all the time. You can see what's going on. So you don't have really mirrors when you can see how your hairstyle is going on. No, it's a really
You look fantastic.
Bad hair day today,
You look great. I remember when Andy Palmer showed me this car at Woking, and I thought it was something out of a computer game. It just looks fantastic, doesn't it?
The designers, the team has done an incredible job, and I tell the people who are buying this car and the customers from McLaren and taking this car to track, they're gonna have incredible time, really enjoyable, and it is a extremely high quality. Good job from the team, I tell you, really good.
Mika, always a pleasure to see you here, especially in a McLaren with your name on it. Have a great weekend.
Oh, one thing. Did I make the fastest time?
Let's just say so. Mark, you've got that tough job again where you've got to drive a new Porsche up the hill.
Yeah, it's often been the case here, actually. I think one year we had the GT2 RS here, which was really nice. I've launched some really good cars here. So to have the 911 hybrid here, I've done a little bit of work with it in the past, obviously in the build-up, but a few drag racing things here and there involved with the launch of the car. So, it's interesting, because a lot of people, of course, people say, well, it hasn't changed much, it's a new 911, but of course, people that know 911s know that obviously all the details underneath, and obviously the first hybrid car in a 911 we've ever done, with a really rich history of hybrid in our racing cars, if you like, 919, GT3. But so no, we're excited about it.
Always a huge occasion to see a new 911. It's such an iconic car. How was it up the hill?
Awesome. It's got a good bark about it, and obviously the torque, with the deployment of with the hybrid, so it works really well. It's obviously super lightweight as well. That's the thing about people get a little bit worried about electrification in terms of how heavy the system is, but ultimately it's very, very light, instantaneous, obviously, and also with our turbocharging system, we're not intimidated by turbos. We've been doing those for decades as well on the combustion side, so it's harmonious, and very proud, and I'll be buying one for sure.
Yeah, Porsche are pretty decent at turbos, aren't they?
They're not bad at turbos.
Now, I wouldn't want to suggest you weren't the biggest brain in this car today, but yeah.
Not the biggest brain. I've got Matthias here, who's the expert on biofuels. So we're running biofuels here today.
Yeah, but we're very interested in this because it's going to keep our cars running for longer and, extending the life of internal combustion engine. You're the scientist, is it, behind all of these e-fuels or talking about them?
Yeah, I'm one of the guys inside Porsche who are running this e-fuels project together with our partner HIF Global from Chile. And it was very amazing to be with Mark in this car. I guess this was the fastest shuttle drive in my life I ever had. And
did he scare you?
No, I really liked it. Yeah. And the good thing is the car here is running on e-fuel, which was produced by HIF Global in Chile. And so the fast drive we had was nearly carbon neutral.
Yeah, I've heard about this plant in Chile, and it's sort of got this pilot projects for all these new sustainable fuels.
Yes, the opening of the pilot plant was in December 2022, and in 2023 we had the ramp up of the production, and the production is running quite well meanwhile, and they are producing a high yield and very good quality.
It's great to see it. I mean, in Revival we had a 911 classic race all on sustainable fuels, and it's great to see that we can even power some of the old cars with this stuff to keep them going for longer.
That's right, I was in that race, so the old 2 litres charging around, and it was certainly a competitive race. The last thing I was thinking about was the fuel the cars were running, but it is, as you say, it doesn't matter what generation of car, what sort of type of combustion engine you have, those cars obviously are pretty long in the tooth, but they still run beautifully, especially in a racing format too. So, you know, the response from the engines was really, really good. And as Matthias touched on, obviously a big investment for us at Porsche now with all these plans to try and make it better and get these combustion engines running on some really clean fuels.
And what can we expect for the rest of your tough day at work today, Mark?
It's going to be a nice lunch at Porsche, I imagine. We've got this really cool guests here this weekend. It's just nice. I mean, obviously, again, you know, Goodwood is, I've got so many people on Instagram saying, you know, like in Australia, I'm coming next year, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. So it's everyone that comes here for the first time just said there's no event like it in the world. So I'm going to run the car up here again this afternoon. And tomorrow I'm driving an F1 car up the hill for Red Bull, so that'll be good.
Tough weekend.
Yes, it's very good.
Enjoy, and thanks for that insight.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Well, Goodwood certainly brings out the very best of the motorsport here. Three-time Formula One world champion Sir Jackie Stewart here. And we've got more to come from the Formula One Isle of Man TT dirt bikes, the Michael Dunlop balcony moment, all on the way. But certainly Goodwood bringing out the very best of all that motorsport has to offer.
How do you start an iconic movement? Classicism would say it's all about form and craftsmanship, while surrealism would find all of this quite, well, surprising. After all, it's about creating the icon of a new movement. Welcome to Forwardism, the all-electric BMW i7.
In the ballroom paddock, a fleet of classic bikes are getting ready to go up the hill, and I've come to this 1993 gorgeous Suzuki RGV 500 and its rider Steve Parish, motorcycle rider, commentator, and you're also the guy that's going to be taking this up the hill. But this bike has quite a nice story behind it, Steve, so tell us a bit about it.
Absolutely it does. This bike was obviously ridden by Kevin Schwantz, number 34, which was his number.
and it was run out of the Suzuki team, not far from here actually, and a guy called Gary Taylor was the team manager. Gary sadly passed away earlier this year. This was inherited by his daughter Phoebe, and she's brought it along, and I'm the lucky guy that's going to get to ride it up the hill. And we did mention that someone noisy was going to start an engine as we got started, but I'm very honoured to be riding the bike. I have ridden it before, and it's absolutely gorgeous. Kevin Schwantz is here, but he's got a bad shoulder. He can't ride the bike, so I've won the lottery, really, haven't I?
Yeah, you really have. And like you say, these are just the sights and sounds of the Festival of Speed. You say you've ridden this bike before. Whereabouts have you ridden it?
Actually here.
Yeah.
When Gary was alive, he kindly loaned me the bike to ride up the hill. And it still runs incredibly well, albeit it's very, very old, very much like mine. In fact, it runs much better than I do.
Yeah.
I could do with a restoration, to be quite honest. But anyway, it really is a great bike. If I'd have had one of these when I was riding, back when I was riding things like that one over there, I could have won everything.
Yeah.
But that's the sort of bike over there that I would have been riding back in the sort of mid-80s, I guess you'd say.
Yeah.
This is a 93 bike, but it's gorgeous, and long may I continue riding it, I hope.
Yeah, and you're going to be in the mix with some epic bikes and elite riders, especially with the Isle of Man TT celebrations happening this year at the Festival of Speed. Are you looking forward to this year's run?
Yeah, very much so. Unfortunately, at the Festival of Speed, when I say unfortunately, it's great for the crowd, but we have to get all our gear on. We wait about half an hour, and then we get taken down the bottom. We wait another half an hour, and then we get like a 3-minute run up the hill. But and you have to be very careful with something like this. I've been told not to do burnouts and pull wheelies, but I'm going to. But I'll be careful when I do it.
Yeah, well, watch this space. We look forward to seeing your run, Steve. I'm sure you're going to enjoy it on such an epic bike as well. Thank you for speaking to us.
Thank you, absolute pleasure, and it's a great pleasure to be here.
Thank you.
Now, for those who don't know, I'm up here at what's called the top paddock, and it's really the finish line. It's not the physical finish line. It's the place where all the cars park when they've finished that run up the hill. And if you have a quick look around here, it's a bit of a secret place on the Festival of Speed, and where you get to see a lot of the cars. They park up, they're here for a little bit of time. You get to speak to the drivers. Everyone gets out the car, the adrenaline's coming down, and they can relax. At the start line, they're all a little bit tense, but by the time they get up here, they know they've done the run, and they're very happy. These guys up there know this is a good place to watch. They get to see all the stuff, and especially when those drift cars come along. And then over here, we have a little drivers club. It's like a sort of small version of the drivers club for the guys to just, comfort break, catch a quick drink, catch a coffee when they finish their run. And then, of course, we've got the all-important marshals. Dave here, you're the boss, aren't you?
No, I'm only understudy to Mike.
Well, let's not say anything to Mike. Where is he?
He's down the bottom directing.
Tell us a little bit about what happens up here. I mean, you've got a pretty tough job keeping these guys in check.
We've got a running order of what's coming in, roughly who in what order. But we need to keep them in that order to send them back down. So at the bottom, when they go in their paddocks down there, they're still in the same order they came out. Otherwise, it gets too confusing, people out of order.
Them drift boys never stay in order.
No. I stay well clear when the drift boys are out, as you've noticed.
Yeah, I'm watching you when the drift cars come up, because you're the best, you know this place, and so you know where to hide when that smoke comes.
When the smoke comes, I'm in the back of your studio. I sit on your chair, out of the way.
You're a wise man. What's your favourite things here at the weekend?
Just the whole event and meeting people out of context. The supercars, you never know who the passengers are going to be. And it's just fascinating to meet people with a like-minded interest that you don't even realise that they have that sort of mentality to come and be here with us.
Yeah, we see ex-Formula One drivers, but we also see people like Sam Ryder, Eric Cantona, and we don't even know they're here until they get out the car.
Well, we've had Tom Hardy, Nicola Adams, James, what's the chef's name?
Martin.
James Martin. He was a regular at one time. We used to get him quite often. Yeah, we've got all sorts up here from different walks of life that, as I said, you don't expect to see.
I don't think we should tell any about this place, because it should be our little secret place, don't you think?
Yeah, why not?
Dave,
it's raining.
Unless it's raining, but we can always just have a coffee. As you see, this is the secret hideout, top paddock, the place to be at the Festival of Speed.
advantage, but how good an exit can Mathai get to the line? He's not going to be able to do it, or as he tries to tuck into the toe, it's going to go to the line.
Dynamic air suspension, all-wheel steering, configurable terrain response, effortless in the extreme.
Sky Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change.
2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Sky full fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built to power the pros.
The ballroom paddock is filling up with visitors as they head to this part of the festival in the hope that they'll see their favourite vehicle, their favourite athlete. And I'm actually in the King of the Mountains section here where many of the Isle of Man TT bikes are lined up. I've just passed John McGuinness's Superstock Honda Fireblade. Now he'll be taking this up the hill for several runs. That bike has undergone a lot of updates this year, so it'll be really interesting to hear it go up the hill climb after we heard it at the Isle of Man this year. So as we move down the row, plenty of people are flocking here, and I'll see if I can grab a few words with some people, as I can see many of them are interested in this particular bike, which is Michael Dunlop's Honda CBR 1000 RRR. So this is the bike that he will be taking up the hill and heading to his balcony moment for. So we'll just see if we could grab a word with these gentlemen here who are taking a lot of interest in this bike. Are you a Michael Dunlop fan?
Big fan.
Big fan.
Aye.
Okay, so you're looking forward to seeing him go up the hill. Have you been watching the TT this year?
Yeah, I watched it this year. It was good to see him getting his 29th win, so it's pretty impressive, to be fair. So I've followed him for quite a while now. Obviously for his family heritage and that, like him still flying that Dunlop name, it's amazing. So.
It really is. Thank you for speaking to us. Make sure you head to the balcony later where it will be a big moment celebrating him. Thank you very much. It's great to see some Isle of Man TT fans here, and especially a Michael Dunlop fan. As we move over, the next bike actually belongs to Peter Hickman. So this is his BMW M1000 RR. So this bike and this man is the fastest around the Isle of Man TT course. This has set an average lap of 136 miles per hour. It looks like we've got a few Hickey fans in the background. We'll see if we can grab a word with a few people. Excuse me, hi there. I noticed you were wearing a TT t-shirt there. Are you a fan?
I am, yes.
Are you a fan of Peter Hickman in particular?
Yeah, and Michael, yeah. Well, all of them, really. John McGuinness, I've been following them for years.
Yeah, and many of them are going up the hill later on. Will you be watching the run today?
Yes, I will, yeah. Hopefully I'll catch up with them.
And Michael Dunlop's having his big moment celebrating on the balcony later on. 29 TT wins. That is pretty impressive, isn't it?
It's very impressive. I've been following him for a long time, and he's worked hard to get to that position. You know, fair play to him. You know, he deserves it.
Definitely. Well, it's great to see a fan. Thank you for speaking to us. I absolutely love that people are showing appreciation for just how hard and what these riders have achieved across the Isle of Man TT course. We'll be staying down here and catching a bit more of the action with the bikes and the visitors, but for now, we'll get back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Grace Webb, and you can see just what a bike contingent we have on offer for you here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Harry Benjamin here with you in the commentary box, alongside me, James Hayden. Just a few big names standing and having a chat.
Just a few. Look at that. We got Kenny Roberts there, the 3-time world champion in yellow and black leathers, talking to Mick Doohan, 5-time champion, 5 consecutive championships. And that's Kenny Roberts Jr., the 2000 world champion. Really is unbelievable. We see Steve Parish here, that's Peter Hickman. Randy Mamola talking to Jamie Williams. There's Freddie Spencer, number 3 on the NS 500 with John McGuinness. I mean, it really is, if you're into bikes, this is just wonderful to see.
Now, we have the Michael Dunlop moment on the balcony, celebrating all he has achieved at the Isle of Man TT, coming up a little later on, and around about 20 past 12. So do make sure you are here with us for that. But can you explain just a little bit more about why that is such an achievement and what it is about the Isle of Man that is such a ferocious task to take on?
Well, I mean, it's 37.7 miles long. You've got to memorise every single inch of it. You know, the lap record held by Peter Hickman, who we just saw, is 136.5 miles an hour average speed. And, you know, they're doing over 200 miles an hour. And that, by the way, sorry, we got to interrupt there. That's Giacomo Agostini, the most 15 world championships, 10
spanner in his hand.
Yeah, he's on his old MV, 503 from 1972 that he won the world championship on, and they're just doing a little bit of a last moment adjustment. But Giacomo Agostini, a legend, just an unbelievable rider. He won 7 consecutive championships in 350s and 500s for MV, and then he left, and a couple of years later won another 500 on the Yamaha. And he's just an incredible man, an incredible ambassador for the sport.
I mean, how amazing is that, though? I mean, 82 years old, not only those achievements, but still, getting out the elbow grease and putting in the graft and getting down there and having a look, making those adjustments before he heads out up the hill. He's a true racer.
He certainly is, and yes, they don't get any sort of finer or any more pedigree than that. So just lovely to see. I'm sure everyone's itching to help him, but he probably wants to. He knows exactly what he wants, and it looks to me like he's just adjusting the gear lever or the foot peg position. Nothing sort of too major, but just tweaking it. Stuart Graham next to him as well, the bike and car racer. He's sitting on one of the JPS Nortons, one of the 588 Nortons there. So yeah, it's just this amazing array of riders and motorcycles. We can see the number 1 in the background there. That's one of Kevin Schwantz's bikes, the championship bikes, number 34 as well, stuck on it. I like the fact they've given him his number. That's Nathan there from the classic Suzuki team, who's done a great job of restoring some of these. In fact, they've restored the 1989 Pepsi Suzuki bike, RGV 500, which is here somewhere. And then we're looking back to some of the flat trackers from America. We haven't seen these guys come over before, so it's really wonderful to see some of these guys sort of come out and come and do some stuff. We're just having a look at the Honda number 45. That's the Honda Transalp powered flat tracker, a 750 twin-cylinder 4, and then, then we're going back. That's Seti Gibernau's beautiful Ducati Desmodici with Wayne Gardner on board. So, and he's talking to Stefan Bradl, who's the current Honda test rider and replacement rider. And behind him, you can just peep it in the background there. That is the latest of the, we're going from a 1937 BMW to that bike there. That's got 300 brake horsepower. And, the original one that we're going to see starts with 37. So it really is a complete mix. That's Norik Abe's 1995 YZR 500 number 17. I raced against him in that year on the same motorcycle, and now we're looking at Marco Melandri's bike. So which is just great to see that. So there really is some. It's just a who's who of motorcycles, and bikes. So it just wonderful, just wonderful.
It really is. And in just a few moments' time, we are going to be running up the hill with these celebrations of all things two wheels, with the Isle of Man TT celebration, motorbikes, off-road dirt bikes, and some sidecar action coming up as well. We've been seeing Maria Costello heading up and down the hill all weekend so far. We'll also have some Formula One action as well. They'll be going out towards the back of this pad. There is Maria Costello there, just in the background, of course. Once held the world record around the Isle of Man TT circuit with the fastest average lap time on a bike.
No, that's right. She's done a wonderful job. New sort of partner with her this year. You also saw Ellis and Clemore, the current world champions and last year's world champions, double world and British champions. We've also got Tim Reeves and Mark Wilkes there. Tim drove, he was at the Southern 100. He drove all night to get here yesterday at 7 a.m. So I saw him, he just arrived, drove all the way from Ireland. That's his unit there. So it wasn't stickered up, and he was like, I've got to get a few hours sleep before I get out, get the stickers on it. So, and these are great to see as well. It's something different. They were fantastic at the members meeting. A lot of people had never seen them before and were blown away by the show that they put on.
Does seeing all this make you, get the leathers on and join them?
Absolutely. I've come up the hill before. So here we've got John McGuinness and Peter Hickman, two absolute legends of the TT, obviously. John McGuinness has won 23 TTs, number 1 there, and number 10, Peter Hickman, he's won 14 TTs, and he, as I said earlier, he is the lap record holder at the moment. So just great to see these guys sort of coming up the hill to just legends of the roads, and the race. Pete Hickman currently racing in British Superbikes as well. John is racing in the British Super Stocks, and the British Championship over here is the most competitive domestic championship in the world. It is just fantastic riders. They've just come past the commentary box now. A duo of utter class, and John also, he has equal with the great Mike the Bike Hale with 7 TT senior wins. Freddie Spencer has just come past as well. Freddie Spencer, the 1985 World 500 and 250 world champion, the only man to ever do that. As we just see this continue. There is the great Kenny Roberts, and that's his son next to him. Now, interestingly, these two are the only two father and son to have both won the 500cc world championships. So King Kenny, number 1, he won them, in the 70s and 80s, and his son won the 2000 World Championship. Kenny won them on Yamaha, his son won his on Suzuki, and just lovely to see these. And certainly on yesterday, Kenny gave it the most beans out of anyone I saw coming up the hill. And what an amazing thing for a father and son to be able to do, to go up the hill together, and to have had that just incredible history of both winning the World Championship. They are a dynasty.
Both, with that number 1 on the front, and a lot of smoke coming off of at the back of the Suzuki as well.
Yeah, well, it is a 500 two-stroke, so that's what they do. But there is no greater star. Well, some might put Valentino Rossi in there, but no one's won as many World Championships as this man. 15 World Championships. The great Giacomo Agostini on his famous MV Agusta. This is the 500 free from 1972, and they changed. Honda had come in, they were running the 504, but they knew it'd be too heavy, so they changed it to this 503, which was lighter, more nimble, didn't have the top speed, but it still allowed him to win, and he is a legend, and he's still such a grateful, cool, looks almost like a Hollywood film star still to this day, and what a career he had. It's so lovely to hear those unique MV come up the hill. Incredible to see.
Past the Flint Wall, you're watching one of the most successful motorcycle races in history. As James said, 8 500cc championships, 7 350cc championships for Giacomo Agostini, who is making his way up the hill at the moment. And what I love about seeing these homages to the past as well is you get those brilliant retro liveries flashed back into life.
Yeah, you do. So this is the 1994 RGV 500 of Kevin Swanson. He'd won the World Championship the year before in '93, and this is his '94 motorcycle. So it was the only time he ever carried the #1 plate, because he always raced number 34. So again, a V4 two-stroke. You see the 2 exhausts at the side, 2 exhausts coming out the back, and that is why they smoke a little bit until they're right on power. And remember, they just like to be revved, so they don't want to run sort of too slowly. And now we're going sort of back in time. This is the BMW R54 short stroke. So great to sort of come back and see some of these old motorcycles as well. And this is it's a wonderful old machine. This one was actually one that you could buy. They made 24 for the well-heeled professionals, they called them. So privateers that had some money were allowed to buy this bike, and it could do 120 miles an hour. Back in the 1950s. So it really was quite a machine, and it's a great classic BMW Boxer twin engine with the pistons either side. Now we're looking back to one of the factory Ducatis, and this is, yes we are, we're looking back to a factory Ducati, and that is number 15. So this is Seti Gimenau's Ducati, and this is a GP6 bike. So this is Desmond Dici GP6 990cc. So this was the last of the 990s before they changed the rules down to 800s, and it was a very, very successful bike. Took the opening Grand Prix win at Jerez in 2006, and also that year Caprarossi won on it, and then at the final round the World Superbike champion Troy Bayliss got a chance to come in after winning the World Superbike Championship, got on it, and he won the final round at Valencia, so which was unbelievable, and such a moment for him. We're now looking at the Royal Enfield 650 flat tracker. The guys getting it sideways, showing what they do. Obviously, these bikes are designed to go around ovals, and a lot of really brilliant talent from over the years, were going sideways. Now, this is Stefan Bradl. He's the factory, as I say. This bike has got 300 brake horsepower. Just look at it compared to the rest. Carbon brakes. Looking at the aerodynamics on it.
That's the biggest change, isn't it, in current MotoGP, is the rise of all the aerodynamics and the bits and the bobs on a bike.
It is, and it's a kind of a mixed blessing in 2 ways, because it's it does change tyre temperatures and racing, and I think we have to be very careful with the aerodynamics in our sport, not to ruin the racing. But what a weapon these things are! 170 kilos with 300 brake horsepower. They do 227 miles an hour through the speed trap in Italy this year. And Stefan Bradl, he's the test rider, he's the development rider. If the rider's injured, he's out on it. And it really is, HRC, the Honda Racing Corporation, they're in a bit of a, they're not at their top in the sport right now. Ducati, KTM, they've really sort of come on, Aprilia, but they're fighting very, very hard to get it back, and it's still an incredibly impressive and dramatic motorcycle.
Yeah, well, when you lose Marc Marquez, you might not be in a very good spot.
Yeah, I mean, he was an irreplaceable talent and a generational talent. We're now looking at one of the Barry Sheen motorcycles, you can see from the number 7, and this is actually the Suzuki RG500 XR14. The XR tells you it's a factory bike. And these really transformed. This is from 1975, and these transformed the series. Up until then, the early 70s, they were all four strokes, and then the RG started coming in, and they really started changing just the whole dimensions, the whole way that motorcycle racing went. 500cc four-cylinder two-stroke, and they were so dominant. And now we're going to the off-road sort of dirt bikes, and this is part of the Yamaha off-road team. So these guys are desert racers. They are tough as old boots. And this is the GYTR, the genuine Yamaha Technology Racing, which basically means full factory team. Now, amongst these guys, you've got Stefan Peter Hansel, 6-time Paris Dakar champion. And you've got some of the young talent coming through. You've got Paul Torres. He won the Moroccan Desert Challenge in April. He also they had a 1-2 at the Trans Anatolia last year. So these guys and these bikes, these factory 700cc twin Teneres, they are, you can see the skills they've got. These guys are like trials riders, motocross riders, enduro riders, rally experts, road racers. They do everything, and these bikes are designed to be so tough. And what a team they are. They do an absolutely brilliant job. They're also sponsored by the Two Wheels for Life charity that is around. So if you see those boxes, please give freely, because it's an amazing charity for what they do. And the guys giving us a nice little formation of wheelies there. So it's great to see that. So yeah, I mean, what a collection of tough nuts these are on the bikes and the men themselves, and it's lovely to see them here and see them supporting such a good charity.
Celebrating all things Two Wheels to kick things off on the hill climb before we head into the afternoon, celebrating the Isle of Man TT off-road dirt bikes as well. We have had it all so far, and some of the biggest manufacturers involved in that too. Something rather different from two wheels to four wheels, but it's rather big because it's a Supervan. This, the all-electric Ford Supervan that they have on display here, and as you can tell from the name, it is all-electric, and it is like a van that you have never seen before.
It's going to get your walkers missed pretty quickly, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a series of promotional vehicles with instant torque off the start line, proper aerodynamics bolted on to the front end, and of course with that huge rear wing providing that extra bit of downforce, this is going to get that delivery from A to B in absolutely no time.
It is rapid, and you can see really got some downforce as well, the way it's kicking up the dirt.
And this was specifically designed for hill climbing as well, though with the front spoiler, the large rear wing, revised 3-motor all-wheel drive powertrain with a total power output of 1,500 kilowatts in horsepower. That's over 2,000 in this Ford Supervan. It is an incredible piece of machinery that is making its way around to something maybe a little more recognisable that you might find. The Aston Martin Vantage F1 safety car, and this is one of the actual safety cars that you will see leading the pack when there's an incident in a Formula One race, normally driven by Bernd Mailander. This time, Stephen Tompkins at the wheel of this one. And one of the striking Aston Martins, of course, slightly redesigned to allow for the lights on top of it. But Aston Martin, who kind of really made their mark on Formula One in the last few years, taking over and was sharing the platform with Mercedes, who also run safety car and medical car teams with their GT. We'll see the DBX 707 here with Aston Martin. Now, this is something, well, that the safety cars of old would have absolutely been leading around the field, and it's driven by one Pablo Montoya. From the 2004 Formula One season, this Williams designed by Patrick Head and driven by Montoya, but also sharing that with Ralf Schumacher, Antonio Pizzonia, Marc Genet, powered by that BMW 3-litre V10 engine. That sounds amazing.
Yeah, it sounds absolutely incredible. 950 brake horsepower, whiffs to 19,000, and those V10s are sorely missed in an oil fence. Absolutely incredible thing.
just hearing it as he comes off the throttle as well. Fantastic run up the hill for Juan Pablo Montoya, a winner 7 times in Formula 1, and that car getting the 1 win in Brazil for Juan Pablo Montoya, making his way round for Williams and celebrating all things Formula 1. Heading up the hill now, another legend of the sport in the form of Emerson Fittipaldi. This is the McLaren Cosworth M23-5. And I mean, Emerson Fittipaldi, every time he comes here, even himself, he gets so emotional driving these cars. This was one of the most successful F1 designs ever, winning 21 Formula 1 races over 4 years, and it was twice a champion for Emerson Fittipaldi in 1974 and then for James Hunt in 1976. Just absolutely sensational bits of machinery here. From the past to, well, the recent past, this is the Ferrari SF71. At the wheel is the newest Formula 1 driver. Well, he will be a full-time Formula 1 driver next year in the form of the young British racer Oliver Bearman. This is the SF71H, the 64 single-seater car designed and constructed by Ferrari to compete in the 2018 Formula 1 World Championship, driven by Sebastian Vettel and Kimi Raikkonen with that V6 turbocharged engine. 6 wins, 24 podiums, 6 pole positions in what was a very competitive year for Ferrari. And Oliver Bearman signalling the latest and the new generation of drivers coming into Formula 1, and great to fly the flag for the UK as well in it.
Yeah, fantastic. It just really highlights as well the development of how the cars have just changed so dramatically, haven't they? You know, the size of them, the shape of them, the aerodynamics, just as we saw with the motorcycles. The technology marches on, and it's such different looking things.
Absolutely. Oliver Bearman, who has been a part of the Ferrari Driver Academy, currently racing in Formula 2, but you'll be seeing him a lot this year in Formula 1 in his Friday free practice 1 outing with the Haas Formula 1 team before signing his full-time contract for 2025. Well, he will become a Haas Formula 1 driver. His teammate still yet to be decided, but Oliver Bearman then at the wheel of the SF71H from Ferrari, powering Sebastian Vettel and Kimi Raikkonen to wins and pole positions in Formula 1 during that 2018 season. And Ferrari displaying a huge amount on offer here with this, the F2007. Now, we mentioned Kimi Raikkonen. Well, this was what powered him to a brilliant win. This is his first season at Ferrari. Managed to triumph in the Drivers' Championship, but it was close. It went all the way to the wire. Do you remember it?
I remember it. Brazil, wasn't it?
Yeah, 1 point.
Yeah, amazing. It didn't look like he was going to do it, did it?
No, he absolutely didn't. For the Finn that year, he had 6 victories, and thanks to Felipe Massa's 3 wins, Ferrari also went on to take victory in the Constructors' Championship as well. But a fantastic display. Ferrari yet to find their way back to the very top in Formula 1, but certainly moving in the right direction over the next couple of years. Of course, 2026, a big regulation change coming up in Formula 1. And one of the next young drivers on the list, Frederick Vesti, Formula 2 runner-up last year at the wheel of the Mercedes W12 E-Performance. This is the 2021 car from Mercedes.
Yeah, he's also quite brave. You see, most people have been going up on wets just to give him that little bit more movement, that little bit grip. I can notice he's going up on full slicks. So, and giving us a lovely little burnout there in front of the house. That'll warm him up.
And you'll lose it in the smoke, but what fantastic donut. Just about, oh no, he does kick it up on the grass at the end for Fred Vesti, who is absolutely loving his time in the Mercedes Formula 1 car, the W12E Performance. This the car that collided with Max Verstappen during that heated year in the championship battle, Monza 2021. going down to that first chicane, turns 1 and 2, and the Red Bull ending up on top of Lewis Hamilton, and the halo really making a safety play once again. And you can see at the time the amount of damage it did to the halo. Red Bull are also out in full force, celebrating 20 years of Red Bull racing. It's hard to believe how successful an energy drinks company has been since they took over from what was the old Jaguar team. This is Patrick Frisak at the wheel of the RB7.
And I tell you what, he's been the most enjoyable for me of the Formula 1 drivers coming up this hill. He's had it sideways everywhere, kicking it sideways, sliding it. He's been absolutely superb taking up the hill all weekend.
He's been loving it out there. This is from the 2011 season. Sebastian Vettel and Mark Webber were the drivers. It saw them take 12 wins, 27 podiums and 18 pole positions. And Vettel and Red Bull on their way to their second title. Second for Sebastian Vettel, second for Red Bull. And hear that V8 roar, this from 2012. And, well, from Mick Doohan to 2 wheels, Jack Doohan to 4 wheels in the Alpine.
Indeed, I was going to say, I recognise the nod to that helmet. Obviously, Mick Doohan's son, Jack Doohan, he's doing great things, and looks like he's enjoying this one.
Could be in for a drive next year as well, could Jack Doohan. This is actually an Alpine liveried Lotus Renault from 2012. Now, Lotus weren't actually really involved, the actual car manufacturer. It was more of a branding advertising deal. It was very much a Renault car. You can tell it's 2012 from the step nose, and round he goes. 2 hands off the wheel. Jack Doohan feeling brave. Kush Miney was in the car yesterday, and you could not knock the smile off his face when he got out of there. I expect the same from Jack Doohan when he gets to the top of the hill and probably ends up having a chat with David Green. But this was from a fantastic season 2012. 7 different winners in the first 7 races. This is the car that won an Abu Dhabi in the hands of Kimi Raikkonen.
Yeah, this is great to see, and you'd expect nothing less of Mick Doohan's son, and a little bit of exuberance here and there. Brilliant.
And could we see a Doohan in Formula 1 next year? Well, there is a seat up for grabs alongside in the current Formula 1 team. Jack Doohan doing a heavy amount of testing with the Alpine Formula 1 team at the moment, and I think Australia would absolutely love to have him in Formula 1 joining Oscar Piastri and perhaps Daniel Ricciardo as well. 3 drivers on the grid. That would be massive for Australia.
Fantastic.
Across the line then for Jack Doohan in the Alpine E20 from 2012, and that was the car that powered Kimi Raikkonen to his win in Abu Dhabi. And of course those famous words which were "leave me alone, I know what I'm doing" over the radio when he was being coached towards that race win. He decided he was fine with that. Right, Hamda Al-Kubaisi is at the wheel of this, the Emirati racing driver, currently racing in F1 Academy, this Red Bull livery car. She is backed by Red Bull as one of their official juniors. Now this is a new category that was introduced last year to very much try and make the pathway much easier for women to climb up the ladder of motorsport. F1 Academy leading to the Formula Regional or Formula 4 level, then Formula 3, Formula 2 and Formula 1. Hamda Al-Kubaisi, who has stood on the top step of the podium last year and has been running well so far this year too. Her sister Amna Al-Kubaisi also in the championship. Great for the United Arab Emirates to have representation on the grid too. But F1 Academy also not only paving the way for more female racing drivers, but also trying to make sure that we do see more women in motorsport in general, whether that be from tyre technicians to engineers to those working in the garage. That is what F1 Academy is set up to do. So where you can, do support that championship and that series as Hamda Al-Kubaisi crosses the line in the F1 Academy car and comes to a slight halt. A good bit of testing for her before she heads to the next round in just a few weeks. But let's take a look back at some of the highlights from what was a lot of action, and we kicked off with the 2-wheelers.
Yeah, here's the great Mick Doohan, the 5-time world champion. He's riding a NSV NSR 500V, which was like the customer version. He rode the V4 version. The great Giacomo Agostini, 15-time world champ, 10-time TT winner, taking this beautiful 1972 503 MV. And then we moved to the world champions, Clement and Ellis, double world champions, in fact, double British champions. And what a unit there have to be. And then we're moving back to the 50s with this gorgeous Boxer twin. And then we moved to Seti Gibernauza, Desmodici. I mean, nice little wheelie coming up the hill there. And just wonderful to see some of these bikes. And here's Stefan Bradl on the very latest, 213, and 300 brake horsepower it's got. You can see the winglets, all the different aero to keep it down, the electronics. Then we're back to the 70s with the RG500, one of Barry Sheen's motorcycles, factory version. Lovely to see that sort of coming up in its classic colours. They really are treated just to some wonderful stuff. And then we've got some of the desert racers there. Also, they've got Norik Abe's factory YZR mob with Yamaha in the background coming past. It really is. Then we got the Yamaha GYTR a factory desert racing team. They're coming up in that beautiful trio of wheelies. And then, wow, the old McLaren.
Certainly, we went from 2 to 4, and there was a lot on offer from across the Formula One landscape, from old to new. McLaren certainly representing. Oliver Behrman, the latest in a new generation of Formula One driver, will come onto the grid next year. A Ferrari driver academy member powering the 2018 Formula One car that saw Sebastian Vettel and Kimi Raikkonen take victories up the hill. And all Ferraris evolved. We have Kimi Raikkonen's F2007, Michael Schumacher's F2001, both making their way up the hill, and something a little more modern from the Mercedes of Fred Vesti. But that was just a little that was on offer from the F1 and the Isle of Man TT bikes. But let's head up the hill and check in with David Green.
Ago, great to see you as always.
Grazie, thank you, thank you.
We saw you at the start line with the spanners out. Everything okay?
Yeah, just it's a regulation of the brake, the rear brake, but not very important, because if you want to win, we don't need a lot of brake.
I was wondering why you were doing it. Surely you have people who can do that for you now.
Yeah.
Always good to get the spanners out.
Yeah, I have a good mechanic, but I have a mechanic from Yamaha now. I don't with MV, but I have mechanics from Yamaha.
Hey, well, it takes everything. I love to see you here because, we have the great and the good from the motorsport, but we have young men like Kenny with only a few world champions.
My father.
I think it's important you come here and show these young guys how it's done with your 15 world championships.
Yeah, I think I teach everybody. I must teach everybody.
You're always here, Festival of Speed, Revival. What brings you back every time?
20 years I come.
Why does it bring you back every time?
Because it's nice, it's a lot of people, and I meet all my friends. I try my bikes, and it's nice,
Out of every type of driving skill, the bikers seem to have the most fun up here. They're always ribbing each other, the banter's good.
Yeah, we come for the show, we just playing, just joking about it, and it's just, we not, it's not the serious, it's not the race, so it's just for fun, it's nice. And
I hope when I'm 92 I can still ride like him. Yeah. Did I say 92? No, I meant 100.
He said you were his father.
Yeah, that's why he's so fast.
Why was he out? He said you were walking the bike up the hill. Were you not going fast enough for it?
Oh, he pushed the bike.
No, I went the wrong way. They said you went the wrong way. I said that's normal.
Kenny, how important is it to have Ago here, just to show you how it's done?
Yeah, it's a legend. Yeah, and that's the best sounding motorcycle here.
I would agree. It's a beautiful looking thing as well.
Try my bikes one day.
Yeah?
He's happy.
Yeah, and they give me 5 laps, and the clutch slipped for 4.5 laps. I was so pissed.
It's nice to see you with your son driving up the hill. That must have been some moment today.
I saw that I was 74.
Yeah.
When that thing started at a Grand Prix, they pushed him and went, bam, bam. I was like, I couldn't believe it. In America, I'd never heard anything like that.
It's a fantastic looking thing. Great to have you here. Great to see you driving up with your son. That must have been an emotional moment.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's why I'm here. It's when you can ride up with your son and with 2 world champions riding up the hill is pretty special.
No, we enjoyed it.
I could keep up.
You're not doing a bad job. Nice to see you. Juan Pablo, you seem to enjoy that.
Yeah, that was... It's funny because I've driven a couple of F1s lately, like V8s, and I have forgot how much power the V10 had. I was gassing and I'm going, oh! It's stupid how fast it is.
It's a little bit more horsepower, like another 150 horsepower?
Believe me, it feels a lot more than a little bit. It's like the other ones, you give it gas and it's like, yeah, accelerates, but it's predictable. This, it's a wild animal. It's good fun.
And the sound as well, that's something for the crowd.
I know, it's pretty amazing, to be honest.
Now, Pablo, I remember when you were here in, I believe, 2003, I came along and you chop it in, took a ride up the hill.
Yeah, it was funny because that's what I was driving, you know, it was normal. So it was just, you know, a demo up the street where this is pretty wild. It's fun.
And this is the first time you've been up in 20 years?
Yeah, 21 years.
Did you remember which way it went?
No. Honestly, I didn't. Like, okay, where are we going next?
But you enjoyed it, obviously.
Yeah. I mean, I got, you know, through a couple of times wide open through the gears, and it's catchy. Like when you get wide open, because it moves so fast that it's like, no, back off. It's good fun.
What brings you here this weekend?
Honestly, you know, the guys at Williams and the guys from Brad Hollinger and Hunker's Racing invited me to drive their car. You know, Brad owns this car, you know, when Brad was involved with Williams before, and it's pretty cool, to be honest with you. It's pretty cool. It's really cool because I get to drive it today. That has been amazing. And honestly, I have the Brazil car, the winning car at home, and after this, I want to rebuild mine, like make it a running car. And my kid's driving it tomorrow, so it's pretty cool.
That's amazing. It sounds like it was worth the trip.
Yeah, well, absolutely.
Good to speak to you. Ollie, I've just seen you sign a Ferrari car. That's your new world now, isn't it?
Yeah, no, that was quite a special moment. One of the most beautiful cars in you know, the history of Ferrari, a very successful one as well. So you know, it's all part of the fun of being here, and I'm really excited. Really excited and really happy to be here as well.
How was it driving this car up the hill?
It was.
Will you do that next time up?
Oh, I got some work to do. That takes a lot of confidence. Wow.
That was quite a tight circle.
Yeah. No, I was going to do some, but I missed it. I didn't know the track, and I completely missed the space to do donuts. Next time you'll see some donuts, but no, it's great to be here, and I'm really enjoying it.
We were laughing that, you know, this might be your last time you can come to the Festival of Speed and walk around without being interrupted, but I think it's probably already too late.
Yeah, although it's quite difficult already. I have to run and keep my head down, but no, it's great. I get to see a lot of people supporting me, and it's you know, having announced my contract in Silverstone and coming here as a British driver, it's amazing to feel the support of the fans and the passion as well.
It's been a whirlwind ride since the beginning of the year. I mean, tell us a little bit about what's been happening to you and what you're doing this weekend.
Yeah, it's been a very busy year. Of course, there was a last-minute call to Ferrari in Jeddah, which transformed my year quite a lot. I've done a lot of free practices with Haas now, and now, of course, being here. So lots of laps in an F1 car. This is probably the most fun laps I've had. Lots of wheel spin and lots of tire smoke, but no, I've been loving it, and it's been fantastic.
Well, it's so great to see you here. It's so great to see you smiling, and I look forward to the donuts on your next run up.
Yeah, well, I'll try and put on a good show for everyone. Thank you very much.
Jack, good to meet you. First time up the hill?
Yeah, first time up. It was awesome. I've been watching it for so long, been wanting to come here for so long, so to be able to properly do it is amazing.
Tell us about the car you're in today.
We're in the 2012 Renault E20, obviously converted now into Alpine colours. It's amazing, absolute screamer of an engine. It's a pleasure, you know. Being inside this car just makes me wish, to be honest, they were still like this now.
I'm just pleased it's in one piece because Kushmani's been driving it for the last couple of days, and he had this thing sideways. He was doing donuts in it, so I'm glad it's in one piece for you to run up the hill.
He looked after it very well, and glad that I could take it over.
So you're driving this up the hill? Anything else this weekend?
No, just be this again this afternoon, but I'll really enjoy every moment that I get inside.
And first trip up the hill, what are you looking forward to this weekend?
To be honest, my second run. I look forward to getting back in the car and doing it all over again, but also just being able to socialise and network with a bunch of amazing people here.
I had to pull you away from some of these other riders and drivers. It's quite the place to meet your friends and fans, aren't it?
Yeah, definitely. You know, my father was just riding up about a minute earlier probably than me on the bike, so to come up here at the same time as him is amazing.
Fantastic. We could get your father in here. I couldn't resist a father and son moment.
Yeah, no, it's it's good to be able to come up the hill. I'm doing a little bit tougher than him in the luxury. He's got the car radio, air conditioning. You know, it's pretty easy.
Is it?
The boy's done good.
He's doing well, you know. I think it's one more step to go, and hopefully he can make it.
What's it like for you in Festival of Speed and this serendipity of having the bikes come up with the Formula One cars and the both of you being able to come up the hill? It must be a fantastic feeling.
It always is, you know, and especially this year to be able to do it with Jack also. So I've done it numerous for many, many years now, and you know, different current and ex-Formula One guys, and likewise with the bike. So and that's what's good about this event, and then I think that's why everyone comes out to see these beautiful machines and old buggers like us in amongst the young fellas.
Did you give him a few tips on the hill?
I don't think I can, you know. He may give me some.
Well, gents, it's an absolute pleasure to see you both here, 2 wheels and 4, and enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Cheers. You too, thank you.
Thank you, man.
Well, in true Festival of Speed spirit, I found a great story yesterday. James here named his son after Emerson Fittipaldi, his hero. And I got these two guys together. I think it's a great story. James, why did you do it?
It was a name that we've got a card.
I'll start again. Have a think. No worries. We'll start from the top. In true Festival of Speed spirit, I found a guy here whose hero is Emerson Fittipaldi, and he's named his son after him, and now he gets to meet the man himself. James, you named your son after Emerson.
Yeah, he was always a hero of mine growing up, and my father's, so yeah, he was.
That's quite the accolade, getting a child named after you.
That's honor. So that's a blessing from God, and thank you to have my name on his son. That's great.
And I suppose the Festival of Speed is a great way where the fans just get in to meet the drivers up close and personal. We can come and see you in your championship-winning car. It's just such a great event from that point of view.
Well, it's a fantastic event. By the way, my mother gave my name Emerson because a very famous philosopher and writer, American, called Ralph Waldo Emerson. Because my brother was Wilson, I could not be Giuseppe. And then she tried to found an American name, and that's why we're Emerson. And anyway, it's fantastic to be here. It'll be a beautiful day, sunshine. I'm driving this incredible McLaren M23. I achieved my 2nd World Championship, and McLaren is doing so well now. You know, I hope next year McLaren will be a world champion.
It's great to see McLaren doing well, and it's great to see how emotional you get when you're reunited with this car. You've always got such a big smile on your face, and it's lovely to see you.
Thank you very much, and God bless.
And James, nice to meet you, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Special moments being created everywhere you look here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Now, last month, Michael Dunlop surpassed his uncle Joey to become the most successful rider in the history of the Isle of Man TT. The Northern Irish rider now has 29 TT wins to his name. And please do, if you are here, gather around the house. The Michael Dunlop moment on the balcony will be coming up in around about 10 minutes' time, 20 past 12, celebrating all of the achievements of Michael Dunlop at the Isle of Man TT.
How do you start an iconic movement? Classicism would say it's all about form and craftsmanship, while surrealism would find all of this quite, well, surprising. After all, it's about creating the icon of a new movement. Welcome to Forwardism, the all-electric BMW i7.
We have chosen the Two Wheels for Life charity for the 2024 Festival of Speed because it not only provides essential and much needed support for people in remote areas of Africa, but also because they use motorcycles to reach those in need. I've always so enjoyed my motorcycles, and I'm delighted that we can help this charity to provide healthcare to those who are desperately in need of support. I have no doubt that all our visitors this summer will want to help a charity that makes such good use of two wheels away from roads and racetracks. I do hope you will help us support such a good and important cause.
Day 3 at the Goodwood Festival of Speed here in 2024 on an absolutely packed out lawn in front of the Goodwood House. And we are being treated to absolutely brilliant machinery, 4-2, old and new, across this Goodwood weekend. Up in the commentary box is myself, Harry Benjamin. Alongside me is James Hayden. And now we are building up to the balcony moment to celebrate Michael Dunlop. So if you are not yet with a good view of the balcony on that side of the hill, make sure you head over there now. You've got around about 4 or 5 minutes to get yourself over there, or you can find yourself sat down with a nice drink, something to eat in front of one of the many big screens that you can find up and down the estate here at Goodwood. Now, Michael Dunlop, well, last month he surpassed his Uncle Joey to become the most successful rider in the history of the Isle of Man TT. The Northern Irish rider now has 29 TT wins to his name. James, just tell us just how special that is, what it means not only for the achievements he has around the Isle of Man TT, but why the TT is so alluring to riders.
Well, I mean, listen, it's obviously, there's no two ways about it. It's one of the most dangerous races in the world. It's 37 miles long. You've got to know every inch, every bit of speed, every drain cover. A lot of it's blind. Some of it's over 200 miles an hour. And, they're averaging, the quick guys, 136 miles an hour over that whole distance. So, and that's a real challenge mentally, physically, and just like climbing Everest or something, it takes lives as well, and it's something that you have to bear in mind. His Uncle Joey, who the legend Joey Dunlop, no one thought his record of 26 would ever be beaten, and obviously he beat it this year, 29, and it would have been 30 probably without a problem with one of his motorcycles. And he's come through a lot of adversity from that. I was actually showing my age now. I was teammates with his father Robert back in 1994 on the factory Hondas, and obviously sadly his father was killed doing it. His brother was killed road racing, his Uncle Joey was killed road racing, so he's had to overcome all of those things to become the very best, and he is the very best. I tell you what, when you see him out there, he is incredible. You can see him, he absolutely rides the wheels off it, uses every inch. He's aggressive, he's determined, he's tough as old boots. He's a fantastic rider, and in that discipline, he is the absolute top man.
Well, what was it like being teammates with his father? Can you see a lot of the similar traits in riding style from his father to Michael now? Yeah,
I mean, I was sharing, I was short circuit racing rather than road racing with his father, but and we were on the new, what was the RC45 at the time, and but yes, he was again sort of quite a serious rider. in himself a lovely chap. God bless his soul, and a lot of fun, and we had some great times, that year together on the Hondas. So and Michael has got that steely, quiet determination, that ruthlessness, and that inner belief and steel that makes a truly brilliant road racer, and 29 TT victories, and he's not stopped yet. This could, well, we could be seeing, a record now that could hold for forever, or who knows. So it's a wonderful thing, and the TT is such a unique and special event, and it's also such a wonderful celebration of freedom. And people go and climb Everest, and they know the dangers there, and it's the same. We're looking at two other TT legends here, Peter Hickman and John McGuinness. John McGuinness is, he's no slouch himself around the TT. Unbelievable 23 TT wins, and the man next to him is Peter Hickman, who's had 14 TT wins and holds the lap record at 136.35 miles an hour average lap. And so it's just a really special thing. You can imagine jumping in your car or on your bike and just tearing around roads when there's brick walls like that, and fields and huge drops, and that is the challenge. So that is the buzz, and the guys that do it and fall in love with it, they can't imagine not ever doing it. It's something that really sings to their soul, and I have so much admiration and for these guys. They are incredible, and when you're looking at two of the other real greats in the sport right now.
What is the history around the Isle of Man TT as a race? How did it begin?
It's been going on for over 100 years, and it was, believe it or not, part of the Grand Prix calendar until the mid-70s. So up until 77, if you did Grand Prix, you had to go and race the Isle of Man TT. So it was actually Giacomo Agostini, after one of his great friends was killed, said, "Listen, I'm not sure if this should be on the Grand Prix calendar anymore. This should be a separate event." So that changed it, and it dropped from that. But it's classic when you look back at some of the old photos, and they're wearing their suits, their flat caps back with a cigarette on the go, jumping an old Norton off the bridge. It really is, or a pipe. It's just this amazing adventure, and it's amazing thing of freedom. And also, you go there, it's got this amazing atmosphere. It's like a festival, and people are having fun, and it goes on for a couple of weeks, and it really is. There's so much more to it than racing bikes. But this is the man we're talking about, Michael Dunlop. He is the greatest TT rider of all time. The Northern Irishman is absolutely unbelievable around there. Nice little burnout for everyone as he makes his way to the house, and it's just so great to see him here and to get this this huge honour. I mean, you think of the greats that have been on this balcony in motorcycle sport, your Valentino Rossi's, the greats from Formula One, whether it be Lewis Hamilton, and for Goodwood to recognise him and the TT and his achievements is an absolutely brilliant thing. He's on the MD Racing CBR 1000RR Fireblade SP, and it's just great to see.
It really is to see Goodwood honouring this. The Duke of Richmond coming out to greet Michael Dunlop, who is putting on a show for us as well, because it is often that the two-wheelers can go a little bit more under the radar at these events when we are so focused on four, but how brilliant to see such huge attention to it. We are celebrating Michael Dunlop, who last month surpassed his uncle Joey to become the most successful rider in the history of the Isle of Man TT. The Northern Irishman now has 29 TT wins to his name, and he could well be adding to that, and we are about to celebrate that with his very own balcony moment at the Goodwood house. And this is a very special moment. And Michael Dunlop, I was doing a little bit of my swatting up in my research. Yep. His temperament as a rider could be quite fiery at one point. Not acknowledging some of the names of his competitors sometimes.
Yeah,
that steely determination of an athlete.
Well, he's a proper old school racer. He doesn't get involved in any of the Mickey Mouse stuff. He's just about winning, and he's just about competing. And he's a very, very hard competitor. You know, he's tough, he's aggressive, and more importantly, he is super fast. And he's a very, very hard man to beat on the roads.
Yeah, known for his aggressive style, which just makes it so spectacular to watch. And here at Goodwood, you know, staunch fans for years for TT racing, but also inspiring that next generation as well to sit down and get into not only motorbike racing, but the Isle of Man TT.
Yeah, and if you haven't been over there, whether you're into cars or bikes, it's an event you should do in your life, because there is nothing quite like it. And so much of it, you know, you can get up into the hills and go and watch it sat on your in a field at the side of the road with no one else and see them scream past. You can sit in a pub, watch them come past in the beer garden. You know, there's such a choice. You can be in the grandstand. There is a plethora of places around, you know, 37 miles long, over 30, you know, there's so many places you can go and see on that 37.73 mile course. And it really is an event in itself, and it's a wonderful thing. And don't forget, in the Isle of Man, of course, once you're out the speed limit areas, there is no speed limit. So once you're out the towns as well, you can
to the floor.
You can you know, obviously safely go as fast as you want.
Well, maybe not quite for the floor for the two wheels, but we are about to celebrate then Michael Dunlop, the greatest ever at the Isle of Man TT.
Wow, what an entrance. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for joining us here at Goodwood House to celebrate the most successful rider in TT history. He is an icon. He is an icon of road racing. Please welcome to the balcony, Michael Dunlop. Michael, what an entrance. It is great to see you. Now, I was fortunate enough to be there when you took your 26th, 27th, 28th and 29th TT win, and we saw just how emotional it was. Has it sunk in yet, just the incredible feat that you've achieved?
No, it's sort of more sunk in this morning when I got lifted at the house by a helicopter and dropped at the front door, and obviously the grace is... This is an honour. Obviously, this is, I suppose, when you're wanting to succeed at the highest point, and I've done that this year, just makes it feel something special. And for what they've done today, obviously something that will stick in my memory forever. And I'm just so grateful for the Goodwood people for everything they've done. And this, for me, is an honour, really. And it's, you know, to be the most successful person around the Isle of Man, it's a goal that I've been chasing for 12 years now. And this year we were able to make it successful.
And for someone that's maybe not seen the Isle of Man TT, but maybe just heard about it, can you describe just what that lap is like around the mountain course?
It's like a load of rednecks going racing. Just look, it's TT's obviously something completely different. In the sporting world, we do 37 of the quarter miles of sheer road racing between the trees, and mostly best man wins, and that's what it's about. And it's a challenge over 6 laps, which takes an hour and 40 minutes. And yeah, it's a feat that people think it's madness stuff, but when you're brought up and reared in it, it's nothing but it's the Olympic of the sport, and that's what we look at. It's the highest achievement that you can career. Doesn't matter where you win. You know, I've won all over the world, and nobody cares. But when you win at the TT, it's something different.
Well, it truly is phenomenal, and it's an intense few weeks. And as a spectator, people quite often say once the event has finished that you have the TT blues. Is that true for a rider? Do you experience the TT blues? Do you miss it once it's all over?
With the TT blues, is more going to work on Monday morning, but no, it's so high tense for 2 weeks. The TT, it's very full on, and for me, this is probably the first time that we haven't really stopped. Mostly when we go home from TT, back to work, and everything settles down again. But I really have been on the road ever since, so I haven't actually had a chance to stop. But look, you get that. It's like everything when you're in such a high. There's only one place to come, and that's back down again. So let's try and get back up on the high again next year and see what happens.
And coming into this year's TT, you had 25 wins to your name and stood as the second most successful TT rider behind your uncle, Joey Dunlop. And I think many people thought that his record of 26 TT wins would never be broken. Was there a time that you thought that his record would be unreachable?
I don't look. Records are there to be broke. That's for sure. We knew that, and I knew I was capable of winning races. The sad thing was that about 2 weeks before the TT, I broke my wrist in 3 places. I broke my skyfoid, my luniate, and the bottom of my arm. And at that point, I was very nervous of how things were going to come apart and whether we were going to be competitive. I knew I should be competitive. And to go to the TT stronger than I've probably ever been was fantastic. You know, look, my record's going to be broken. There's no doubt about that. The records are there to be broke. That's the whole point of sport. That's the whole point of the game. But for me, the only record that I was looking to choose was obviously Joey's, because it stood for 24 years, and it's obviously my uncle, and it's a family thing. And for me, mine will be broke, but it'll not make a difference, because obviously Joey is the big hero of the sport, and to be in that, even named alongside Joey, for me is an honour. So for me it's a proud day for the family, and it was a proud day for me. And I'm not any better than Joey. That wasn't to try and pretend to be that. It was just to be within the same winning league as Joey. That was what the goal was.
It truly is phenomenal, and why you deserve the recognition that you're getting today. But I believe that this is your first time to the Festival of Speed, and what a way to experience it here on the balcony. It's pretty cool, right?
Yeah, for me this is a massive honour, obviously, to get to stand here where Grace has brought a lot of sporting legends here, and just to be even this chance for this crowd. And to be quite honest with you, when they said we're going to bring you on the balcony, I genuinely thought that nobody would sort of recognise me, or nobody would understand the sport, and to see all the crowd out, for me it's fantastic. You know, it's with my job, I don't really think we're not famous in any way. I just love my sport. I love riding my motorbike, and today it just shows that there's obviously some people watch it.
Yeah, well, definitely, and you can see. Yeah, truly well deserved. And you followed in 2 of your fellow riders, John McGuinness and Peter Hickman, 2 other big names of the sport. That must be important to you, that several riders are being recognised as well.
Yeah, my problem is these 2 boys were making my life miserable for this. Over the TT years, these are the boys who were trying to make beating Joey's target even harder, and they still are. They're obviously they 2 boys are the pinnacle of the sport, and to be riding in with them is fantastic. I think we've all, I say, the amount of TT wins we have here is ridiculous between us all. So look, them boys are John, who's in the sport maybe 100 years now. I don't know how many years he's at it now. He's there and he's still plugging along, and a massive hero at the TT. Obviously Pete as well. Look, the boys are fast, like, you know what I mean?
I think they'll continue to make your life a bit hard work in many ways, maybe. But we are delighted to have you here, Michael. Enjoy this moment. Please put your hands together for the most successful TT rider in history, Michael Dunlop.
What a moment for Michael Dunlop. 29 Isle of Man TT wins to his name. His bodyguard's up there with him as well.
Just such lovely words as well, you know, to hear him speaking about, you know, his Uncle Joey, you know, just it's the most I've ever heard him say. And I thought he was, you know, very eloquently put in how he feels it. And look, what you're looking at there is 3 legends of the sport. You know, you're looking at 66 TT wins between those 3. And so it really is an incredible, you know, for the road race fans, you know, and for motorcycle fans, you know, it's a wonderful honour to see that these guys celebrated here at Goodwood, and to see the crowd appreciate it, you know, to hear the crowd and see them. It's just a wonderful thing, and a huge congratulations to all 3 of those amazing men.
And you can tell the emotion in his voice as well, looking at the crowd and reflecting on, you know, his family's involvement with the Isle of Man TT2. Genuinely chuffed to be up there and be recognised by Goodwood for such a moment. And that was a huge crowd for him. And this really is an exciting moment for the Isle of Man TT and motorcycles.
It is. I mean, he's such a humble man, anyway. So he's kind of, he wouldn't expect the fuss or the pomp or whatever. But here we see him sort of come in, meet the Duke, and then come up and really get appreciated to this wonderful crowd here at Goodwood.
Well, a special moment celebrated on the balcony for Michael Dunlop, who is now the most successful rider at the Isle of Man TT. 29 wins to his name, Michael Dunlop.
We have chosen the Two Wheels for Life charity for the 2024 Festival of Speed because it not only provides essential and much needed support for people in remote areas of Africa, but also because they use motorcycles to reach those in need. I've always so enjoyed my motorcycles, and I'm delighted that we can help this charity to provide healthcare to those who are desperately in need of support. I have no doubt that all our visitors this summer will want to help a charity that makes such good use of two wheels away from roads and racetracks. I do hope you will help us support such a good and important cause.
What a great ride from Tom Marquardt on Quickthorn, who wins the Africa Goodwood Cup.
Highfield Princess, she's all class, and Highfield Princess comes clear to win the King George.
Paddington from Backers devoured the run towards the line. It's Paddington, he's still going to be unbeaten this season. He's going to win the Sussex Stakes.
Yeah. I can feel the momentum. I'm on a mission, burning through my lane. Do I have your attention? Do I have your attention? Better know my name. Got the soul of a giant, the force of a titan living in my blood. Ain't no way to deny it. My energy rising, I'm feeling fired up.
Sky Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change.
2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Sky full fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built to power the pros.
Well, my goodness, all the fun and games of the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Ben Edwards and Bruce Jones with you now. We've just been enjoying that massive celebration of Michael Dunlop Very, very impressive, and so great to see so many fans out there enjoying it. There are so many things to look at, absorb here at the Festival of Speed, Bruce, from those magic Formula One cars we saw heading up the hill just a little while ago, to the motorbikes, to the history of some of the great riders and drivers that we'll be going through, some of the other great stars as we continue through the afternoon today. We've got some good weather at the moment, very lucky, a little bit of cloud coming over, but still lovely and dry, pleasant day at Goodwood. And we're getting ready for the next batch, actually, which is more about the beginning of the whole world of motoring. Remember, we're talking about going from horseless to hybrid throughout this whole weekend, of how motoring started in the most basic terms before the 20th century even began, and then, of course, coming right up to where we are now and going into the future with the plans for technical advances. We've got some amazing equipment here. The next batch coming up will be some of the oldest equipment that we've got at Goodwood this weekend.
It's when you dip all the way back to the end of the 19th century, you realise just how far we've travelled, and in fact massive quantum leaps from time to time as a new form of technology has come on board, whether that was supercharging using gas turbines, twin charging, that's turbo and supercharging, hybrid, electric, and we can go on. In fact, we have gone on, but you know what? In the history of motorsport, we have not stopped. We will still be going on from here. So everyone, I would warrant, comes here with something they particularly want to see, and they go home with 2 or 3 new favourites. That's the very nature of the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
It is lovely to see so many fans here absorbing every element of this Goodwood Festival of Speed. And there are many elements. I mean, we focus, of course, on the hill climb, but to the side, to the top, there are all these other examples that they can go along to look at, whether they're vehicles or manufacturers or other equipment that is involved in cars, the motorbike industry. So many things to go and explore. Other events like the rally events up at the top of the hill as well. It really is a full day to come here and absorb every element of it.
Oh, an array of shops on the infield as well, so lots of people taking an hour or two out to that. But what I love is the fact you have families of 2, 3, sometimes even 4 generations all here enjoying it in different ways, and a bit of history being passed down through the sort of familial line. That, to me, is one of the very special elements of the Festival of Speed.
It is, I agree, and it was lovely hearing David speak to that family yesterday, where the younger son came here as a baby, first of all, but he's been here every year since, and growing up with this in the background. And I know a lot of families, as you say, do absorb every element of this festival. So here we are. We said it was going to start with a rather early way, and here we go with the steam wagonette, the Salvesen steam wagonette. It's a twin-cylinder, steam-engined machine, because when horses were put away, or started to be put away, they were still around actually when these were produced. But of course, this was one of the ways to try and create movement and progress and to get from A to B. And this steam-powered machine does require, I'm glad to see it's got so many on it actually, it does require 3 to make it run properly. The one at the back running the boiler is probably the most significant.
One would feel so, stoking the engine, people up front, they're just in it for the ride. But bear in mind, this was one of the very, very first road cars in Scotland, and it arrived 3 years before they repealed the Red Flag Act. No longer needed someone walking in front with a warning red flag. Where's the horse? Well, the horse is history.
Well, it's lovely to see it. Charlotte Pittaway is actually on board this time, which is great, doing some of the driving, as you can see, the steering, as it does take a bit of a combination here, whether it is the steering, the braking, or keeping the fire fed, which is being done from the back. Part of the Pittaway family, of course, Duncan Pittaway, he is part of this. We may well be seeing Duncan coming up in a little while in the Fiat S76, of course, the Beast, which is the amazing one, the Beast of Turin, the huge Fiat S76, but this is one of his vehicles as well.
Yeah, and a lovely little detail, 131 years old, no, I'm not kidding, and it's only the 4th owner. Duncan is the 4th owner of this car in all that time.
It is amazing, isn't it? 4 owners of this machine from so long ago. But it's beautiful to see it. Give it a wave as it comes past you if you're here, and if you're enjoying this online as well. It's great to witness and see and listen to the very different sounds of machinery from these very early days, as you say, from 1893. It's being followed actually by the Panhard and Levasseur Wadevage, they call it, which has got a wonderful seating position at the back in particular. It's a great ride as you come up the hill. Thankfully, once again today, we had a little bit of rain on the first day, but the weather's good and it's perfect for having a little wave as you head up the hill. They're being given the shortcut because they'll be bringing some of the other vehicles right up the hill climb.
It may slightly delay the batch. Right now, what we're having is a very, very special car in its own right, but also for its family connection. And we're celebrating the centenary of MG cars, this MG C-Type, great little car. And it has an enormous place in the history here because Duke of Richmond and Gordon's grandfather, Freddie March, drove this car, not just competed in it, but won the Brooklands Double 12. It was an event, it would have been a 24-hour race around Brooklands, but some of the neighbours didn't fancy the noise. See, nothing changes. So it's 2 12-hour races, and after that really has Freddie March desiring continuing as an engineer. He was an engineering apprentice, but he was the one that led to the use of the airfield just down from Goodwood House and turned it in 1948 into a racing circuit. And for that alone, we should be enormously thankful for his endeavour. And clearly, Duke of Richmond and Gordon has kept that motorsport bloodline running through the family.
Absolutely right. So I found it fascinating to learn about the history between MG and Goodwood, if you see what I mean. The fact that they were so combined from the very beginnings of MG in the racing world, and that Freddie had so much success. Not many races, he didn't do many of them, but the ones he did, he basically won. So it was incredibly impressive to see that. The MGs took a class win at the 1933 Mille Miglia as well. Tazio Nuvolari was a competitor in this one, the MG Magnet K3. So a very famous driver that he was, Tazio Nuvolari, and he joined MG in those days before World War II to get some good results, and he dominated the TT on the Ard circuit in Northern Ireland.
Yes, we've just heard from Michael Dunlop about the TT circuit on the Isle of Man, but the Ard circuit, a very, very fearsome selection of public roads on the Ards Peninsula. If you get a chance, do go over there to Northern Ireland and take a look.
Yeah, well, this is the MGA. Now, this was a very significant one, actually. First of 4 prototypes, referred to as the EX182, and they were built to compete in the 1955 Le Mans 24 Hours. Ken Miles and Johnny Lockett involved in this particular car. It's in lovely condition now, and the car was also moved on to another team, the Fitzwilliam Racing Team. They actually put it into the Mille Miglia in 1957. So this particular car has some amazing race history to it.
It really does. I think anyone who enters a road race like the Mille Miglia, the sights they would have seen, the surprised faces as they were howling their way through the villages in Tuscany would have been a sight to behold. A real dominant challenge.
The Mille Miglia in its day was one of the great events, as you say. So we're looking at the MGC now, just heading up the hill as well. And of course, MG, we were talking about how important every element was for them. And this is the GT Sebring and Final Works MG competition car to be built at Abingdon, in fact. In 1968, it took part in the Marathon de la Route, an 84-hour race at the Nürburgring. Incredible, isn't it, that they ran it for that long. And its final outing with the team came in 1969 at the Sebring 12 Hours.
And obviously, looking at the body shape of that car, it's the classic MGB GT, but as it's an MGC, you've got a bonnet bulge and also the much more generous wheel arches. But the American market, that's why this is known as the Sebring, after that great Floridian circuit, was hugely important. The whole element, win on Sunday, sell on Monday. And MG had already had a rich history in American racing with the T-Series races as well, but it really helped the sales book.
The view of the MG Metro just heading over, going over the right there, which is another wonderful machine from the 1980s. This is the 1986 version. That has a 3-litre V6 engine, mid-engined of course, and it was very successful. But this is another very exciting earlier version. This is the Darracq 200 horsepower. Mark Walker, who always does great stuff at Goodwood.
Just looks so dynamic, but when you can see a driver and passenger leaning into the corners and the passenger pumping for more fuel to get into that giant engine up front, 25.4 litres. That was a car made for the land speed record, but right now it's simply made to entertain me and you. So dynamic.
Really great stuff. And now one of the Ferraris heading up the hill, and this is an opportunity to see one of the most beautiful early Ferraris that was part of Enzo's campaign to get into motorsport. Now, he, of course, was involved in running Alfa Romeos before the Second World War, but after the Second World War, he decided to set it all up himself, get it running, and this was one of the early ones, the Ferrari 500 625A.
Yeah, William Ianson at the wheel, and this was a time when Ferrari, all the Formula 1 teams had to run to Formula 2 rules for a couple of years, and Alberto Ascari wiped the board. He won almost every Grand Prix, but again, it just looked great. And Formula 2 rules meant they were less powerful, but there weren't enough manufacturers to stay at the full-fat Grand Prix regulations, and it kept the championship running in its early years. But Alberto Ascari with Ferrari a huge Ferrari works team, but he was the creme de la creme, and that's why he took those 2 titles, winning practically everything in the Ferrari 500.
And it's beautiful to see it in wonderful condition. As you can see, the classic Ferrari colour is so distinct, so beautiful. I know they've gone through so many little ranges of that colour over the years, but it sticks from such a long time ago.
Certainly is. So up the hill, past the flip wall goes William Janssen, that glorious Ferrari 500 625A. To give it its full nomenclature, there is a massive rumble following it up the hill because a Lancia Ferrari D50A is on the way. But right now, the car that cleaned up in 52 and 53, just about to complete the course here on the Saturday lunchtime at the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Lovely to see. So early 1950s and wonderful sound as well as it comes across the line. The 500 625 running in the 1954 season to Formula One regulations with its 2.5 litre engine. Of course, a time when Mercedes were getting involved in Formula One, and that's something we will be looking at in a little bit more detail.
Well, we're talking about changing regulations, and for 1961 the engines were downsized to 1.5 litres. Ferrari was ready to pounce and produce one of the most exquisite little cars. The cars were getting smaller and smaller. This was the Ferrari Dino. The Shark Nose, as was called for obvious reason, and a works Ferrari driver from slightly later, Arturo Mazzari. He just looks perfect in this car.
Yeah.
Small, neat, and probably still got his packet of cigarettes strapped inside the cockpit.
It's lovely to see, isn't it? The Ferrari 156, made by Ferrari in 1961 for the new regulations when the engines had been narrowed down from 2.5 litre to 1.5 litre, so it was sort of like redoing Formula 2 virtually as a Formula 1 car, but this was very successful with Phil Hill winning the 1961 World Drivers' Championship.
Yeah, it was also particularly successful because the British garagistes, as Enzo called them, were pushing and shoving and hoping the regulation change wouldn't happen, so they rather delayed their own progress. They wanted engines of a larger capacity, and the governing body, FISA, went, no. So Ferrari got the head start, but it was an epic season, and at the end it was a battle between 2 Ferrari Works drivers. Wolfgang von Trips, alas, killed at Monza, and then Phil Hill became the first American world champion.
So we've got one of the Maseratis just heading up the hill now from 131, the Maserati, that's the 250F. So this was one of the great classics, the Maserati 250F, huge success, 2.5 litre straight 6, so this was before the engine sizes were reduced. And Juan Manuel Fangio, of course, took a great deal of success with Maserati 250F.
Well, he took a great deal of success with absolutely everything he drove, the mighty Argentinian. He stepped away when Mercedes burst in 54 into Formula One. Stunning with him in 1955, and they pulled out after the huge number of people, spectators were killed at the Le Mans 24 Hours, and he got on board a Ferrari 250F and made it sing like no other driver could do. And another person who was absolutely on top of his craft in another car made in Italy, the Lancia Stratos HF, fantastic rally car, and Sandro Minari in this Marlboro livery was sensational. Didn't seem to matter what surface he went out on.
No, you're absolutely right. The Lancia Stratos with its 2.4 litre V6 mid-engine, which you're sort of looking at, that angle you're looking at the car, you would be looking into the engine if you could only find it. Certainly not in that lovely low front bonnet. It sits behind the driver, and a lot of tarmac speed, but it was also pretty good off-road as well. Didn't always dominate the RAC, of course. That was a slightly different situation for it, but it was very successful. It's built to Group 4 specification. As you say, Sandro Minari was one of the key drivers of this, and he actually did the Targa Florio back then, and they got some good finishes to start with, and of course the Stratos went on to more success. And in fact, the RAC rally was run with Minari as well.
Yeah, and just to explain, if you don't know what the Targa Florio is, it's one of 2 classic Italian road races. The Targa Florio is not based in the middle of the country, but down around Sicily, and the roads, you cannot believe the speeds that they were beginning to achieve there. So clearly a little bit of fortune would have to go with any performance that ended up in victory there. There were so many more things that could go wrong than could go right, but what a spectacular place to see these cars going competing.
And it is one of the most beautiful, elegant, but small but powerful little rally cars. It's something that's so wonderful to see. It's continued to hold that look, and there have been newer versions made over the years as well, haven't there?
Yeah, there have been other iterations, but again, if ever you see one without the giant rallying spotlights on the front of the car, it looks denuded, very, very elegant, but sort of ready for me. It should be running with those big lights on the nose, the angular nose, making it look really wedge-shaped. And good to see, actually, not just 1, 2, but maybe 3 or 4 Lancia Stratuses. Can't really have enough, frankly. This is the one driven by Alessandro Pasquale, who's driven for Supercar and Porsche, but he found his real métier when he got on board in the Lancia camp. And how could you not? We talk about sounds, and this made a totally distinctive sound with that little 2.4 litre V6. A rasp, and you know, noise is so important in motorsport. Well, it is to me.
Absolutely. And of course, as you said, Sandro Minari was a great winner in these cars. Bjorn Valdegaard took quite a few victories in Lancia Stratos as well. And Bernard Darnici took the last victories in the late 70s. Even into the early 80s, they still took the win. Bernard Darnici winning the Tour de Corse in 1981. So from 1974, when the first win with a Stratos from Sandro Minari came at the San Remo rally, they went on to win a bunch, and the Monte Carlo was one of the classics for the Stratos. The Monte Carlo was won in 1975, 76, 77 and in 1979, so the Monte Carlo rally really suited it perfectly well. Now we're moving on to the Bugatti 35, and this in the 1930s, Bruce, was one of the most capable racing cars that anybody came across, really. They won so many races.
So many races, Ben, they topped 1,000 victories. I'm not making this up as I go along, because there were a prodigious number of races, more races than there were circuits, but so many towns and cities wanted to attract the sporting action. They'd have a race along the seafront, but the Type 35 was just absolutely spot on for narrow little tracks, and gradually superchargers were added, and there's one where Ben Bassard really pushing that very hard indeed. Little twitch right at the end of the course. That will get the heart pattering a little bit.
I tell you what, Julian Majoub, he drives that so well, and he is going to be battling in the shootout later on. Now we've got the BRM. This is always wonderful to see, and listen to this. We will try and go a little bit quiet as we listen to this, because this is the V16 Supercharged. Let's have a listen. Wonderful sound. This has been recreated in recent years.
Yeah, using 20,000 technical drawings, and they had to get them in the right order, but there's an engine that could be heard in Hampshire from here. V16, complicated, competitive, fragile. The third word was the main problem, but it did take race victories, but BRM had to work so hard. The British motorsport industry was desperate for it to succeed. It was, after all, British racing motorsport, but now why is he backed off? Oh well, it's of course a slower runner up ahead, so that's very fortunate, because that was sounding great. It's a shame the people at the top of the hill couldn't get to hear those the 16 running, but it caught onto the tail of the Birkin single-seater Bentley, and good spot there from Rob Hall.
Now, land speed record was very important in the early years, and this is one of those that was built for it. This is the Sunbeam, 350 horsepower. National Motor Museum have brought this along this weekend for us to have a look, and Doug Hill is driving it up the hill right now. Monstrous V12 aero engine. Often it was the aero engines that powered the land speed record machinery, and it was run at Brooklands and drove to 133.75 miles per hour in 1922. So at that time, that was a very high speed indeed. It was actually purchased by Malcolm Campbell, and he put the blue colours on it because it was the first of his Bluebirds, and of course he then went into land speed record in a major way.
Yeah, and you tend to think in latter days of the Bonville salt flats, but Pendine Sands down in Wales was one of our largest expanses of relatively flat ground where you could go for those records, and that Sunbeam 350 HP hit over 150 miles an hour down there on Pendine in 1925.
Yeah, it's amazing that they used to run down in Pendine, as you say, on the sands, trying to beat the land speed records. That did change, of course, as life moved on, and they would often move to much longer distances in the United States, for example. But it's wonderful to see the Sunbeam just coming over the line, having set some very early top pace in the 1920s.
Well, the French want to win one race above all others, and it's the Le Mans 24 hours, and a lot of the manufacturers spent a considerable amount of money doing so, and it's a certain irony that it was one of the smaller manufacturers. It was one based more in aerospace. Matra, they rocked up in the early 1970s and won the race a couple of times, much to the chagrin of Renault, who would then fight very hard to try and get back into the mix. But I absolutely adore the sound of the 3-litre V12s in these fabulous MS670Cs.
And it's great to see Emanuele Pirro in the car once again, the multiple Le Mans winner, 5 times winner, and winner of the 24 Hours at Nürburgring. He's been a multiple winner at Goodwood in the RAC-TT as well. So he's one of the most experienced, successful competitors who loves being at Goodwood. And we see him in so many cars. We saw him in the Ligier F1 car earlier on. Now he's in the Matra Simca Le Mans car. And we will see him, no doubt, in other machinery as we go through the course of the weekend. But this has great history to him. He loves the background of machinery like this.
Yeah, and also just the quest to win Le Mans, because the cars these days are nigh on bulletproof mechanically, but it has to be remembered back in the 70s you could have a really, really quick car. It could go very well for 23 hours, but unfortunately you need that final hour. But Matra had a very, very sweet period at the start of the 70s.
No doubt about it, yeah. Now, we've got something powered slightly differently, and if you listen, you get a very different noise. The whistle. There it is. It's the gas turbine-powered Lotus. Gas turbine was experimented with in various categories of motorsport. Colin Chapman tried to give it a go with the Lotus 56B, didn't he?
Absolutely did. They'd tried the Indy 500 with the gas turbine car, converted it to have one for Formula One, and it wasn't a great success. But the weird thing about this, of course, being a rotary with a gas turbine, it means you don't change gear. You're just trying to keep the power. You just spool, spool, spool. Right, keeping with the theme of the gas turbine, we've got the Helmet, which is a sports car that tried to take gas turbines into sports car racing. It did achieve one win, but it was very, very complex. But again, I love that element of being at a time in a sport when something new was being tried. This one sports a helicopter engine under the rear, and it revs to, hold on a second, let's look this one up, 57,000 RPM. I kid you not.
I love the look of this little machine and the sound of it, which is very unique, of course, with this, as you say, helicopter gas turbine. And it actually, one of the few vehicles that won with a gas turbine. Now, here's another superstar driver in the Lola Chevrolet. It's Derek Bell, another multiple Le Mans winner. Always another fan hero here at Goodwood as well. Derek Bell still very capable of taking these beautiful cars, be it powered by big V8 American engines. The Lola Chevrolet T70 Spider was a great example of creating that pace that they needed. Open top, of course, and on a day like this, a beautiful machine to drive.
Absolutely so, and the sound is extraordinary. Now, there's something very, very special on the start line. 116, you may not have seen it before. In fact, you have. I will be flabbergasted. This is a car, the designs were created 90 years ago. It's the Auto Union Type 52. And it's only just now been built. And it's far more of a supercar than it looks from the outside. You've got a central driving position, and look at the length of that tail. And there's a fabulous family connection here. Hans-Joachim Stuckel driving this car, Jochel driving this car, but his father was the Auto Union king of the mountain climb champions around Europe in the 1930s, Hans Stuck. And this is like a family car, but a whole lot faster. But I'm just going to say it again, 90 years before they got around to making it.
This is remarkable because this was proposed by Ferdinand Porsche and it was sketched up in period by Erwin Komenda, but the project was shelved before the car could be built. So you're right, it is 90 years since it has actually been completed with a V16 engine, and apparently it's got a central driving position, almost like the McLaren F1. So the Auto Union turning into a road car. This is lovely, and this is an amazing thing to see. Type 52 with the 4.4 litre V16 supercharged engine that was a part of Auto Union at the time. And
looking in through the windows, you can see that dark blue helmet with the sort of stuck-on stars, which was created by Hans Stuck in a moment when someone said his helmet was boring, and that's been his trademark ever since. Just little hints as it went past the house of the potential of the car. Clearly it's nigh on brand new, but a V16 supercharged engine. Put your foot down. This is mid-1930s in terms of the design and the concept. As the sport moved forward, making supercharging work all the more. We'd seen it working supremely well for Bentley at Le Mans, but this is so special. I think I'm going to go away and digest this one.
Yeah, we all should. This is something very, very new. And as you say, the fact that Hans-Joachim Stuck is driving it when his father raced Auto Union. He was the winner of the Italian Grand Prix in 1935 with Auto Union. They spent 5 years together, his dad, with that Auto Union group. And Hans-Joachim Stuck, who's now driving it, he's now 73 years old, and a man who has had 74 Grand Prix starts in his own time, and a double winner of Le Mans. Lovely to see that combination of him in that machine that's been built after 90 years. Right, something else now, the Lancia Delta S4 Group B, one of the great rally cars.
You just used the word combination. That's absolutely apposite here, because this is a car that's what we call twin charged. Turbocharging, not enough on its own, neither supercharging. Combine them, and that's what gave the Delta S4, as well as its incredible lightweight format, such performance on the rally stages.
It did. It had great performance as well, and Maury Toivonen so sadly was lost from us as one of the great frontrunners with the Lancia Delta. But there were accidents happening in various forms at that time. Group B proved to be just a little bit too powerful in a way, and that got cancelled.
We just saw the Lancia backing off, because unfortunately the glorious little Ferrari, the 308 GTB, has come to a halt. Whether that's halted because something in front has had a problem, but that's up just on the exit of the Flint wall, so not the place you want to sit, but the marshals will have flagged very clearly that something was amiss. So that's sitting there. We will find out what's happened, but very well done to the Lancia driver for backing off there.
Yes.
Driver on board was James River. There's the red flag, which means no further traffic going at speed on the hill come to a halt, and the drivers have done precisely what they were requested to do.
Absolutely, yes. No, sensible stuff. Unfortunately, it does look as though that Ferrari has come to a halt. That actually is a rally Ferrari, interestingly, rather than a racing Ferrari as well. So we were talking a bit about rally history there, but quite why it's just come to a halt, I'm not too sure. It doesn't look as though it hit anything. It's just presumably a mechanical issue that has just brought it to a halt. And the marshals, as ever, doing a wonderful job here at Goodwood Festival of Speed. They're all the way up the hill, trying to get things sorted as quickly as possible. Never easy, because you've only got this one route up to the top. Once everybody has done the route to the top, then we wait until they can all come back down. There's no other way, so it does cause a bit of a delay.
Yes, you always hope that if someone has a problem, they're very near a grass verge, of which there aren't too many as you go. Once you've gone past Morecambe, you tend to go up towards the trees, or a little access road. But all will be done. The marshals, hugely experienced, the rescue crews, they've been doing this for a while. It is the 31st Festival of Speed. Have to keep saying that. I think I've not been to two of them, but it has grown and grown. The crowds took the Duke of Richmond and Gordon, Lord March as he was back then. Enormous surprise. He thought a couple of thousand people would arrive at the first one. Oh my word, wrong by a factor of about 10, and since then the world has come. The manufacturers have come, and it's in so many ways, Ben, led to encouraging people to finish those restoration projects. And having just seen that Auto Union Type 52, that is probably the greatest recreation project I've seen. Imagine the people involved who, for various reasons, would have been frustrated when it wasn't built back in period in 1934. They're not around to see what the outcome is, but that connection with Hans-Joachim Stuck to his father, who was one of the works drivers at that time, I think is phenomenal.
I totally agree, and I think it's a stunning thing to look at as well. And I always loved the shape of the Auto Unions, with the fact that they ran the engines behind the driver, which was really, it wasn't the first time ever, because some of the very elderly cars in the early 1900s had engines at the back. But nonetheless, by the time we got into the 1930s, nearly everything was front-engined. But Auto Union went for that, and it was Ferdinand Porsche, of course, the man who would come up with the 356 and the 911 later on, and the Porsche family developing the rear-engine machinery. But the Auto Union, it was successful, but not quite as successful as Mercedes with the front-engine version. So everyone thought, front-engine does seem to work better. And when it went into Grand Prix racing after that, they did continue with front engines for a while.
They certainly did. You always felt Auto Union had the people in power who said, let's do different. Let's just try a different approach. But imagine being a German motorsport fan in the 1930s. You were spoilt for choice with two massive manufacturers with government assistance going at it. And we talk about it not being a linear process as we go through this horseless to hybrid development. Clearly, that was a period of enormous boost there, and they drove the motorsport world on. So the Lancia Delta S4 being pushed back down the slope, the Ferrari 308 GTB Competizione likewise being moved clear. So we'll get cars going on the hill as soon as we can, once it is safe, and that is the byword on all things at the Festival of Speed.
Absolutely. So the Renault 5 Turbo Group 4 also stopped at the moment. So another of the rally machines. Renault set about getting involved, and the Renault 5 Turbo, very different to the road car, of course, because that went mid-engined as well. So we're talking about engines behind drivers. The original road-going Renault 5 that many of us enjoyed growing up as a road car was a front-engine machine, but the rally car with the engine sitting behind the driver. Only space for the two people, the driver and the co-driver, of course. We may get to see that in a moment. It just depends how they're going to sort the clearance out right now. I think that, as you say, they've managed to get the Ferrari out of the way. but it may take a few minutes before we get a bit more action coming up the hill climb. But it's so lovely to see many of you here this weekend enjoying, soaking up the atmosphere, seeing so many wonderful cars and bikes from such a period. There we are. The Ferrari is now making its way down. We've definitely got a bit of a pause, so let's go back up to the top of the hill with David.
Hans, what a beautiful machine.
I can tell you, when I drove it the first time 4 weeks ago, I fell right in love with it. I've never seen such a combination of a fast car with its engine, 16-cylinder, compressor, and then how it drives, then a passenger right, a passenger left. This is just outstanding.
It's stunning looking. It sounds incredible.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, what more do you need?
And what an achievement building it from scratch. So you're doing a little bit, obviously, for people who don't know, this car didn't exist, did it?
No, it didn't exist. It was just there were ideas about it, and then they were put on the side. And now I think that 7 or 8 years ago they started building it, Timo Witt, thanks to Timo Witt, and now it's here.
And the driving position, it could teach Gordon Murray a thing or two, couldn't it?
Yeah. No, it's not so bad. I mean, there's enough room for the legs and everything. When I have two passengers, maybe a little bit tight, but it's okay.
What's it like driving it?
I mean, here you cannot really try so hard. But when I drove it in Neuburg in the airport, I think I did about 250 top speed on the straight. It's perfect. Perfect.
Well, it's brought a smile to many people this weekend. I think it's one of the crowd favourites for the weekend. Fantastic.
Okay, super. Enjoy. You too. Thank you.
It's really...
So it was lovely to see that and to hear from Hans-Joachim Stuck about that machinery that has finally been built after all these years, when it was drawn up pre-war, but was never actually made. And now to see it having been created, I think it's lovely that the effort, the work has been put into that and created it so beautifully.
But it was also the combination of so much technology. We were talking about supercharging, finding its feet in motorsport to give a lot more power and better power delivery, but then to have 16 cylinders just to make it complicated. But that was the ambition and the desire for excellence. But there we are, 250 kph. That's just over 150 miles an hour. So he did that on an airfield in testing. This is not an airfield, but it's just phenomenal. And Tom Christensen, 9-time Le Mans winner, does many of those with Audi, which obviously is a mark that came out of Auto Union. He has been raving about this car, and I dare say if you go out on YouTube, you'll find some footage of the great Dane explaining all.
Absolutely, yeah. Tom Christensen, actually, we didn't see him, but he's been driving the Auto Union race car, hasn't he, from that history period, rather than the newly built road car that Auto Union never created at the time, whereas Mercedes, of course, were creating lots of road cars as well as their race cars. Auto Union were really just focused on the racing at that time, but that all changed, of course, come World War II. It did develop into Audi, and we've got plenty of Audi machinery to enjoy as we go through the afternoon, particularly when we get into the celebration of the Joest team, which ran many Audis to victories at Le Mans. And we'll be talking about that a little bit later on. We'll be seeing some of those vehicles coming up the hill.
Right, and a few of the cars from the back of that batch are actually being returned to the paddock now. So there'll be no more coming from the bottom. And I tell you for why. See the giant structure in the middle of your screen. In 5 minutes' time, or maybe only 4 now, we're going to celebrate a little later. Oh, apparently still some cars at the bottom of the hill. I was getting ahead of myself yet again. But great to see out over the top of the house and to the sea, the south coast of England on a sunny summer's day in the background.
Absolutely, and there's always a chance to have a lovely drink and enjoy the day. Coming in, I wonder what time everybody came in. Some people coming in very early, some people coming in a little bit later. A lot of people camping down the road. There's a beautiful campsite there as well.
Well, a lot of people realise you can't get it all done in one day. Right, the cars are going on up the hill, so we're still in the world of rallying. We're in the world of very, very special Audi Sport Quattro S1 E2s. We've had the Audi A2 Quattro from a few years before, a little more simple. That's the simpler one. Stig Blomqvist at the wheel of that, and so much performance. But it was Audi that made four-wheel drive work in rallying. Plenty of power, 350 horsepower on tap, and scored podium after podium and wins coming all over the place. And Stig Blomqvist, he's the right man in the right car.
He is. It's lovely to see Stig Blomqvist now in his late 70s, but lives in the UK, World Rally Champion in 1984 with the Audi Quattro, so this is so much a part of his heritage. multiple winner he was of the Swedish rally, having come from Sweden, where it all started for him in rallying, when he started rallying the Saab 96 in the early 1960s, becoming a works Saab driver, and then joining Audi, as I say, in the 1980s. He also worked with Peugeot and with Ford as well, and Nissan, and carried on competing right up into the 1990s, actually, with Skoda. Now, looking at we're looking at technology changes, so this was one of the key ones when Renault brought the turbocharger into Formula One.
It scared absolutely no one when it arrived in 1977 because it seldom lasted the race distance. It's retirement for Jean-Pierre Jabouet, but he stuck with it. Renault stuck with it. They had endless power, and with each race they seemed to be able to crank it up a little bit further. They had to check what the reliability would be, but finally, halfway through it, well, effectively 2 years on, almost the day after its arrival in Formula One, it took the first win. And how good was it that it did it on French ground, with Jabouet winning at Dijon-Francorchamps. And this car entered by Renault Classic. It's fantastic. It's still out here for us to see and to hear.
Yeah, and created that whole world of turbocharged Formula One cars. Now coming up the hill is the Porsche 936-77, and it's Jackie Ickx who is driving it, which is wonderful, of course. Multiple winner of Le Mans, and this is one of the vehicles with which he managed to do it. And this car also did it a couple of times. He managed to take the victory with it in 1977 with Jürgen Barth and Hurley Haywood. They ran as low as 41st at one stage, and they still managed to come through to take victory.
I guess if you have problems in the race, have them early on and you can lead the fight back. So 2 wins in 2 years for Jackie and Porsche 936s. This one, as you mentioned, shared with Jürgen Barth, who went on to do great things. Second generation German racer, and he's been one of the founders of GT racing that's grown and grown along with Stefan Rettel and Patrick Peter. That's led to the support of the junior class at Le Mans now, GT3, and it's burgeoning all around the world. But for a lot of Porsche fans, these cars are very special. And the fact that Jackie Ickx, his Formula One career was dwindling by this point, being one of the hot shots in the late 1960s. But this cemented him. His first 2 wins out of a tally of 6 eventually, and so many of those later on coming with Derek Bell.
Yeah, that partnership that he had with Derek Bell was very crucial, and yeah, lovely as well. Ford Zaxbyt Escort is the next one. It's nice to see Johnny Molan out in this, and before a tough time in Formula One, Zaxbyt was actually one of the top runners of saloon and sports car racing machinery, and they ran the Works Ford program in the DRM, which was the German Touring Car Championship, and the European Series as well, and they ran this Zaxbyt Escort to good effect, taking class wins at places like Brands Hatch, Brno and Silverstone. And what a gorgeous machine it is.
Yeah, phenomenal engineering outfit at Niedersachsen in Germany. Of course, from these they moved on to space frame Ford Capri, some of the greatest cars of my late childhood. They just look like Batmobiles, but these were very robust cars. And the main thing of Eric Zakowski, the boss, the owner of Zaxbyt, was he just had ideas and he was dogged in his pursuit. Alas, without the right engines for Formula One, their thrust there in the 80s didn't work, but it was one of the names in touring car racing in the late 70s, and Johnny Molan would have been loving every second of this.
Yeah, absolutely, because this would have been just a little bit before Johnny's race, his own race career, but Johnny has had such a fantastic career, competed in every class of World Championship sports car racing, but for him to go up the hill in an Escort like that, I'm sure he's really enjoyed it. Now, Michael Lyons in the Gurney Eagle Chevrolet. This is one that we will be seeing doing the shootout later on as well, and he is always extremely rapid. This is with the 5-litre V8, so lots and lots of horsepower, Formula 5000 version of the single-seater.
Yeah, actually great, the engine note. There was that famous race at Brands Hatch where Peter Gethin beat all the Formula 1 drivers with a Formula 5000 car. Their reliability was absolutely excellent, the noise phenomenal, but Michael Lyons drives this hill like almost nobody else. It doesn't even matter what he gets into. We saw him coming out of the exit of the second corner, almost on the grass, but the foot fully planted. Great noise, and I really do like this Chevrolet engine Gurney Eagle. Looks the business.
Michael took his 8th win at Monaco this year in the historic racing at Monaco. He's done so well in historic racing for a number of years, and he's going to be rapid when we get into the speed shootout a little bit later on.
Right, a Ferrari, one of the very early Ferrari racing cars. 1948, it was the 166. They started with cars not of a single-seater format, but once they got there, it was the foundation of the cars that would take them into the World Championship when that kicked off in 1950. But blue with the yellow bonnet meant it was a car up from Argentina. This is in the days when people painted their cars in their national racing colours, and Jose Froilan Gonzalez, the name is on the side, he came up and actually in 1951, gave Ferrari their first win in the World Championship at Silverstone, the Pampas Bullings Ball. A big brute of a man, but with incredible finesse behind the wheel.
Yeah, and wasn't it amazing that it was Silverstone that Ferrari took their first ever victory in the Formula 1 World Championship. It was a lovely story, and still they've had a big number of victories in the British Grand Prix over the years. Didn't quite manage to do it last time out, of course, last week when we saw that remarkable victory for Mercedes. But Ferrari always in the game and have been in that longest part of Formula 1 right from the early years. And we're seeing some of these very, very early versions. Of course, this was just before the World Championship actually began that they produced this with its 2-litre V12 supercharged power, which certainly created a lot of horsepower, a lot of speed. And Juan Manuel Fangio was a key part in his first win for Ferrari in that machinery. So there we are, just looking up now. We've got Richard Petty in this, apparently. So that's, yeah, he's passenger in this one, I can see.
Well, right, on the right-hand side of your screen, you've got the King holding his famous, legendary Stetson on board, alongside son Kyle, smiling, beaming, the Plymouth Superbird. So a real treat. We're celebrating 25 years of the Petty clan, 3 generations of them succeeding in motorsport. 1949, the original Petty went out and competed in the first NASCAR race, and right through to more generations competing in NASCAR itself. But one of the most iconic cars of NASCAR history is that Plymouth Superbird with the massive rear wing on it.
But isn't it lovely to see Richard in that Fiat S76 of Duncan Pittaway? That's the machine from 1911. As his son there taking photographs.
Smile, Dad, come on.
This is a lovely shot. The fact they can go side by side on this narrow track is actually very impressive when you're in a big NASCAR, and a rather narrow big engine Fiat, I suppose. But Richard hanging onto his hat, the 7-time NASCAR champion who won it from 1964 up to 1979. And it's Lee alongside, who's a 3-time champion as well. And yeah, Richard with that remarkable background, the king of NASCAR as he was labelled. And this celebration was yesterday. We really enjoyed it, but it's fun that he can still celebrate today as well.
Yeah, celebrated up on the balcony, but he still talks of that 200th NASCAR win. Fittingly, on Independence Day, the 4th of July, the President of the United States was there at Daytona. It was meant to be, win after win. So from Lee Petty, who kicked it all going, to Richard, the king. No one comes close in terms of NASCAR royalty. And his son, Kyle, who's actually, unbelievably, this is only his first visit for the king. It's visit number 3, and he's lapping it up. He said, we're happy people because we're among motorsport people. And that really is precisely what they are.
It's a great family, isn't it? Lee, the original, and then Richard, and then you're on board here with Kyle. He's now 64 years old. He's had 8 wins in NASCAR himself over his career, but that NASCAR heritage is a huge part of the Petty family.
Yeah, and of course the Plymouth Superbird was a car with its incredibly pointed nose to be aerodynamic and high rear wing to keep it down on the deck where around the super speedways like Daytona and Talladega. Then they decided that was far too flamboyant, so they made the cars much plainer again to stop their incredible top speeds. Because when you look at a NASCAR, you look through the window, into the cockpit, under the hood, the bonnet, they seem incredibly rudimentary, but the speeds at which they're side by side on the banking, phenomenal.
Yeah, NASCAR, very American thing, of course. The National Association for Stock Car Auto Racing was how it was originally set up, with the large engine saloons, and in America it became, and still is, one of the major motor sport events in the world. Let's just take a little look back at some of the highlights there of that run then, starting out with the MG, which we are celebrating here this weekend, the 100 years since MG was created, coming from the Morris Garage side of things, and then going into some of the early cars that were competing and started racing. Some were, of course, going for land speed records in those early years. Some were going racing, and that Formula 1 gradually developed into different ways, with the front-engine Formula 1 cars then becoming mid-engine, rear-engine. We went from the likes of Bugatti winning Grand Prix in the 1930s to the likes of Ferrari going on to win in the 1950s and 60s, and of course continuing. The British manufacturer BRM tried to do some winning in their early days, even though they created the most amazing V16 engine. It didn't quite work. Eventually they would get there in the 1960s.
Absolutely did, but working our way through the horseless to hybrid, the concepts that worked, the concepts that didn't, but that's what motorsport is all about. It's looking for ways to find performance, and Sunbeam always pushing in the 1920s and 30s to make it happen.
And then as things moved forward, particularly the battle for Le Mans and the air force, the downforce that suddenly started to become a key. And then this remarkable machine, the Auto Union Type 52, which we've never seen before, and that has been created over 90 years from the original drawings. Lovely to see that. And then the Lancias, the Renault, a real mixture of this batch, as you can see. Some machinery that raced off-road, some machinery that raced on-road for 24 hours or longer, some that did sprint races, some that were racing in very different areas around the world. And it's great to have that mixture of machinery and enjoying it so well. Really great stuff, and I do hope you've enjoyed watching this batch heading up the hill. We've got plenty more to come throughout the course of the day.
Jackie, we saw you yesterday in the Genesis concept. This car's taking you a little bit more back to your roots, isn't it?
I wouldn't say it's coming back to my roots, but it comes back to my history. And the history is to have shared for a number of years with Porsche. We have to admit it, a fantastic story. A fantastic story, definitely. And the credit goes for those who make these cars, because when you have the chance to drive for Porsche, clearly you've got a winning car at the start. Up to you to finish. But I must also say, to have that car once a year roughly at Goodwood, the Goodwood Festival, with such an incredible crowd, there is no event like this anywhere in the world. What the Duke of Richmond has done, it's tremendous for the happiness of his spectators that he's treating like guests.
I think it's good for all of us to have a bit of a smile this weekend.
That's absolutely the answer. We've got everybody has got a big smile on it, because what we are living right now, it's very special, and it's all about passion.
And talking about passion, I am loving this car. I think the styling, the color scheme, the Martini racing colors, it's probably one of my favorite cars this weekend, and it just looks incredible. And of course, a Le Mans winner for yourself.
Well, me too. I love the car, sincerely. It has the Martini colors, who suit the car very, very well. There are many lovely cars today. You don't know where to look, because they have all an incredible history. If you look around me, there are many exceptional cars and also exceptional drivers. So we are a community loving automobile, loving car racing.
And it looks like you're quite comfortable in that car, and no passengers to scare today.
Well, it's supposed to be a two-seater car, but honestly, it was never used as a two-seater car. As you can see, the inside is fairly simple. But going in, after all these years, still, it's like it was yesterday in a way.
We talked to a few drivers, people like Steve Blomqvist over there, Emerson Fittipaldi, and they get quite emotional when they get in their cars, because they said not only does it feel the same, it actually smells like they remember it. I think it's quite an incredible thing.
Yeah, yes, you are right, because we have all sorts of cars here. That one goes on normal fuel, but you have ethanol, you have some with racing oil. Yes, it's emotional, because it's an opportunity to see the history of automobile racing, and all the cars are really so attractive. But once again, what an atmosphere at Goodwood.
Absolutely, and you're definitely contributing to that with your presence here in this fantastic car.
We did. Thank you.
Lovely being here.
Everybody, thank you.
Always wonderful to hear from Jackie Ickx, as he has brought yet another machine up the hill here at Goodwood Festival of Speed Day. And so much to celebrate, so much to enjoy. And just in the background, I can see a little bit of smoke being created, because what we are about to do is celebrate 100 years of MG. it's great to have this celebration, there's no doubt, because it has been such a part of Goodwood history as well. We've got the structure up here representing two ends of MG from the west to the east as well, but it's the MGB on the far side, which of course the major classic MG for so many people, and then the Cyberster is the one on the closer side to the left there. That is the one that's been launched here at Goodwood this weekend. We've seen a few versions of it, all electric, open two-seater sports car, very much in the tradition of the MGB.
Yeah, following the ethos very much indeed. There's also a coupe version, looks stunning down on the MG stand. So new models coming thick and fast, and this is the celebration of the centenary. And of course, as we mentioned in the earlier batch, the family connection with Duke of Richmond and Gordon's grandfather, Freddie March, racing, not just racing, but winning in MGs, including the Brooklands Double 12 in 1931. And that established the family in the world of motorsport, and they're still right at the heart of it.
Absolutely right. It was all created out of the Morris garages originally by Cecil Kimber in the 1920s, and they started with that type of machinery. But of course the MGB is one of the cars that we remember the most from 1962. The MGA before that had been very successful in America, for example. I gather over 80% of production of MGAs in those days actually went over to the United States and had victories in various key races. But the MGB, launched in the early 60s, also had success in racing, but became a massively popular car for road fans, for people who just used it as their everyday machinery.
No, exactly so. And then back this side of the Atlantic, the MG Midget was such a fantastic little car, smaller, more nimble, but worked very well in tandem with the MGB, and that's where the sales of the marque went for so many years. And of course, in lots of club racing on both sides of the pond, MG was the car to have.
Yes, absolutely right. And of course they then had combinations with other manufacturing in the UK, and the MG name was used with the likes of Metro and Maestro, and it has moved on over the years in slightly different formats, there's no doubt about it. But let's take a little look back over the history of MG. There we are, a lovely little mixture of machinery from the history to the very most modern MGs. And we're seeing this little group of MGs now heading down towards Goodwood House so that the celebration can be taken once again. There was a nice shot I noticed in that of the MG LSR, the car that went for land speed records at certain limits. They were under 2-litre engine sizes. Sterling Moss took a record of 245 miles an hour back in 1957 in one of those, and it was lovely to see some of the images of it.
Yeah, and also the modern iteration, the electric version they had alongside it. Instead of being called the EX181, they've just added another E to denote electric. EXE181. If you haven't seen it, go and look it up, or best of all, go down to the stand to take a look.
It is a remarkable machine to look at. We wandered past it the other day, and it is very impressive. So that is here at Goodwood this weekend, part of the new part of what MG is all about. We've got the electric Cyberster as well, which is very much a road car that is going to be available for people to buy and take on the road, fully electric, but with that open top sports car style to it that is moving forward. With MG currently these days producing quite a range of SUVs, road cars, and actually proving very popular in the UK. They've got a very good market still here in the UK.
Yeah, they have, and it's lovely as the cars were being moved into position under the Jerry Judas sculpture to see a couple of fans of wearing their MG caps in the background. This is real Motor City around here. The bluff-nosed MGC GT moves into position behind, and the drummers come to do their drumming performance. There will be fireworks to follow.
Wonderful to enjoy, to soak up and make the most of. If you're MG fans, perhaps you grew up with MGs around you or near you and always enjoyed seeing them. Well, this is an opportunity to really absorb the fun, and particularly here at Goodwood, where there is that history. The grandfather of the Duke of Richmond, Freddie March, who put the first MG racing together, and hence the history and the fun that we are enjoying. Well, that's lovely to listen into there as the Battalamundo group. They've got groups all over the country, actually, and the Portsmouth group putting together a lovely show for us to enjoy and to celebrate the MGs, which we can see up there on the structure as well. And I can see there's plenty of fans who are down in that area just to make the most of this little celebration. That group of cars that we have down there, as the music continues, in fact, and the celebration continues a little further, and the fireworks start coming up as well. Always a part of Goodwood is to celebrate some of the manufacturers that have created machinery over the years, and the history of MG, of course, is tremendous.
And it just emphasises to me the dynamic nature of the motor industry, but most particularly the motorsport industry, and the fact the fans flock here from all around the world to enjoy all that they find in front of them, but every year with a special celebration, or five. Goodwood, the Festival of Speed, really puts on an exquisite show. Today, the honour belongs to MG in its centenary, and can't wait to see what great cars come out of the mark in the years ahead.
Absolutely right, and of course, competition has always been a part of MGs as well. I wonder if they're going to get re-engaged in motorsport again. We've seen them in touring cars, of course, many times over the years. The early 2000s, they sort of came back into touring cars again, didn't they?
Yeah, and little bits racing in the World Endurance Championship or World Sports Car Championship with the MG Lola, but who knows what lies ahead, but the heritage is there, something to be built on. 100 years on the clock, and it's far from finished.
Absolutely right. There's plenty more time to come, and the technology that they're going forwards with, the electric side of things, really is a key part for MG now, and we will see how that develops. It is fun to enjoy and celebrate. And manufacturer that had such history in this Goodwood area with those early races in the 1930s.
Waiting for the crescendo, the red and white, the corporate colours of MG high in the sky, and then a flash of gold alongside to just crown this centenary celebration here at Goodwood House, the Festival of Speed, the 31st Festival of Speed, but the 100th year of MG.
Wonderful, really great. I'm getting a big round of applause from the crowd as well. And we'll no doubt see more MGs heading up the hill later on as we go through today, and of course tomorrow as well. We'll be seeing some more action from the MGs. Oh, a bit more drumming to come. So let's enjoy this next little display from the band. There we go, a wonderful display once again for the MGs here at Goodwood.
My grandfather, Freddie March, is the reason why I became interested in motorsport. He founded the circuit at Goodwood in 1948 and used to take me to watch the racing as a young boy. Those early experiences cemented my lifelong passion for the sport. He had always been fascinated by engineering, everything from model making to aviation, and discovered motorsport in the late 1920s. Having graduated from speed trials to circuit racing as a driver, he formed his own team, just as MG was releasing its latest racing car. He was particularly drawn to clever, lightweight engineering, so the new MG C-Type was a natural fit. His team, the very first Works MG team, combined the MG's inherent pace with his own attention to detail, and was hugely successful. With co-driver Chris Staniland, he won the legendary Double 12 at Brooklands in 1931, and there were further victories at that year's Irish Grand Prix and the Tourist Trophy at Ulster, all against much bigger opposition. Freddie would ultimately become more well known for founding the circuit here at Goodwood, but that might never have happened without his own experiences in racing. MG returning to Goodwood to celebrate its centenary feels like a very fitting reunion.
dynamic air suspension, all-wheel steering, configurable terrain response, effortless in the extreme.
You're never too young to fall in love with classic cars. It's a passion that lasts a lifetime, and it's a passion we share. Backed by over 75 years of motoring experience, Goodwood Classic Solutions is a unique new way to ensure your pride and joy. Goodwood Classic Solutions. It's a passion we share.
So we move on through the day, and the next batch of cars will include a tribute to Niki Lauda. Let's take at a movie encompassing his career.
Words like icon and legend are overused, but in the case of Andreas Nicholas Lauda, they barely scratch the surface of a life so extraordinary it literally became a Hollywood film. The simple facts: 25 Grand Prix wins, 24 pole positions and 3 World Championships only tell a fraction of the story. Born into a wealthy Viennese family, Niki was initially dismissed as a lowly pay driver. The dreadful March 721X nearly finished his Formula One career before it had begun. But glimpses of speed with BRM were enough to attract the attention of Enzo Ferrari. In his first 2.5 years with Ferrari, he was comfortably the fastest driver in the world, claiming 21 pole positions, 12 Grand Prix wins, and the 1975 World Championship. Midway through 1976, with the best car and a massive points lead, he seemed on course for back-to-back championships. But then came the fiery crash at the Nürburgring, which would have defined most drivers' lives, but for Niki was little more than a subplot. Returning to the cockpit just 6 weeks after receiving his last rites, he was a different driver. No longer reliant on outright speed, instead he implied his considerable intellect, well-honed development skills and astute racecraft to become the ultimate driver. It's a measure of this change of approach that he scored more race wins and championships after the accident than before. Despite sacrificing his championship chances in 1976 by parking in the rain of Fuji because, as he put it, my life is more important than another world championship, he duly took a second title in 1977 but walked away from Ferrari before the end of the season. He joined Bernie Ecclestone at Brabham, but during practice for the 1979 Canadian Grand Prix decided he was bored with driving around in circles and abruptly turned his back on the sport. After 2 seasons away, he returned with McLaren in 1982 and was immediately back to his best.
And as I have not driven for 2 years, my personal challenge is to see where I would end up coming back into motor racing, and that's what I'm going to do.
Having developed the new TAG Porsche turbo engine through 1983, he knew he would have a shot at the title in '84. Although new teammate Alain Prost was faster, Niki's greater consistency and superior racecraft won the day by a mere half point. Through his final season in 1985, despite poor reliability, still there were glimpses of speed. He led his home race in Austria until engine failure and was on course for a fairy tale victory in his last Grand Prix in Australia, only for a brake issue to pitch him into the wall. He beat Prost in a straight fight at Zandvoort, with new sensation Ayrton Senna third, proving that even age 36, Niki could still show the way to the younger generation. Following his retirement from racing, he had spells in team management before, in 2012, finding a new spiritual home at Mercedes. Niki played an integral role in their period of unprecedented success, including their recruitment of Lewis Hamilton. Right to the end, he was straight-talking and always had the courage of his convictions. When he passed away in 2019, the sense of loss was palpable. He was a force of nature, not just a legend or an icon, but truly a colossus of motorsport.
Well, as part of this batch, we're celebrating Niki Lauda, the resilient racer. Fantastic summation of his career. My name is Bruce Jones. I'm joined in the commentary box by Alice Powell. And delighted we have a third member because John Watson, friend, colleague and rival of Nicholas Andreas Lauda, alongside us.
Well, what can you say? I think that little clips we saw on video pretty much summed up Niki as a man, as a competitor. Then also, never forget about his business, his airline business. And he retired from Formula One in '79 to develop that airline business. 2 years later, he had to come back to Formula One because the airline was struggling. Enormous adversity coming from the state airline in Austria forced him into that. There's the car that he came back in. This is the sort of the 1981 MP411. He drove this car at Donington Park, and he did about 25, 30 laps, and he was exhausted because he'd been out of a Grand Prix car for 2 years. But he said, too much understeer, the car understeers. Well, I drove that was my race car, and I was very happy with it. No, too much understeer, fix it, fix it. So, of course, the team jumped up and down through hoops. It was the beginning of a honeymoon period. And, of course, the car was developed very much around Niki's preference for him. I had my own personal preferences. But he went on to win the third Grand Prix and has come back in Long Beach. He's back. We thought he was gone forever, but he's back.
But again, that focus, that dedication, that determination to get what he wanted out of not just the car, but the team.
He had a very clear understanding of what a car could do, and a very clear understanding of what he needed to get the engineers to do to the car to make it work for him. And he had this sort of kind of blue sky thinking, which is something not every racing driver has. And he was exceptionally good at building a team around him as well. His character, his personality, his forthrightness, because he was German speaking, he was very economical with his language. I would use 1,000 words to try and explain what the problem was. Niki would explain it in 10 words. I was over-egging the pudding. He was right on the money every time.
Well, his record is truly phenomenal, and it seems extraordinary, and it must seem even more so for you, John, that it's been 5 years since he left this planet.
I mean, I remember the day, and it's hard to believe, but look, he packed so much into his life. And you think back to how he started in motorsport, came in, as it was pointed out, from a wealthy family. Maybe some people didn't take him terribly seriously, which was a great mistake, because that steely determination that Niki had all the way through his life, as a child, then growing up, an adult, coming into motorsport. I remember he turned up at Mallory Park in 1971 for the first round of the European Formula 2 Championship. He turned up in a brand new Porsche 911S and the most beautiful girlfriend in the world, Mariella von Ringenhaus. They thought, this guy must be, is he pulling our legs? He rocks up in a brand new Porsche with the most beautiful girl in the paddock. How can you take him seriously? Big mistake, because the very determination that Niki had began to shine through very, very quickly. Ronnie Peterson led that March Formula 2 challenge, but Niki very quickly became the driver that Robin Herd and that technical side of the March team came to go to for car setup, for alterations, development, whatever.
And you've got plenty of stories about Niki, but what is the standout for you? What is the best story that you're able to share with us today?
Well, all those stories would have to go into an unexpurgated version because this is a family show. Now, if we were on at midnight, we could triple X-rate it. But really, the personality was he was, first of all, the most challenging teammate I experienced. We were together on 2 different occasions, once at Brabham, for 2 years at McLaren. And I enjoyed, in spite of always never being quite aware if he was working as a friend or as a competitor against me, with me, but we had a lot of fun, a lot of laughter. And at time, I think, talking about the late 70s and early 80s, when we didn't have social media, for example. Thank goodness social media wasn't invented, because, well, I mean, I'll stop there.
So much time, so much fun, but also so much success for Niki. And what I love here is at Goodwood, we've got a couple of his touring car races. We've got the Cologne Capri, and we've got the BMW 3-litre CSL Batmobile. People sort of forget that back in the 70s, drivers in Formula 1 raced everything they could get their hands on.
Well, versatility was a part of a racing driver's criteria. I mean, you think back, a number of drivers are here this weekend who were competitive drivers 60s, 70s through the 80s. When you would maybe go to a non-world championship event at Silverstone or here at Goodwood, you'd jump into a Formula 1 car, driving a Formula 1 race, then jump into a touring car, maybe into a Can-Am car. You might race 3 or 4 different categories over the course of a weekend. Now, Formula 1 drivers are very precious commodities. We've got to protect them. Don't let them get into something in which they might get into trouble, or even worse, they might enjoy themselves.
Oh, John, some of them dress incognito here and they definitely enjoy themselves. But I know where you're coming from. But the fans enjoying themselves here. But for a lot of people, when they come to the Festival of Speed, it's about passing down the history of the sport to the younger generations. And again, this celebration of Niki's career, it does show the passage from, well, his first race was in Grand Prix was 1971, but when he got that 721X March at the start of 72, it nearly scuppered his career. It was a car that was described as having excess levels of both understeer and oversteer, never good together.
It was probably a little bit ahead of its time, and one of the features that 721X had was that the gearbox was very much similar to what Porsche did with the 908-3. They put the actual gearbox ahead of the differential. The idea was to get all the way a low polar moment of inertia so that the car would be given an advantage, but it was technically maybe a bit ahead of its time. And Niki, again, was pretty scathing in his assessment. No, get rid of it. We don't want it. It's non-competitive. We'll never make it work.
And he was right. They went to the 721G. And why was it called G, John?
I haven't a clue.
You do, because they made the G in such a short time, they thought G was for Guinness Book of Records.
Well, you come to Goodwood and you learn something. I didn't know that.
It might be apocryphal, but it seems a good story.
It works.
We'll hang
it does
fire
work.
with that.
Yes.
Now, you were meant to be going up the hill today. You came into the commentary box to say, I was meant to be driving today. What's happened? Why aren't you out there?
Well, I got a notification on Wednesday evening to say that the Brabham BT46 fan car, a car in 1978, which Niki and I were teammates at Brabham at the same time, this car almost destroyed Formula 1 because the fan was something nobody had ever seen, and it was Brabham and Gordon Murray's answer to what Colin Chapman had done with the Lotus 79, a full ground effect car. With the Brabham Alfa Romeo configuration, a flat 12 engine, you couldn't really make a car with proper aerodynamic tunnels. So Gordon looked back in history and looked at the Can-Am Chaparral, the 2H. They had an auxiliary engine sitting in the top of the gearbox, and that powered a fan, and it had a sucking effect. In other words, the fan, the more it drove, the better the grip, the more downforce it got. Gordon did the same thing, but he did it by driving the fan via the gearbox. The key to this was the primary purpose of the fan was to pull air through the water cooling radiator, which was sitting on top of the motor. That was the primary purpose. And I'll leave it there, because that argument, I promise you, will continue on infinitum, because people will say, no, that's just a load of, you know what. But Gordon will swear right now that the primary purpose, Gordon Murray that is, the primary purpose of the fan car was to cool the radiator. The fact that the car would suck down like the Chaparral did, that was a bonus, that was a benefit. And when Colin Chapman saw it in Sweden, he went off the radar. They called a constructors' meeting. Ken Tyrrell was standing on a table frothing with anger that Brabham had turned up with a car that all the other constructors knew was going to destroy their championship chances. And Bernie said, look, I'm here, I've got the car, I can't change it, but I will give you one undertaking. Let me race the car, and I promise you, I will never race the fan car again. And Bernie fulfilled his word. And the next Grand Prix was the French Grand Prix at Paul Ricard. Funnily enough, a Brabham BT46 took full position. And the driver of that car was delighted to go up to Chapman and say, there you are, you see?
Well, we're underway with this batch of cars, and in fact, John, Mercedes, so important in motorsport, celebrating 130 years in this great sport of ours, and a gaggle of their cars all together in a lovely bunch, led by their Targa Florio model from 1924, through the Group C cars to the GT at the back, the CLK LM, and you understand, surely the importance of Mercedes, the three-pointed star.
Well, I've been very privileged to drive some of the pre-war Mercedes. The car second in line is the W25, which that was the car that Mercedes introduced, I think, in 1934 when they made a comeback. The successor to that car was the W125, which I did drive, and I mean, one of them is in the paddock, actually. It was the most unbelievable Formula One car ever I've driven, and it just illustrated the technology Mercedes brought in that period, along with Auto Union, who did a different thing through Dr. Porsche, Ferdinand Porsche. So the two German manufacturers went into a titanic battle over the next 5 or so seasons, but the Mercedes with the front engine, first a straight 8 twins two-stage supercharged, and then the 154, which is the B12 3-litre supercharged. Unbelievable engineering and cars.
And at the back of the pack, we've got, so where Mercedes is really at the moment in racing, it's the GT cars, GT3, GT2, and one thing unites all of them is the fact they've got the absolutely fantastic V8 engines under the hoods, those GT racers. But what a rolling history lesson. The SLS GT, that's the white and red one with number 3 on the door, got the gull-wing doors that echo the 300 SL, so a little bit of continuity there. But from the 1920s through to modern day, Mercedes still very much in the hunt in motorsport, but 130 years of competing in this game of ours, and it's fantastic that the three-pointed star, that Mercedes-Benz are here, from the Sauber Mercedes, the CLK, the SLS GTs, and the latest GT racers at the back. But importantly, the history of Mercedes in motorsport continues to this very day.
Well, welcome back and welcome to our viewers on Sky Sports. Karun and I have taken up a fantastic vantage point here at the Festival of Speed. We have a view of the track, we have a view of the paddock. And Karun, I think you may be the man having the most fun this weekend.
I know I'm the man having the most fun this weekend. I've been lucky to drive 5 different cars, Formula 1 cars, Le Mans cars, Formula E cars, taking my kids to the ice cream stand in between. And
you haven't taken me there yet. I haven't had an ice cream yet.
You've been very busy actually doing the work while I'm having the fun. But no, listen, you know me. I love coming here, and it's just wonderful to be here again.
We've got cars on track at the moment. We'll get to that action in just 1 second. There are drift cars that are really distracting over your shoulder because they are spinning and sliding sideways down here. There's something for everyone.
There really is, and you know, we saw Michael Dunlop here this weekend, Richard Petty, the king of NASCAR's here. Some of the current Formula One drivers are here as well, for anyone into that sort of stuff. I don't know if you watched the British Grand Prix last weekend. I'm sure there's lots of people who are enthused for the rest of the Formula One season. So, yeah, certainly, as ever, a real eclectic mix of cars and people.
Brilliant stuff. Well, let's rejoin the action then on track. In commentary for us through this session of Drift, Mercedes Tribute, Niki Lauda and Joest, it's Bruce Jones and Alice Powell.
Bruce Jones and Alice Powell and John Watson as well. And Watty, I know you're a massive fan of drifting.
Well, drifting is growing in popularity. It appeals to an element of motorsport, and I believe that later this year in the FIA Motorsport Games, drifting will be one of the disciplines. So it's being recognised by the governing body of motorsport, and its place is becoming more important. It's a big cultural thing. And you watch the skill level of some of these drift drivers. I mean, I've seen some of it on the internet, and I don't know how, under any circumstances, anybody can control a car as they're doing.
Right, talking about control, Reinhold Jost had an incredibly successful career running cars, notably at Le Mans. He ran Porsches to victory, and we're looking at 962C from 1989. He ran various iterations. Then he had a dabble with Audi, the Bentley Speed 8 victory in 2003, and then an incredible run to take him up to 16 victories as a team boss at Le Mans with the Audis, and those cars on the hill. But the 962, following on from the Porsche 956 Group C, it really was such a solid car for Porsche.
Well, that period in the early 80s to the late 80s was the hiatus of Group C racing, and Porsche, not only were they a factory team with the Rossmanns-backed Porsche, but they provided cars to customers, and Reinhold Jost, as a customer team owner, beat the factory at Le Mans 85 when there were a set of particular regulations, and they managed to beat the might of Rothmann's Porsche. I don't know how they did it, but again, the team that Reinhold Jost put together through that mid-80s period was one of the finest privately entered teams in the history of Group C motor racing.
It certainly was. Now, Red Bull don't just think about Formula One, Alice. They're very, very big in drift racing and drift performing. And we've got the BMW M4, one of a pair here for them.
We have, and we've got one of the brightest young stars of drifting, Conor Shanahan, the Irishman, who actually started drifting at just 9 years of age, would you believe? I bet he was very popular and cool in primary school. This is a BMW M4 3-litre straight six, drifting, creating as much smoke, tyre smoke, and leaving a lovely pair of 11s all the way round Morecambe Corner. And we've got the Toyota Stout up next. Bruce, we've got the 2.1 litre 4-cylinder turbocharged, which obviously, looking at this, is far removed from its humble origins.
It's not a little underpowered 1966 pickup. Well, it is in its heart, but the heart's been replaced, and this is unbelievably quick. This has about 600 horsepower. Some of the top drifters have double that, but it's how you handle that power, and it's about keeping the car moving around. And John, when people are drifting, you think they're just being leery and hanging their tails out, but there's far more technique than that.
Well, growing up in Belfast with the cobbled streets around the docks, I was doing similar things, but not at the level of this, because you could do that in the 1960s. But the development, the technology that's going into these drift vehicles, when just looking at the rear of the Toyota truck, you can see the rear suspension. Okay, this is not Formula One, but at the level that these trucks are now being developed, they are so sophisticated. I mean, it's entertainment.
It's phenomenal entertainment, but what you see on the outside is not what you get always on the inside. We've got Chevrolet Corvette, but that has a Mazda rotary. We've had the Nissan Silver, that's got a Toyota engine, and they keep moving things around, and by the end of the match we may get to a McLaren that's going to be very special. But right now, Ryan Turk doing a phenomenal job going through Morecambe. Might have to slow it down a little bit to get past the flint wall and get some visibility, get that smoke out.
Absolutely brilliant. And drifting only came back to Goodwood 10 years ago. So 2014 was the first time we properly got to see these drift cars. And that Toyota Stout back from 1966 and still going strong, still running beautifully up the hill, giving a great show for everyone that's here. But now this is what you call an iconic car, the Bentley that won all the way back in 2003 and won Le Mans.
Well, obviously Le Mans had this Bentley purple patch or dark green patch, national racing colours in the late 1920s, the Bentley boys. And it took a very, very long time for that period to be replicated. In 2003, 3.6 litre V8 turbocharged engine, and it's one of those really, really elegant cars. Bentley tried with the Speed 8 not once, not twice. It was the third time, but the Speed 8 had gone through so much evolution, and by 2003 they absolutely got it right. And Bentley went so well they took a 1-2 finish. You know, John, that the notion that if it looks good, it probably is good. I always thought this Bentley was going to win at some point.
Well, it's a sensational looking car, but it looks to me to be a really stealthy. I mean, look at the cockpit. I know that's a very, very tight cockpit. You feel some drivers felt very claustrophobic within the cockpit, and you can understand why the roofline is so low and there's so little space for the driver. You look around, there's just bodywork wherever you are. But it was performance related, and this car delivered for the Bentley brand and put it back at the very top. Thinking back to the days back in the mid and late 20s when they were winning. I mean, Bernardo, I can't remember his...
Et al. Wolf Bernardo was the lead Bentley boy. Now, we know, as people who commentate on GT racing, the Audi R8 LMS, but it's been going on for a very long time through Evo versions. This, though, is one that really put it on the map. 2010, Christopher Mies, Mark Basseng and Darrell O'Young went down to the Bathurst 12 Hours, a race that just continues to grow, and they put it on the map, and it's kept on winning ever since.
Well, I think this car has been a phenomenon in GT racing, because ever since I've been involved in broadcasting, either with Blown Power or with Thundertech GT through the SRO operation, Audis have been winning year in, year out, and it's such a good package with that lovely, it sounds magnificent, the V10 engine, same engine that's actually in the Lamborghini, but in the Audi iteration, this car has won at Spa 24, it's won everywhere where there's a major GT round, especially in Europe, but also, as you mentioned, down at Bathurst.
So, very well balanced, and these races normally 1 hour races have 2 drivers, and the bigger ones are 6 hours. In the 24 hours, you have 3, sometimes 4 drivers sharing these cars, and it's all about getting the right balance between your crew, getting them to work together. But so many years of experience for the setup of the R8 LMS means the teams really have quite a good handle on it.
Yes, the other factor was the engineering was so good and the reliability was fantastic.
And back to the drifters now. We've got Ahmed Daham behind the Lexus RCF. It's a 3-litre straight 6 turbocharged, 1,200 brake horsepower. An incredibly amount of power, so powerful, and you can see he is leaving plenty of dust, plenty of rubber down, and I'm expecting when he does come further down outside our commentary box window, he's going to swing it around and do a donut for everyone out here. But then we're back to the prototypes.
Yeah, this is one of the later Audis, the Audi R18 TDI Ultra, and that means turbo diesel. Again, we're talking about the passage through time. We're celebrating the career of Reinhold Jost, but Benoit Trellier, so much success with Audi, and they made their turbo diesels just produce not just the power, but it's the torque of the turbo diesel that is such a useful tool when it comes to racing. This was a car from 2011. It still seems modern to my eye.
Exactly, totally. That took the words straight out of my mouth there, Bruce. It does still seem modern, even though it was built all the way back in 2011, which really is, I guess, is not that long ago, considering some of the cars that we have here at Goodwood. The 3.7-litre V6 diesel turbocharged had its final outing at the 2012 Sebring 12 Hours, where it did finish second, but another one of the cars that Audi had so much success with.
So that was a turbo diesel. They then moved on within a couple of years to racing hybrids, and hybrid technology has increased its way through the sport. But the cars that were not hybrid, but boy did they make good sound. John, great big Can-Am cars with this amazing Shadow collection.
Yes, I mean the Shadow, they were involved with Can-Am for many seasons, culminating with a championship win back, I think it was 1974, for Jackie Oliver. Jackie Oliver, better known as a Grand Prix driver, but then focused on UOP and the Shadow group, and they made this Can-Am car. And I mean, it's just got a brute of an engine. I think it's about 8.4 litres, some enormous amount of horsepower and torque that would pull Goodwood House down if you put a chain around it. Just an unbelievably powerful engine.
It really was the very early Can-Am cars. We saw, in fact, that Lola T70 Spider that John Surtees raced in '66. They had 6 litres, and the power and the capacity just grew and grew. And also the aerodynamic addenda. We could see through the history of the Shadow cars, they were experimenting from the peculiar, very, very low-line prototype through to these enormous wings.
And also put the radiators in the Mark 1 as well. They had the radiators in the rear wing. It's just crazy, John.
John, you talked of 1974, that final win for Shadow, but it was a win in every race bar one for Jackie Oliver en route to the title.
Jackie Oliver behind the wheel, and Jackie is now, I think, if not incorrect, is in his early 80s, still as fit as a flea, probably weighs about the same as he weighed in period, and he's still as capable. He'll get in behind the wheel and perform as we run.
Right, this is not all the Shadow Can-Am cars were Chevrolet powered. This one with Damon Hill on board having a great deal of fun there. That's the Dodge powered Charger that they ran just for the one. This is the DN4B 5-litre V8, so they felt 5 litres was enough. Sometimes too much power is not your friend if it unbalances the car, but with the red, yellow and orange livery on top of the black background that really was the Shadow livery. It does look exquisite in the sunshine here at Goodwood.
And that's how, for me personally, how I spot out the Shadow Dodges with that big airbox you can see above Damon's head, standing much taller than he is when he sat down. So that's one way to spit that out. Also, we've seen go up the hill the Shadow Dodge DN6, which also has the same engine, 5-litre V8, but Damon, he loves coming to Goodwood, he's been here plenty of times, gets to drive all these incredible cars, finds himself at the wheel of that Shadow Dodge 4.
Yeah, well, the reason the engines went down in capacity, the rules had changed, and that's why they knocked it down to 5,000 cc, and that, of course, was the sort of engine that was used as well in Formula 5000 when the single-seater Formula really let rip, particularly in the United States of America, but big in Europe as well. Now, Tom Price is the name on the side, the very, very talented and departing far too soon Welshman, and the team was American, it was operated out of the UK, but the DN5, to my eye, was the most beautiful of the lot. 1975, the first 2 races of the season, Jean-Pierre Jarier was as if on another planet in Argentina and Brazil, came away with nothing though.
Well, Jean-Pierre's nickname was Jumper Jarier, and he literally did jump in the front of the field, and he was very, very competitive in those opening Grand Prix. And of course, Tom Price then joined the team, and I remember Tom winning in 1975 at the Race of Champions, or whatever it was, the Brands Hatch, and the tragedy of what occurred in 1977, a wonderful racing driver taken way, way before his time. And he loved driving for this team, particularly because the team principal at that time was Alan Rees, a fellow Welshman, and they bonded together, and it's a very important, I believe, element within a team. If a driver feels he's got support from the management rather than maybe being in a battle with management, which does happen sometimes, and that's what gave Tom that confidence and ability to go out and demonstrate his talents.
Because in many ways Tom spoke with the steering wheel, didn't he, and the foot on the throttle, not averse to putting the car sideways, timid out of the car but sensational within.
But one of the things he did do, he liked to get the back end out, he enjoyed a little bit of oversteer, and of course, while that might have been great from his perspective, maybe sometimes he hurt the rear tyre a little bit too much. But hey guys, to watch Tom driving was a real thrill.
Yeah, he was an absolute superstar, gone far too soon. Right, looking at the very, very early, this is the first of the Shadow Formula 1 cars, the DN1, George Fulmer raced it, a real treat to have them here. Now, John, we talked earlier of the early March that Niki got to drive, the 721X. It was complex and it was binned fairly quickly.
Yes, and again, the skill that Niki brought to March at that time was very, very clear thinking, understanding of what the problems might be. He wasn't an engineer per se, but he was able to guide the team because of the characteristics he was being confronted with. So a very complex, if you like, package. You can see a very stubby nose, and the gearbox is an integral part of it. He decided, he felt, on his experience and little experience in relative terms, that this was the wrong direction for the team to be going down, and to revert maybe, let's say, a conventional human gearbox, and let's develop the car around that kind of perspective.
Adrian Newey always enjoys getting in a car, but he's having his second run here. Ferrari fun in the 312 B3. And what do you remember about this car?
Well, first of all, it was the first Ferrari that Niki Lauda had a major influence in the engineering of the car. It was run by Luca de Montezemolo, so you had a great power base with Niki in the one hand driving, Luca Montezemolo, the team principal, and of course interacting with the Commendatore Ferrari. It just went from strength to strength in 74. Clay Regazzoni was his teammate through that season, and they won races. Niki nearly won the championship in 74, but he sealed that championship with the following, the T5, I think it was, with the transverse gearbox. And that was the car that Niki won many races in, and that was the car that really was down to him.
Again, it gets lost over the years, but when you have that level of focus combined to that level of performance at the wheel, good things will come. But John, it only seems right we can throw this one to you. This is the car we saw on the start line early, the McLaren Cosworth MP41B, a car you know very well.
Yes, this is a ground effect car we had in period. We had plastic skirts on the side of it. It was a wonderful car. John Barnard designed this car. First carbon fibre chassis Formula One car. Niki won his 3rd Grand Prix. We won 4 Grand Prix in total that season. And both of us went to Las Vegas with an outside chance to win the championship. Regrettably, neither of us did. And Keke Rosberg for Williams took the 82 World Championship.
Up through the hill, back into the light. As we said, just such a step forward in Formula One with that carbon fibre monocoque, the MP41, illustrious times for McLaren, and just great to have them here. And this is all part of the Niki Lauda celebration. 5 years since he departed, 50 years, sorry, let's try that, since he took that first win. Moving back to the world of drifting, I promised we'd have a McLaren coming in the mix. It doesn't seem the natural, obvious choice of a car for drifting, but this is rather special. Mad Mike Winnett, he has stuck with a Mazda rotary engine, but he has stuck it into a McLaren. This is a P1 GTR 650S. That's a potent combination. Wait, he'll get to the first corner. He's not going to be going round straight. Oh no, sir.
Even before the first corner, he was not going round straight. 1,000 horsepower rotary engine, getting it the most sideways that we've seen a McLaren probably go around this Goodwood hill climb. That's going to be extra sticky piece of tarmac down there outside of the house.
Extra sticky, now covered in dust, dirt, tyre rubber, and Mad Mike Winnett, so many years in extraordinary, extravagant Mazdas with all their rotary power, not averse to going sideways, which is very handy. He's a drifter. He's still getting a feel of this car. You can see the Lanzanti name on the nose, so plenty of technical development. He's on a fly up the hill. On we go, on board with Mad Mike Winnett. Mad Mike just because he just is mad for it, and he absolutely flies.
What I can't understand is they just make it look so easy, John. I mean, you know, we've all driven race cars quite quickly, and getting in one of these drifters, they just literally make it like, oh, we're just off for a Sunday drive, you know, down to the shops.
But this goes on against all the instincts a racing driver on a racetrack, on a circuit would have. This is a different discipline. It is equally challenging. But to drive like that on a racetrack, you wouldn't get very far. Your rear tyres would probably barely last a lap.
Yeah, traditionally there's drifters here in their 10th visit. They get through one set per run up the hill, or one set of rear tyres in particular. If they feel there's any tyre life left, they go to the top and do a handful of donuts just to make sure they're good and done.
That is incredible. The Eurofighter, which we've seen go up the hill, the BMW M3, can get through a set of the specialist ultra sticky tyres in just 60 seconds, which is absolutely incredible. Let's see if he's going to do any donuts up the hill. We've left him.
Well, he certainly did, and looking at the concentration from the outside, all you see is tyre smoke. You won't expect tyre smoke from this particular one, because this is the Honda RA272, and the Japanese, when they came first with their motorbikes, John, and then their racers, they were doing things differently.
And this is a car with a 1.5 litre V12 transverse engine, and this was the car, I think, in 1965 that won the Mexican Grand Prix for Richie Ginther. And I mean, it is just a jewel of a race car, and particularly the engine and the way they installed the engine transversely in the chassis. I mean, only I think Honda could have come up with that level of concept.
Well, yeah, spinning to 14,000 RPM, the sort of revs only motorbikes are doing then. And over the years at the Festival of Speed, we've had some of their very, very finest motorbikes that really, they were small, they were nimble, and they revved and made incredible sounds. But this is a car we've seen quite a lot at the Festival of Speed. Every time it's a real treat. Because Alice, look at it, the packaging is so incredibly tight around all that's required.
It is absolutely incredible. And you touched on there that they won the Mexican Grand Prix, and that was actually during the team's second ever season in Formula One, which is just absolutely outstanding.
Well, they got some good people on board to propel them through. Certainly John Surtees got on with them in a couple of years later, and he really grabbed them by the scruff of the neck.
Well, John brought a lot of different European technology to Honda, particularly on the chassis side, the Lola side, and be able to put the V12, particularly the 3-litre V12, into a Lola designed and manufactured chassis. But I remember only recently, Max Verstappen, as a celebration in Japan for Honda for his World Championship, drove that car. And I think he was not lost in it, probably bemused by it.
Well, that's it. Traditionally at the Festival of Speed, you have drivers, contemporary Formula One drivers getting into old cars, and some learn and others are just completely shocked. Well, let's take a look coming up at the highlights of that batch of cars with so many tributes, but most notably the one for Niki Lauda. The drifters kicked it off. Nissan Silvia doing what it wasn't supposed to do when it left the factory, but we're not complaining. It's entertaining. Sideways, rock it out.
900 horsepower right there, the 3-litre straight six turbo. And then, of course, we have the Bagsy and the Lexus, which gets it, Bagsy and the Nissan GTR that gets it ever so sideways and always puts on a fantastic show for everybody here at Goodwood Festival of Speed and for you at home.
2003 was a great year for Bentley, so successful for Le Mans in the 1920s and early 30s, and then they struck again. Porsche under the aegis or the work of Reinhold Jost. We're celebrating his incredibly successful career. His teams ran Porsches to victory, the Bentleys and then the Audis as well, taking a tally across 40 years to 16 wins at the South. Quite phenomenal in the race that just, some people say, decides who win it, but he certainly had a push and shove to make sure it was his car. Shadow were here at the members meeting with their fabulous Rorty Can-Am cars. They went better this time. They brought them and their Formula One cars as well, and a Formula 5000 car for the American mark as well. A real treat to see this historical assembly right up to the latest ones. Now the celebration is 130 years of Mercedes in motorsport.
Yeah, and it's great to see all of the Mercedes that we are celebrating here, including the Eurofighter Transporter that we saw at the very start of the batch.
Niki Lauda didn't just race Formula One cars, he also was very successful in touring cars. We saw the glorious Cologne Capri. And then Mad Mike Winnett is doing with the McLaren what no other person does. He's got one in the drifting environment. And the Ligier that was such a superstar at the start of 1979 when it mastered for 2 races at least the very tricky concept of undercar dynamics and took 2 wins to kick the season to start.
Damon, all I could hear was no way, no way, no way.
Well, it's a beast, I can tell you that. It's a dragster with a bit of downforce.
Everyone who's driven these shadows over the weekend who's not used to them just gets out and goes, oh my goodness, that was terrifying.
Yeah, I can't imagine actually wrestling these cars around an open track, and doing lap times, racing each other. I mean, it must have been absolutely terrifying.
The wheels seem a little bit small as well.
Yeah, I think it's got so much downforce it doesn't need big wheels, but you're right. I mean, I can't see the wheels, so I have no idea how big they are, but there's another one out there with even smaller wheels, the one with the orange car.
Jake Hill was in that this morning and he just got out and he said, I'm deeply terrified after that car.
So they are awesome. They're awesome beasts. And in some ways it's a sad thing they've gone, but they must have been very, very exciting to watch.
And to be fair, they weren't really built for the hill climb here at Goodwood.
No, I never got out of second gear. I never gave it full throttle.
It's a good-looking thing, though, and I think your helmet works quite well with it, the colour scheme.
Yeah, I wasn't really concerned about that. I was more concerned about basically the crash structure in front of me is made out of Kit Kat wrapper, I think.
I think it's your feet, isn't it, is the crash structure?
Yeah, I think so. So, I mean, and I don't know how much the engine weighs behind me, which is probably about 1/2 ton, I think. But, so yeah, it's very, very, it's beautifully turned out. It's terrific that the owner has brought them all here. And so it's a hell of a display of a particular genre and mark of car, and to celebrate the shadows, it must have looked pretty magnificent out there up on the hill.
Absolutely. And to see all the cars together, I think it's a real crowd favourite. It's a really interesting to see them all here.
Yeah, it is. So Jackie Oliver invited me, so I've got him to thank. So thanks, Jackie.
Or him to blame.
Yeah, no, I'm having a word later.
Well, the good news is you made it. He wants to have a word.
Who, Graham does? Damon, you've done it again. Listen, I tell you what, the connection, Jackie is the connection, but also the Shadow Mark was, of course, the car that my dad first entered Formula One with his own team with. So he used a Shadow, the Embassy Shadow, it was known then. He then switched cars, but so that's the only connection I have to this, other than the fact that I've been an admirer of anyone that raced Can-Am cars, like Jackie did, so they were awesome things. Alan Jones, this is Alan Jones. It's got Alan Jones' name on the side. So I think Alan probably would have loved this.
Well, the good news is you've made it up to the top. I'll let you get your thoughts back together, and great to see you in it.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you. Cheers.
Dynamic air suspension, all-wheel steering, configurable terrain response, effortless in the extreme.
You're never too young to fall in love with classic cars. It's a passion that lasts a lifetime, and it's a passion we share. Backed by over 75 years of motoring experience, Goodwood Classic Solutions is a unique new way to ensure your pride and joy. Goodwood Classic Solutions. It's a passion we share.
Well, welcome back. I'm up here on the Sky balcony with Karun Chandok, and Max Chilton's come up to join us as well. And it's funny being up here. You've got a fantastic vantage point, but just a couple of seconds ago, both of them were just staring at all the cars coming in and trying to get their attention again. It's very, very difficult. I'm going to start with you, Karun. What have you driven so far this weekend, and what's been your highlight?
So I started off on Thursday driving a Ferrari 333 SP sports car. Drove Juan Pablo Montoya's 2004 Williams, which was it's just the best generation of Formula One cars to experience. It's just it's 954 horsepower, that engine. In classic BMW fashion, they've got all the engine sheets with all the data. So yeah, I drove that one, and then the Formula E car this morning, did some donuts, and I will be leaving you in about 15 minutes to go drive a Group C Jaguar before an Audi Le Mans winner tomorrow. So yeah, lots going on.
Are you looking forward to the Audi Le Mans winner?
Yeah, no, I've never driven it before. Max and I both raced Le Mans, and it's just a magical race. And it's, you see these cars that we saw growing up winning these races, and you always thought to yourself, wonder what it's like to experience it. And fortunately, this weekend we can.
Now, Max, you're royalty around here. You have the record, 39.08 seconds up the hill. You're back to defend it this year.
Unfortunately not. It was an amazing achievement we achieved 2 years ago, breaking the record. I mean, I've been coming here since I was 4 years of age, and I was actually here the year the record got set in the McLaren. So to come back, I think it was 21 or 22 years later, and break it was amazing. But this year we're here doing high-speed demo runs. We're going nearly just as fast, but we'll save ourselves until we're invited back into the hill climb, and we can do it. It's got to be done on that Sunday afternoon for it to be the record.
Well, we can have a look actually at that record from a couple of years ago. It's in the McMurry. Can you explain what's special about this car?
So this car is totally unique in the way it's got two fans which suck itself to the floor, generating nearly 2,000 kilos of downforce. It only weighs just over 900 kilos, so it generally can hang upside down on a roof going 0 miles an hour. As you can see me flying along the straight here, I'm doing 150 miles an hour. It can go quicker, but I was just we set that as the safe limit. And through the corners, it just has so much downforce generated by this fan system that it gives you so much grip. It's got over 1,000 horsepower, and the traction control just doesn't even need to kick in because of the weight or the suction on the car. So it's a totally unique thing to drive, and it was an amazing achievement by the engineers to come up with such a it was an old band Formula One technology. It was just put on the shelf and left for years, and then they thought, how do we bring that into the 21st century?
And just briefly, you're driving a new version of that up the hill this weekend?
Absolutely. So the car that I'm driving is the Spearling Pure, which is the next generation. The third generation will be the client car, looking very similar to the car that I'm driving. The difference between the record car, which you just saw, and Alex Summers that's driving it here this weekend, I'm in the new car, which has got Michelin LMP2 tyres, so slightly more or bigger tyres. That's 50% more mechanical grip. It's got a bigger, heavier battery and has a higher top speed.
Wow, it sounds fascinating. We are looking forward to seeing you going up in that again very, very shortly and across the rest of this weekend.
Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change.
2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Sky full fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built
to power the pros.
We have chosen the Two Wheels for Life charity for the 2024 Festival of Speed because it not only provides essential and much needed support for people in remote areas of Africa, but also because they use motorcycles to reach those in need. I've always so enjoyed my motorcycles, and I'm delighted that we can help this charity to provide healthcare to those who are desperately in need of support. I have no doubt that all our visitors this summer will want to help a charity that makes such good use of two wheels away from roads and racetracks. I do hope you will help us support such a good and important cause.
Okay, burn it, burn it, burn it! Everyone's in vintage clothes, there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
One thing Goodwood's done this year is saying, look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect. That is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
Well, it's not just the past and the present we're looking at here at this Festival of Speed weekend. We're also looking into the future. And Grace Webb is over at the Future Lab to tell us more.
I've come to one of the corners of Future Lab where you'll find Sheffield Robotics, and I'm joined by Tony Prescott, who is a professor of robotics at the University of Sheffield. Now, I have to be honest, Tony, the reason I came over to the display was because these cute miniature creatures have been scurrying around and it really caught my attention. And I guess that's what you guys are trying to promote, this positive impact that robotics can have.
Yeah, good morning. We're trying to show a different side of robotics here because people are thinking of robot arms, and when they say robots, maybe driverless cars, and also, you know, some people think of Terminators, sort of scary, dangerous robots. So
Yeah.
this is friendly, animal-like robot that we've created in the UK. So it's a homegrown robot. It's a prototype for a robot pet.
Yeah. I mean, it definitely made me come over and want to interact with it. And I guess you've seen quite a positive response here at the Festival of Speed. There's plenty of adults and children who are coming up and interacting with the robots.
Yeah, people just naturally respond to it
Yeah.
as if it's an animal,
Yeah.
which it clearly isn't, but it's clearly animal-like. So you want to touch it and pat it, and it responds when you do that.
Yeah.
And we're looking at how you can use this in education. So when I was growing up, we had a lot of pets in the classroom, but fewer schools do that now. But there's the possibility of a robot classroom pet, and it can have a really good influence on children. You can learn about technology, but also you can learn about the natural world, and it can have a calming effect if you're upset.
Yeah, so is that all part of the STEM projects that Sheffield Robotics are involved with?
Yeah, we've actually been working with this robot to try and encourage kids into computing and to learn about STEM generally. And we find that kids get really excited because some of them don't realize that this robot is running a computer program.
Yeah.
And when you explain that, they think, oh, wow, computing, I've done that at school. I could do robotics. So, you know, it's a really good way of getting children enthusiastic about the physical sciences.
Yeah. So does this animal have a name? Is there anything that I can do to interact with it?
Well, the robot's called Miro E, the model, They've all got different names. This one's actually got a number.
Yeah.
But you can interact with it. It's got touch sensors on it, and when you stroke it, then the tail wags, as you can see.
Ah, I see.
So
okay, it's not going to bite me, is it?
I don't think it's got any teeth.
Oh, its tail's wagging.
Yeah, it's actually making little noises. I don't know if we can hear them.
Yeah, it's very realistic. And actually, I was speaking to one of your colleagues. There's several of these animals scurrying around, and he was sort of saying, oh, this one's a bit more erratic than that one. And I quite liked that he sort of associated personalities with these.
They do. They're all, in principle, the same. But I think, like anything, once it's been built and put out there, like cars as well, they all have their own life history, and they therefore have personality. And you get attached to particular ones.
Yeah, I really like this idea. And do you know what? I could stay here for a while just stroking the pet. But it definitely needs a name, so we'll get back to you on that one.
Okay.
But thank you for speaking to us, Tony.
Okay, thank you.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, Grace. Now, I've got Max Chilton with me still. And Max, I wanted to ask you, because I've spoken to some of the young drivers who've been here for the first time this weekend, and they talk about the atmosphere and they talk about how much they enjoy it and how much they want to come back again. Just tell us what it's like as a driver here on the Festival of Speed weekend.
I mean, it's an absolute pleasure to be driving always amazing cars, because, you know, ordinary cars don't come to this event. We get invited to drive amazing things up the hill. More often than not, the weather's pretty nice because it's in July. We have had some pretty groggy days, but it's the crowd that makes it. Every year, this event gets bigger, and everyone's so happy to see you. You're not here unless you're a bit of a petrol head or motorhead, and I just love being a driver here because you get amazing opportunities to drive things. And then the amazing story that came about me breaking the record was the year before in 2021. I was just here as a fan walking around, and Dave Turnton, head of McMurry's PR, just saw me walk around the F1 pits and said, have you got 5 minutes to come and have a look at our car? And he started telling me the stats about the car, and I thought, this is either a load of lies or it's genuine. And I went down and met the team, and they were so professional. A year later, we broke the 22-year record. So just amazing things happen from this event.
Indeed, indeed. And I know that the McLaren Solus won the shootout last year. We've got the shootout tomorrow. Any tips, briefly? Anyone you've got your eye on?
I mean, it looks like it's pretty tight between the Supervan and the Subaru. They're all very committed. It's quite a nerve-wracking thing when you're actually up against the time, and you've got to get it done on the Sunday afternoon, because you can break a record semi on a Thursday or Friday, but it's not official until you do it on the Sunday afternoon. So I think it's looking tighter than ever this year. I don't think they're going to be overly quick, but I couldn't put my money on who's going to actually clinch it.
I mean, it's fascinating. Scott Speed was telling us, I mean, they've built that car to race here to try and beat the record to win the shootout. That's how important it is.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's an amazing accolade to have. And, you know, when you win it, we've been fortunate enough to win it 2 years ago, you get, you know, taken down to the front of the house, drive the car around and park it outside the front of the house. The crowds build, and you get given amazing gifts, trophies, champagne, interviews, and it's just one of the most magical days. I raced, luckily, for 20 years, or over 20 years, and that was probably the most standout day of my career, was someone's drive, well, not someone's, the family's driveway in West Sussex.
Yeah, I remember watching that moment as well, and just how thrilled everybody was. And that record had stood for a long time before you broke it.
Yeah, it did, absolutely. I mean, I was here the year that record was set, and I remember the noise. And fast forward 22 years later, I was the one that took it, but it took all that time to be able to break it. I don't know who's going to break it next. I think our car's, you know, got a pretty nice advantage with it. But we won't be invited back to do the time trial probably until someone beats it. So let's hope someone probably does beat it, and we can then go again.
Well, let's just relive that moment with you, because we've got the footage from that and the commentary, which was sensational. This is the record being broken by Max in 2022 in the McMurry.
So here we go, Max Chilton getting all ready to run the McMurry up the hill. Can he beat the record? Listen, picking up the power. And away goes Max Chilton. The McMurry, you're looking on board. This flying machine, it does the first 100 metres in just 3.51 seconds. It is flying as we expected, but will it set an all-new pace? Very close to the grass, but he makes it through. Up to the first sector, he's done 17.3. We're seeing the fastest times of the weekend, maybe the fastest ever from Max Chilton in the McMurry. 2,000 kilos of downforce, 1,000 horsepower, and it's all working well. Just coming into the final section. Can he do it? Max Chilton heading for the line. He's coming across the route, just about to come across the line. Oh, yes, it's a fantastic time. 39.08. He has set a new record here at the Festival of Speed. And just look at the congratulations he gets from the crowd. A superb performance. He's done it. A whole new record. The McMurry showing incredible pace.
I love how that still puts a big smile on your face. What was it like reliving that?
Oh, it's absolutely fantastic. I'll never get bored of seeing that. I've got goosebumps all over. It's such an amazing event. It's totally unique. It's not what us racing drivers are used to. So doing something a bit out of the ordinary, it feels extra special. But when you're going that fast through flint walls and hay bales, and you can't really see because it's a bit dark under the trees, it just gives you an adrenaline rush like nothing else. But yeah, it's a day I'll never forget, and I thank the family for giving me the opportunity to be able to do it.
Well, there are plenty of others who are getting that opportunity this weekend. Of course, we will have the qualifying a little bit later on. For now, though, it's the next batch. It's the F1 cars. It's the Isle of Man TT, the dirt bikes. Ben Edwards and James Hayden will take you through this.
Thank you very much. Yes, we're looking forward to more sprint shootouts coming up a little bit later on this afternoon. I'm certainly looking forward to that after all the fun we've seen here over the years. But James Hayden with me, and James, you're the bike expert. You've raced MotoGP, you've raced World Superbikes, British Superbikes, but we are experiencing such tremendous heritage here this weekend.
Yes, we are indeed. It's absolutely brilliant to see the number of amazing riders and bikes that we've got here. You can see there we've got John McGuinness. Behind him is the one and only Australian Mick Doohan, the 5-time world champion. There's Peter Hickman there as well. And then we've also got Robert Dunlop, who have obviously had that amazing welcoming earlier to become the most successful TT rider ever. And it is, by the looks of things, going to be Robert Dunlop that's going to set us off straight away.
So what we're doing here is celebrating 75 years of Grand Prix motorcycles. So we're going right from the back to the front, as it were, and tremendous history, great riders, as well as some superb bikes, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. And at the moment we're with the TT boys. So you have in the middle, you got John McGuinness number 1 on the left, Michael Dunlop's number 6, and you got Peter Hickman number 10. Those guys are the most successful TT riders. That still with us. We've got Michael on 29, John McGuinness on 23, Peter Hickman on 14. Peter Hickman is also the outright lap record holder and an average speed of over 136 miles an hour. So they're really good to see there. Peter's on the BMW 1000, the other two on the Fireblade 1000s, the Honda 1000s, and lovely to see these qualities, these names coming up the hill, pulling some wheelies, waving to the crowd. The weather's perfect, it's ideal.
It's lovely that the new king of the mountain, Michael Dunlop, put that lovely celebration earlier here today at Goodwood. Really celebrating the fact that he's had more wins at the Isle of Man TT than anyone else, including his own family. A remarkable family history.
Yeah, it was indeed, and just a wonderful reception and a very, very special moment. I'm sure one that will stay with him forever. So absolutely brilliant to see. I've also just seen Giacomo Agostini come past on his MV, so he's on the hill somewhere as well. So great to see him sort of coming up as we watch the TT boys celebrate.
Why do bike riders always love putting it up the front like that? What, are you always doing that as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's what you do, isn't it? It's part of the fun. Number 1 there, we've got Kenny Roberts Jr., the world champion. Behind him, we've got Steve Parish riding Kevin Schwantz's Suzuki. So again, 2 RGVs of different eras, the early 90s and then the 2000 bike, the one that he obviously won the world championship on. And there he is. It's part of the fun riding a motorbike, doing a wheelie. It's what you do, especially with the crowd all coming out and everyone there today. We saw this beautiful pictures earlier as well as him coming up with his father. We're now looking at Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement. These are the current world champions. They were the world champions of 22 and 23. And behind them you've also got Tom Wilkes and Tim is there as well. And we've got and I think Maria Costello there, she's there as well with Alice Smith. So we've got Tim Reeves as well in the middle on the the yellow outfit. So these guys, you know, it's great to see these. And you're seeing the top of the sport. You know, Tim's won 8 World Championships, and the number of people we're looking there, Tornelis and Emmanuel Clermont, you know, they've won the last 2.
We really enjoyed seeing the sidecars competing in the members' meeting earlier on this year, and the way that the passenger has to throw themselves around on any kind of surface is always amazing to me. They did a fantastic job at Goodwood. They had their own competition, and it's lovely that they get a chance to wave to the fans heading up the hill today.
Yeah, it is. It's brilliant. It's so epic. Now we're seeing Stefan Bradl. He's on the very latest MotoGP bike, the 2313, and this thing has got 300 brake horsepower, so it weighs, you know, 170 kilos, 300 brake horsepower. You can see the aerodynamics on it. It's got so much electronics and aerodynamics to keep it stuck down, because otherwise it just wants to spin up, and obviously they still spin and slide them all the time. Stefan is Honda's test rider, development rider and fill-in rider, so it's really good to see him out. Yeah, great to see him out there. Now we're looking at some of the flat trackers as well. These are guys who come over from America, and what a job these guys do. They race the big dirt ovals, and you have to remember in America as well, some of the best names to come, you know, to the world of racing: Kenny Roberts, Randy Mamola, Eddie Lawson. You know, they all grow up flat tracking, so you know, doing these dirt ovals, moving their body, getting used to grip, getting used to sliding. You know, that's the Honda with the Transalp engine, and it taught them, and that's why when Kenny Roberts came over, he adapted this new style of sliding the rear. He was the first guy to get his knee down. You know, they revolutionised the style of road racing.
It's amazing. It's a bit like seeing drift drivers become Formula 1 drivers. Maybe that will happen in the future, but you're saying that's the sort of style on bikes that they had that then worked extremely well when they got onto tarmac.
100%. That's it. That's exactly what happened. And you know, we're looking at Morgan Michelin there. We got a really nice selection. Big Al's brought some of his bikes over as well. So it's great to see these guys coming over and see something different. Also, they've got a very unique style of bike, and there's a real big scene anyway in America and UK of replicating these sort of flat trackers, you know, to do it. Now we're seeing a couple of Ducatis. We're seeing a City Chibanaus Ducati there. So some of these Desmodicis, we've got some 990s, and you know, these things are absolute animals. They're doing, you know, Stefan Bradl's one now is doing about 225 miles an hour. At this point, they were doing about 215 miles an hour. So you know, really are terrific motorcycles. The one we're looking at there is a Desmodici GP6. Yeah, that was from 2006, and that was ridden by Caprossi and Gibernau, and it was also the same bike that right at the end of the year, the World Superbike champion Troy Bayliss came in for the final race of the year. Gibernau was injured and won at Valencia, and it was a terrific moment. Yeah, Bayliss is a great guy, and it was wonderful to see him take that MotoGP victory.
So the Ducati is creating fantastic four-stroke power. That was such a major part of their plan and what worked so well.
Yeah, well, they didn't come in till 2000, you know, with the new rules came in 2003. That was when they re-entered MotoGP with the four strokes, and yeah, they came in, and it was just great to see them come back and start winning. They won in their 6th race. That's Kenny Roberts' you know, factory Yamaha, the bike that he won the 1980 World Championship on. So, you know, again, it's just full of classic motorcycles.
It's lovely to see. We have a tremendous collection celebrating Grand Prix bikes, off-road bikes, and the Isle of Man TT as well. So as ever, the rider's doing a great demonstration, a great show, picking it up onto the rear wheel and getting a great amount of support from the fans. I do hope you've all been enjoying that as you've been watching it with us. We've got some of the top riders from around the world here this weekend.
Yeah, and from every echelon as well. You know, we're looking at the factory prepared desert race machines, the GYTR, you know, the factory Yamahas, we've got the Honda there. You know, we've got Stefan Peter Hansel, who's won 6 Dakars. We've got the latest young blood coming through. So you know, it really is some amazing riders out here today, sort of showing us their skills and showing the different types of motorcycles that we've got on display here, in the same way we have such a different array of cars.
Yeah, we do. We have a wonderful collection. And there we are. We've got a Formula One safety car heading up the hill, which is actually very good timing to get the Formula One safety car, the Aston Martin, heading up the hill, because we are about to see a little collection of Formula One cars heading out. We often see this car on Grand Prix circuits when something has gone a little bit wrong and the cars all need to be kept behind the safety car. These are remarkably rapid machines, modified extensively for the work of staying in front of Formula One cars. And of course, how often do we hear, despite how incredibly fast this machine is, Formula One drivers coming onto their radios and saying, can't we go a bit quicker behind the safety car?
Yeah, it's the same thing on motorcycles as well. It doesn't matter how quick the car is when you're on a racing bike with racing tyres. It seems like you've been in race mode, they come out, and even though they're rapid in their own right, compared to the highest limits of a Formula One car or racing motorcycle, it suddenly seems like you're cruising.
Yeah, I have to say though, with this Aston Martin Vantage, it has moved along beautifully. David Coulthard about to head up the hill then in the Red Bull, and this is lovely to see. David Coulthard, who was such an important part of Red Bull from the beginning. He's going up in the 417 this time, so this is one of the slightly later ones from when he joined Red Bull. He was part of the team when it very first began, and an opportunity to show the sort of way that the team developed. But this 417 machine is in fact the 2012 Red Bull, and the 2012 one was of course a success, but it was a close battle, there's no doubt about it. The Red Bull Racing Renault RB8, take a look at it everybody, and give David Coulthard a wave. It's lovely to see him back in a Formula One car and giving us a little circle display as well, part of the fun and games of driving it up the hill. This RB8 that battled all the way to the final race in Brazil, and it was a battle between Sebastian Vettel and Fernando Alonso that I remember talking about. It was just such a battle, with Vettel having a spin on the very first lap in Brazil, but he did enough to recover, to finish in 6th place, to take the title from Fernando Alonso. It was one of the great fighting battles that 2012 season. We had a huge different number of winners in the first part, 7 different drivers winning the first 7 races, and yet Red Bull came out on top. It was part of their 4 titles for Sebastian Vettel, and it really was tremendous to be able to enjoy. And David Coulthard there is the one who is making the most of the fun to go out up in that car today, even though at times he's got chances to drive others of the Red Bulls. So he's just done that first climb up the hill, but we've got plenty more Formula Ones to come. Formula One cars heading up the hill for this little display of Formula One teams, and also celebrating 20 years of Red Bull. But we're looking at the Williams Cosworth FW802 right now, the car that was the dominant force for Rosberg in that period, and it really is a crucial stage for Williams, because taking the title in 1982, Rosberg only had the one single event victory, one Grand Prix, the Swiss Grand Prix, but it was that sort of consistency and the fact that there were problems for other teams that allowed Keke Rosberg to take the title. Of course, the man who took the title and then saw his son Nico Rosberg take the title somewhat later on in a different car. Now, coming up onto the stand, this is a lovely chance to see Bruno Senna in the McLaren once again as he comes over to start the run up the hill. This is the McLaren Honda MP46, and Bruno Senna, of course, nephew of Ayrton Senna, who had so much success with McLaren in the late 80s and early 90s. This one was the one with the Honda V12, when Honda created the 1.5-litre turbo V12 engine, and it was absolutely fantastic, fully operational, 725 brake horsepower, wonderful machine.
Yeah, and still that's one of the most purest sort of shapes, and I think it's one of the most gorgeous Formula One cars of all time.
Ayrton Senna went on to take the title by 24 points over Nigel Mansell. He had 7 wins in this car, in that season, and it's lovely to see Bruno Senna having his opportunity to have a play with it and take it up the hill at high speed.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Now this is Juan Pablo Montoya in the Williams BMW FW26, a car that he competed in 2004, and it's lovely to see Juan Pablo Montoya back out. He was a challenger for race wins and for the championship, and always very, very competitive. Unfortunately, in 2004, it didn't prove to be quite as competitive as Williams had hoped, despite the fact that its V10 engine produced more than 950 horsepower, and Juan Pablo did take a victory at the end of the season, but it just took them a little while to get the car working quite as effectively as they had hoped. He did win the last race in Brazil, and Juan Pablo Montoya, of course, a fantastic racer who raced with Williams, went on to McLaren, then moved to the USA, raced in NASCAR, went back into IndyCar. My goodness, he's had such a career. It's lovely to see him back in a Williams. Now, this is an early Alpine, what was called at the time the Lotus Renault, run by the Enstone team, and Jack Doohan is driving this at the moment, and of course, Jack Doohan, the son of somebody you know very, very well, James.
Yes, of course, yeah, the son of the five-time champ, Mick Doohan, and I'm loving the way he drove it up earlier, really full of confidence, lovely burnouts, great to see.
Yeah, very, very good. Oliver Behrman is back out in the Ferrari SF71. Lovely to see Oliver Behrman here, the youngster from Chelmsford, who is going to become a Formula One regular next year. He's already done a Formula One race this year, standing in for Carlos Sainz in the early part of the season, and that was a fantastic effort at the Saudi Grand Prix, and he's now having a bit more of a play. He was quite cautious, I noticed, when he did his initial run earlier on today, but Oliver is already getting a bit more confident.
Yeah, and that's great to see. I mean, you can see why, though. You wouldn't want to do anything too embarrassing, and so just a little run on the grass there. But yeah, these guys having fun. They want to put on a show, but you don't want to embarrass yourself or damage anything.
Oliver going to be driving for Haas full-time next year. He's going to have a whole 4 full season, which is going to be wonderful to see. He's in the Ferrari SF71 at the moment, a machine from the late 20-teens, as it were, 2017, 2018, a time when actually Ferrari were in good competitive form. Certainly in 2017, they were challenging for the title. Didn't quite work out, of course, because Mercedes had been the dominant force from the beginning of this hybrid era until Red Bull came along and they had the huge battle in 2021. We've got Frederic Vesti in the Mercedes-AMG W12, which is good to see out on the track right now. This is, of course, part of the Mercedes history and so much success in Formula One. And Frederic Vesti is currently another driver trying to head up the ranks into full-time Formula One. Lovely to see him a second in the FIA F2 Championship last year. Tremendous talent. And the Mercedes-AMG F1 always showing us the pace. Of course, last time out, a Formula One race, we saw Mercedes win. They've had 2 wins in a row, Mercedes, in the last 2 Grand Prix. George Russell winning in Austria, and then that remarkable victory for Lewis Hamilton last time out at Silverstone at the British Grand Prix. It was just amazing.
Yeah, what a race that was, and just wonderful to see.
So the Mercedes heading up the hill as part of this wonderful display of Formula One cars at Goodwood. So just making it down towards the end of the hill climb section before they get the chance to bring them back once again. But yeah, very, very effective to see these F1 cars. And there's Richard Petty, who was celebrating all the NASCAR wins that he's had yesterday.
Yeah, lovely moment on the balcony, wasn't it, with him and his son and the Duke?
Yeah, really, really impressive. He is the king of NASCAR, and he's been here a few times at Goodwood. But I love the fact
what a dude.
Yeah, you can see he just loves being here. He loves absorbing the atmosphere, just like so many of us do. doesn't sort of matter what your background is. It's just fun to be here, isn't it? And just see things that you just would never see anywhere else. And that's what we've been seeing once again here with the bike starting off this last run.
Yeah, we did. There's Michael Dunlop, after that wonderful celebration earlier. Then we saw the sidecar world champions, Todd Ellis, Emmanuel Clement, and then we saw Tim Reeves, Mike Wilkes as well, and then behind them Maria Costello. Then we saw some of the best of the flat trackers from America coming out and just showing their sort of stuff. Wheelies, we saw some lovely little turns as well, so really good to see these boys out. And some of the Paris Dakar lads, some of the World Rally screen. We saw the Hondas, we saw the Yamahas, Gas, and all the guys just putting on a show. This is one of the old Sheen factory RG500s, 2 strokes, and seeing the old Grand Prix bikes coming through from everything. We got them from the 30s to the very latest, and then we went back to the wonderful show of 20 years of Red Bull Formula 1 cars.
Yeah, it really was great. Nice to see David Coulthard out there again. We're going to be celebrating Red Bull even more deeply tomorrow. Emerson Fittipaldi in the McLaren from the early to mid-1970s that was so successful for Emerson himself and, of course, also for Hunt as well. And then Senna, the Senna family, Bruno Senna, in the machine that Ayrton Senna won the championship with, one of his 3 titles that he took in Formula 1. And then seeing Juan Pablo Montoya back out in the Williams in a team that he was with for a good number of years and had a number of victories, never quite won the championship, but was always very, very powerful. The Williams team, of course, having other championships, including 1982. That was their 2nd title after Alan Jones took their 1st title in 1980. But wonderful to see all of the fun and games of the Ferraris, the Alpines, and later on the Mercedes. Good stuff. All very enjoyable, and it's always exciting for us to watch Formula 1 cars here at Goodwood. So everybody just enjoying the atmosphere, the sound and the smell of seeing these remarkable vehicles, whether they're 2 or 4 wheels, whether they're humble operations from early years when motor racing first began. As we know now, we've been learning as we've gone over the course of the weekend that 1894 was a key year when motor racing began, and here we are in 2024 with a very different style of machinery, but just as exciting in different ways, of course. And we're looking to some more action taking place on the hill climb shortly, particularly when we get into the timed shootout. That will be coming up in a little while when we are going for outright pace up the hill in different categories, and each of the different categories, whether it's for the older vehicles, the pre-war machinery, or GT cars or other categories, we will have a winner in each of those and celebrate them. Tomorrow we will be going into the fastest time of all, so that's excellent, and we shall all be looking forward to that as we go throughout the course of the event here at Goodwood. Welcome back to our coverage here at Goodwood, and we're looking at Goodwood House, and often there are many celebrations that take place here at Goodwood for some of the achievements that so many people have made over the years. In bike riding and the Isle of Man TT, new records have just been set, and celebrating just a little bit earlier was that opportunity to see Michael Dunlop celebrating a new record of victories at the TT.
Michael, busy day for you, and now you've joined us on the hill.
Yeah, obviously we were a bit late coming this morning. We had a bit of mist at the house this morning before we could get away, and then obviously when we landed, yes, we're all ready to go, so for obviously the balcony service earlier, so we had to just stay down the bottom. But yeah, no, it's good to get a run up the hill, and I think this is our last run, which is quite good because I think it might be raining now in a minute or two.
Well, what's it like? I mean, first time at Goodwood and you get a balcony moment just to kick it off. It's pretty special, and congratulations again on such an incredible achievement.
Look, it's an honour. It's an absolute honour, obviously, for the Grace to put that on for me. It's something that, I don't think you'd ever get a chance to experience. Something, the experience alone is just incredible. To be honest with you, I did say I didn't think there'd be many people actually realise about motorbikes, in my opinion. I thought there'd be nobody there, and a massive crowd. It was just it was a complete honour, and thanks to the Goodwood people, everybody that's made it happen to get me here and do everything, because obviously it wasn't easy to get me here, so they got me here, they choppered me in, and it was a privilege.
And what was it like driving up the hill on your bike?
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, I tried to make sure I didn't do anything stupid. I tried not to do anything stupid, just in case I fell off in front of people. So a couple of
that would ruin the day a little bit.
That would ruin the day, and maybe the bank balance a little bit too. So no, it was all good. Look, great crowds here, great event. What more can you ask for, really, than ride your motorbike?
Tell me a little bit about the bike you're on.
This is our own team-built bike, something that we use at the TT. Obviously the record-breaking TT, so it's one of the bikes that was used for it. So yeah, it's my stock 1000. It's just handy. Come here. A lot of these bikes they need starter motors and all that, so I can just push the button and this ride off and have no grief. So
no dramas.
No, well, hopefully not. So no, there's a lot of these boys doing a lot of pushing earlier. So I was like, no, I'm all right with that for today.
And what's it like seeing people like Giacomo Agostini, Mick doing all these guys?
It's great, you know. Obviously, I've been done a couple of events with these men, and they love it. You know what I mean? It's these boys are the prime of the sport, like, you know what I mean. And to be standing here and sort of being talked in the same sort of circles at them is pretty cool, like, you know what I mean. And as I say, it's actually quite weird seeing how much they still love it. You know, I thought after 40 years of it they would get annoyed or have had enough, but they just love it. They just freaking, I think that's maybe just Americans, they just love everything. Even when they're having a crack, they love it. You know what I mean? They just hyper, you know what I mean? So Kenny's down there screaming that he wasn't getting another run, and they just love it, really, you know what I mean? So it's good.
Well, a fitting trip to you today for your achievement. I think, and I hope it's not going to be your last trip with us over here at the Festival of Speed.
If he wants to keep sending the helicopter for me, there's no problem. I'll come here whenever he wants.
Well, you've set the precedent now. I mean, that's the only way you arrive here now, is it?
It's the only way, if I can do it, it's the only way I will arrive anywhere, but I have a funny feeling like I'll be back on the normal job tomorrow again.
Well, best of luck. Enjoy the weekend.
Thank you.
Lovely to hear David talking to Michael Dunlop, but the celebration did take place that little bit earlier today out in front of Goodwood House, and His Grace the Duke of Richmond along to congratulate him. And it really was a tremendous response from the crowd. It was lovely that Michael reacted so well.
Yeah, and just wonderful to see so many people come out to see him, and for His Grace to put on and choose Michael to be one of those very lucky people to get to the balcony. Amazing.
So that was excellent to see, and we've got more coming up, of course, as we go through the course of the afternoon. And we've got another moment that will be taking place, which is a memory moment for Gilles de Ferran, as we will have a little bit of a memory of a man that we lost at the end of last year, one of the great racing drivers, but also got involved in Formula One management side of things as well. That'll be coming up a little bit later. But as I mentioned, we have got the timed shootout coming up pretty soon. And that'll be very, very exciting to see who sets the pace. We've got the fans just looking around, getting a chance to see what's going on, and we've got our very own chance to find out what is going around different places here at Goodwood with Matt Baker.
You never know who you're going to bump into here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and I'm delighted to be joined by the Wacky Racers team. Hello everyone, we've got Red Max, hello.
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag. We've got Peter Perfect.
Hello, wonderful to see you.
Very good, very good. Sergeant Blast.
Sergeant Blast, sir, carry on as you were.
We've got Penelope Pitstop. Hello, Penelope.
Hello, my darling. How are y'all?
Very well, thank you. Lovely. Dick Dastardly.
Yes, forever number one.
The best. Boo. The best chin in motorsport. And then we've got Private Meekley as well. Private, how are you?
I'm very good, thank you for asking. It's nice to get some attention. I'm trying to answer his question, Sergeant.
Right, I'm going to come to Penelope Pitstop first. Penelope, what is the thinking behind dressing as the Wacky Racers team?
Oh my goodness! Well, we're racing. We're here. We're the Wacky Racers, and we're always here at Goodwood because we love coming to race. But you know what? This year we're just too fast to go on the track. They won't let us go up the hill.
That is a travesty.
And they won't because we're too fast and too good. That's why we're in the army, son. As you were, carry on.
And we're also far too handsome, some of us, you know. We don't want to show everyone up.
When you have a moustache like this, what can you do? It's impossible.
The outfits are fantastic. Dick, I have to ask you about your chin. I mean, sorry, I know that's a very rude question.
No, go ahead.
All I can say is that as I've walked around for the last couple of days, the ladies say they love a big chin. So I've been drawing in the attraction of all the ladies, all the side eyes I get as they walk past me. It's a beautiful thing, a beautiful thing.
It certainly is. Can I feel it? Oh, it's quite scary.
Lovely, isn't it? I don't let just anybody do that either. You're very lucky.
Right, now what kind of reaction have you guys been getting? Peter, what have people been saying to you as they come up?
I mean, people are just blown away by this face, really, and they're thrilled to see everyone else as well, but mainly they're just taken aback by seeing someone as perfect as me. What can I say? I suppose they quite like you as well, Penny.
They do.
I'm like a rose between two thorns, standing right here as my Sergeant Blast.
It's fantastic. And look, I mean, maybe when you're not wacky racing, what do you do? What do you spend your time doing?
Racing. Nothing but racing. We are racers. That is what we are born to do. That is why we are here.
There's other stuff to do other than race? Did you know that, Sergeant?
Well, I'm in the army, son, so I am marching on my stomach, as you can see, because the army marches on his stomach, and I am marching for the whole of the army right here. Thank you. Carry on.
Amazing. Right, final word to Private Meekley. What have you seen at the Festival of Speed so far that's really got your attention and you'd recommend everyone to go and see?
Oh, I'd say all the futuristic stuff. I think it's Electric Avenue, although don't try and take nothing out on the plug. They're not too fond of that. No.
And I've seen a pigeon around, and I'm trying to catch that blasted pigeon, but I'm having no success whatsoever. Muttley's absolutely useless too.
Go and see the pink Porsche. Penelope is going to go and see the pink Porsche. We're on our way right there
We
now.
are indeed. I can't wait. And I've seen a pink Rolls-Royce today, and it was beautiful.
Yes.
Amazing. Look, guys, incredible. I'm sure you're going to get amazing reactions as you go through the Festival of Speed. Off you go. Well done. Bye-bye.
How do you start an iconic movement? Classicism would say it's all about form and craftsmanship, while surrealism would find all of this quite, well, surprising. After all, it's about creating the icon of a new movement. Welcome to Forwardism, the all-electric BMW i7.
Presenting the new Pirelli P0e tires for electric cars. They're on a sustainable journey, just like you, thanks to more than 55% bio-based and recycled materials. They let you move with outstanding quality for everyday life, thanks to AAA class in rolling resistance, wet braking, and noise reduction. They let you keep driving even after a puncture, thanks to run-forward technology with a self-supporting tire structure. We call them contemporary performance tires. You can simply call them tires for contemporary humans.
It was an icon of its era, a ruler on the racetrack. It was every stuntman's stunt car of choice, a legend of its time. But you know what they say. Legends never die. They're not just reborn, they're rewired. The legend is back.
Well, Max and I have relocated, and we've just been watching everything go past. We've just seen Fred Vesti do some wheel spin in the Mercedes. But I wanted to ask you, Max, if you could take any vehicle up the hill, what would it be?
For me, I mean, everything that comes up here is amazing. I think for me, classics cars are always my favourite. I think a Ferrari 250 GTO, Holly Mason's out there driving, or Holly Franchitti is driving it, and it is a beautiful piece of engineering, lovely noise, elegant lines, and it's got so much racing heritage from back in the day. So that would probably be my #1 choice. Seconds to the McMurry, which is just out and out fast.
Looking behind you, there is blue sky, some white fluffy clouds. Overhead, it's got very dark and very grey, which is why we've relocated down here, essentially. Some lightning and thunder in the area and some rain. Now, how interesting would that make the time shootout?
It would make it very interesting. I actually have driven the McMurry up here in the rain when you're trying to commit, and it makes life a lot more difficult. You're sat so low to the ground that the black asphalt just becomes like a mirror, and you can't see the difference between the grass and the tarmac. And then even on a bright sunny day, going up past the flint wall under the trees, you can't see at the best of times. So when it's really dark and there's no sunlight coming through any of the trees and the ground is wet and reflecting, it is beyond nerve-wracking. If you're doing a normal hill climb, you just take it steady. But obviously, whenever you're against the time or against the clock and you're a racing driver, you sort of have to push yourself. So it's going to make it interesting. I think the fastest car at the moment is a rally car, so he's probably in the best position. What you don't want to be in is a classic single-seater where there is a few of those. So it's going to be interesting to see. It might pass, but it's looking pretty dark up there.
It is. The darkness is creeping in. We are heading towards the time shootout. We're looking for the 30 fastest cars to be in the shootout tomorrow for here at the Festival of Speed at Goodwood. So here's a little reminder of how it all works.
The Sunday afternoon shootout is the pinnacle of the Goodwood Festival of Speed, as the fastest drivers in some of the most incredible cars compete against the clock for the honour and glory of posting the best time up the hill. Winding its way through the grounds of the Goodwood estate, the 1.16 mile course is the centre of the action. The track is narrow and features tight corners, blind rises and the landmark flint wall, all of which provide a thrilling and adrenaline-pumping spectacle when the stopwatch comes out. For the audience, it's a wonderful conclusion to the event, as the most spectacular cars and drivers push to the very limit. In 1999, Nick Heidfeld held the outright record of 41.60 seconds in Mika Hakkinen's championship-winning McLaren MP413, a record that stood for over 2 decades. But that was finally topped in 2022, when the outrageous McMurry Spearling electric fan car, at the hands of Max Chilton, broke the record in an astonishing 39.08 seconds. The format for the timed shootout has changed somewhat for 2024. All timed competitors will now run in their relevant themed class in the morning, Thursday to Sunday, and this is split into 7 classes of vehicles. Pre-war races, single-seaters, tin-tops, sports races, modified and all-wheel drive, production GT races, and production cars. Saturday afternoon's qualifying shootout will now determine each timed class winner, as well as the top 30 who will progress to Sunday's shootout final. It's all to play for across the weekend, and come Sunday, will Goodwood see a new record up the famous hill?
Well, that's how it works. We are looking forward to it. Moments away now from the cars trying to qualify, trying to get through to the top 30 tomorrow. I want to talk to you, though, Max, just briefly. Ollie Behrman's just been up the hill in the Ferrari. He is looking ahead to his first season in Formula One. I know he's done a race, but how will he be feeling right now?
I think he'll be excited. As you just said, he's already done a race, which just settles the nerves a little bit. You know, he's done the whole process of a weekend. He's done the qualifying. He's managed to, do a full race. And it's just probably... I didn't have that luxury. Not many people do. So he's probably a little bit more relaxed. But then it's pretty daunting. I mean, Formula One, even since I was in it 10 years ago, has grown. I mean, you just have to look at the amount of viewership you get now in Formula One. It's even F2 is a huge amount of views. Everyone loves watching that kind of sport now, and he's a very well-known driver. He's British. He's doing a great job. I think he'll love it. He'll do a good job, and they're not exactly young drivers and not experienced anymore. They've done thousands and thousands of laps, multiple race years and different championships. So he's more than ready, and I'm sure he'll do a great job.
What would be a good season for him to have in Haas next year? What would be a good result for him if he looks back on the 12 months?
I mean, you are a little bit reliant on how the car gets on, but the main thing is always to try and do have the upper hand on your teammate. But I think he's got that raw speed in there. Consistency is key. You don't want to be crashing a lot. It's very quickly you get a reputation for crashing. I won't mention any names, but there are some people that have been in Formula 1 and left that were known for crashing. So try and keep your nose clean and finish and get that experience. And I think he's got the professionalism and the skill to have a career in the sport for a long time.
Is it tricky, the fact that when he did step in, he drove a Ferrari, but now he's going into the Haas?
I mean, it's definitely the backwards way of doing it, but you just take any opportunity to get in, and he did a great job. I think he just missed out on points, didn't he? Or I remember it was a great race.
He got in the points.
He did get in the points.
Yeah. He's
did.
quite helping the drivers, considering he's only done one race.
Yes, yeah. I mean, so he did an amazing job. I think as long as he, as I say, keeps his nose clean, tries to have the upper hand on his teammate, and he should set himself up for a nice career in the sport. And he's still only young. I mean, he's definitely young. I was 21 at my first race in Australia, and he's got a few years on that. So good luck to him.
All right, well, let's hear from him, because he was out in the car today. Earlier on, this morning, in fact, he spoke to David Green when he got to the top of the hill.
Ollie, I've just seen you sign a Ferrari car. That's your new world now, isn't it?
Yeah, no, that was quite a special moment. One of the most beautiful cars in the history of Ferrari, a very successful one as well. So it's all part of the fun of being here, and I'm really excited. Really excited and really happy to be here as well.
How was it driving this car up the hill?
It was...
Will you do that next time up?
Oh, I got some work to do. That takes a lot of confidence. Wow.
That was quite a tight circle.
Yeah. No, I was going to do some, but I missed it. I didn't know the track, and I completely missed the space to do donuts. Next time you'll see some donuts, but no, it's great to be here, and I'm really enjoying it.
We were laughing that this might be your last time you can come to the Festival of Speed and walk around without being interrupted, but I think it's probably already too late.
Yeah, although it's quite difficult already. I have to run and keep my head down, but no, it's great. I get to see a lot of people supporting me, and it's having announced my contract in Silverstone and coming here as a British driver, it's amazing to feel the support of the fans and the passion as well.
It's been a whirlwind ride since the beginning of the year. I mean, tell us a little bit about what's been happening to you and what you're doing this weekend.
Yeah, it's been a very busy year. Of course, there was a last-minute call to Ferrari in Jeddah, which transformed my year quite a lot. I've done a lot of free practices with Haas now, and now, of course, being here. So lots of laps in an F1 car. This is probably the most fun laps I've had. Lots of wheel spin and lots of tyre smoke, but no, I've been loving it, and it's been fantastic.
Well, it's so great to see you here. It's so great to see you smiling, and I look forward to the donuts on your next run up.
Yeah, I'll try and put on a good show for everyone. Thank you very much.
Great to see Ollie here this weekend. Max, I just want to get a final word from you on Formula One right now. We had a Lewis win. We've had 5 different winners in the last 6 races, or whatever the statistic is. It's looking good right now, isn't it? It's competitive.
It's absolutely, Formula One is always been great to watch, but some years gone by, it's very predictable. You'd know who to put your money on. Actually, the last few races, it's really been, especially this year, it's been more up in the air, and it's just great for the sport. It makes it less predictable, more exciting. I think the last race at Silverstone was absolutely mind-blowingly exciting, and what an amazing result for Lewis. 9 home victories, that's just an amazing thing. He was desperate to get that win for the last couple of years, so that was great. Wet race at Silverstone, that's become an iconic race. And then we've had other race winners this year as well, and I think it doesn't look like that's going to change. I think it's going to be up in the air for the next at least 5 or 6 races, which is great to see. Formula One, when we had the Schumacher and the Vettel years and the Hamilton years, sometimes becomes a bit predictable, but I don't think we're at that stage at all now. It's really switched quite rapidly recently, and I'm really enjoying it.
British drivers going well. Ollie joining that grid as well for next season. Motorsport in this country is on a bit of a high right now.
Yeah, we're very proud to be British, aren't we? We've got so many drivers. I think next year we've got 4 or 5 on the grid, which is the... Oh, you can tell me. Is it?
Well, I was going to say, Alex Albon is a Brit-born Thai, so if you can include Alex as well, yeah, we have Alex, Lewis, George, Lando, and Ollie.
Right, so we're up to
Have I forgotten anyone?
No, I think you've done well there. But I think I was the last year in 2014 when there was 4 of us, me, Jensen, Lewis and Paul de Resta. So it is great. I mean, we are very lucky with Formula One that it has so much British heritage. So many of the teams are based here. We've now got more probably nationality drivers on the grid than anyone else, and it doesn't look like that's going to slow down. And you know, obviously Oliver Behrman is linked with Ferrari. How cool is that? It's not just the British teams taking the British drivers. So I think we're in a great place, and let's hope it continues.
Thanks for your company.
No
Really
problem.
good to chat to you today. The current record holder here, of course. Will that be broken? We're moments away from the time shootout. First, though, how do you master this hill? Karun can tell us more.
The hill here at Goodwood is one of those iconic bits of motor racing these days. And here I am in the 1962 World Championship winning car. Off I go. Graham Hill won the 1962 World Championship in this wonderful BRM. Through the boulevard of trees, coming up to the first couple of right-handers now. It's a fantastic sight as you come through this bit of the track with the house on the left, this beautiful sculpture at the corner of your eye, but you're firmly focusing on the track, the lines of hay bales with the sea of people behind it. Up into Moulcombe, a tricky left-hander. And as you start to climb up, this amazing view of the Flint Wall looms ahead. Round the Flint Wall, give it a wide berth. Be nice and safe. This car comes from the Collier collection in America. It is exactly how Graham Hill drove it back in the 60s. To be honest, it's the first Formula One car driven with no seatbelts, which is quite extraordinary. I'm bracing myself up against the side of the car to come through the final corner and through the finish line. A fantastic bit of Formula One history to drive here at Goodwood up the hill and showing all of you at home a little bit of just what we see from the cockpit.
And the shootout is beginning. We've already got some of the cars heading up the hill, some of the older machinery, the pioneers and the pre-war racers are all about to head up the hill, and this is making life pretty exciting with some of the more ancient machinery, but we shall see how it goes. Now 3-4, the next one that's coming up is the 1937 Mercedes W125. This has a 5.7 litre straight 8 supercharged motor, absolutely dominant in the 1937 season. Martin Eder is the one. Now we have a first split that we can just keep an eye on their speed off the line towards that first corner, Alice.
Yeah, so that's crucial. I mean, it's like any start, really, at the start of the race. You want to get that good launch off the line. So not only do they have to get that good launch off the line, they have to navigate their way. And we saw through Karun's video there that it's so narrow, especially going up through that Flint Wall. And we've seen already, going through Moulcombe Corner now is the Mercedes. We've seen already today, Moulcombe Corner catch a few drivers out, some few near misses of the hay bales there. So this, I would say, going up the Flint Wall, the start and Moulcombe Corner are the three tricky areas to this hill climb.
I totally agree with you there. We're watching one of the classics and we've got these different classes, so it's about trying to win each of your classes up against your rivals in that class. Martin Eder not pushing so hard, and I'm not surprised, in a car that must be worth absolutely millions. This one with the Maserati Grand Prix in 1937, Rudolf Caracciola took victories with it in its history. Across the line, so 75.34 seconds is the time done, and that is actually the fastest we've seen of the older cars so far. But as we go, we've got more action to come, and we've got, heading up the hill now, Vincent Kolb in the Ferrari 166 FL. So this was a machine that saw Fangio win his Grand Prix, his first Grand Prix. Juan Manuel Fangio at Monza in 1948 in this particular car, and of course this is in that early stint of group of cars from the pre-war. I think this is part of the pre-war, even though this is just after the war. It was effectively before the World Championship began.
Yes, it was 2-litre V12 supercharged, bolted on the front of that. Vincent navigates quite nicely up through Moulcombe Corner. You must feel, I've never driven one of these historically before, you must feel quite vulnerable there sat out. We see these often out at the Goodwood members meeting, and if you've been to Goodwood Revival, we also see them out there as well. So just having a little look at the times, the 129, not a bad initial launch there, Ben, actually slightly quicker than Archie and Ben, and a couple of those in front.
Yeah, so that was actually a pretty good effort on 106.4, but I can tell you Pat Blakeney-Edwards is going a little quicker in something a bit later. There it is, the 1975 BMW 3-litre CSL Batmobile, as it's known. And Pat Blakeney-Edwards always very rapid, and I would imagine, yeah, look at the time that Pat's done there, Alice. Look at it. 1 minute exactly.
Perfect. That is precision at its finest right there. So remember, these are all in different classes. We will try and run you through the classes as best as we can. But yes, the Batmobile at the moment, the top of the class with a 1 minute dead.
Yeah, well, we're watching Johnny Cicotto, another very experienced racer. This was the sort of machine he raced in the mid to late 1990s, the BMW 318 IS. And Johnny, former bike racer as well, turned into car racing and has done very effectively. Very good first sector, good mid-sector, yeah, 55.34 seconds. So that is the fastest time so far.
Yeah, now this is one of the cars that span off earlier on. You can see the marshals, you have to get them in a perfect position because this is technically like pulling up into your grid box. The timing beam will start as soon as the car goes across. You can see the marshals at the rear of the car there as James Wallace. He was the one that actually had a little spin, didn't he, earlier, Ben, at Malcolm Corner.
But I think he is potentially one of the fastest here. So keep an eye on the Porsche, the 911 GT3 Cup car that is heading up the hill. James Wallace, Porsche Carrera Cup junior driver, who's been right out to the grass there. But it was an excellent getaway. He's done that in 5 seconds flat, so that's the fastest sector that we have seen so far off the line. Yeah, and you're right, he did have a spin up here, but he's got it, kept it clean, hasn't he?
He has. He used a lot less inside grass, not curve, inside grass there than he did earlier on. And did you see how close he got to the inside hay bales there? He brushes up. Did he? He has. He's knocked in the front right wing mirror there, Ben. So he must at some point, it was either the first brush of the hay bales or that second one that we just saw there. But straight to the top of the times, the 48.12 seconds. So great effort there from James.
Yeah, really good. That is the fastest so far. Now we're looking at a very classic machine, the Sauber Mercedes C9, winning all but one race in 1989 in the World Sports Cars Championship. And Kenny Atchison is at the wheel, very experienced racer himself. Let's just see what the time is as it comes across the line. 51.91 seconds, and that one is in the sports category. That could well be one of the fastest in that particular sports racer category. We shall see how it goes. We've only got a couple in that category, actually. It does vary how many entries we have in each of the different categories.
Now, Philip Eng, he is going to be another one to watch out for. The BMW M4 GT3 3-litre straight-six turbocharged 2022, and this car actually, the team won the Spa 24-hour with these drivers, with Philip Eng, Marco Wittmann and Nick Yaloli. Nick is here. We've seen him out in the BMW hypercar, but this is going to be a super fast time. It's going to be close between him and the Porsche. 51.24 seconds. So slots up into second place, just behind the James's Porsche.
So now we're looking at Andrew Morrow in the 231 Ferrari 296 Challenge, and Ferrari Challenge, of course, is a major part of competition in that group, and Andrew has done a pretty good stint so far, hasn't he?
He's the fastest first sector of anyone that we've seen so far, and same with the middle sector. It is super close though, so close between him and James. We'll have a look. This could be going up to the top of the times. No, 49.6, just lost a little bit in that final sector.
Fantastic, really good attempt. Now this is going to be a fun one. Michael Lyons, who is always very, very quick in historic classic racing, particularly with fast single-seaters. This is a Formula 5000 5-litre V8 powered Gurney Eagle, and let's see how the times are looking here. Pretty promising, aren't they?
Yeah, it is. Michael, a very experienced historic racer. He goes across the line and pinches the fastest time. What an effort from Michael. Really got that car working, the slick tires. You've seen him go numerous things up the hill, but Michael Lyons take the bow up to the top of the times.
So heading up the hill now is the Lotus. As it goes up, let's see how this does, because the Formula One cars always have got great pace. Now, just to remind you, modern Formula One cars do not have the ability to go and do this particular run. But Nick Padmore in the Lotus Cosworth 77 here is going very quickly. 22.4 seconds on that early stint, 36.7. So in the ballpark, there's no doubt with what Michael Lyons did. I'm not sure it's going to be quite as quick as Michael. Really pushing hard though. Across the line he goes. Nick Padmore, 49.8. So under 50 seconds, but not quite the fastest so far.
He'll slot into second in his class now, Ben. I think that this could be one of the contenders for fastest overall. This Supervan is incredibly fast, and actually we've been keeping a keen eye on the times of when they've been up already in demonstrations on the hill today, and I'm going to say that this has been the fastest time of the day so far. The Ford electric Supervan. Romain Dumas knows how to drive anything quickly, and he's definitely going to put this van through its paces.
And as you said, with electric power, you're riding on board, he had the fastest run from the start line to the first sector, because that electric power, remember this is about 2,000 horsepower from the electric power in this Ford, and he's doing fantastic little sectors at the moment. I think this is going to be the fastest time. Romain Dumas, who has won the Festival of Speed sprint win in the past. Let's have a look. Across the line he goes. Yes, fastest of the day so far, 45.06. Romain Dumas sets a new target for everybody else. It's not down at that record figure, but it is impressive, no doubt about it. Now you're watching the Alpine Pikes Peak machine, and this is also very rapid as well.
The Nissan Skyline there, which has Jake Hill aboard, very experienced and super fast British touring car driver, another car that we'll watch out. Let's listen on board with Jake.
Yeah, lovely to be on board with him. Let's see what the time is. It's not quite going to be up there with the pace we've just seen from that Ford, but 50.47 is still extremely effective.
Now, this is the car that we saw hopping across the grass, didn't we, yesterday out of the first corner, Ben, in the practice. So managed to keep it on track so far as the Alpine storms up to cross the line. This is going to be close, Ben.
Rafael Estel, 48.19, so it's not quite, but under 50. Now, this is one to really keep an eye on. Scott Speed, he was telling us about this. This Subaru WRX Project Midnight has been created for this event. Let's see if it's working.
Slightly down at the moment compared to Romain Dumas, but it's not by much. In the middle sector, he's a 10th of a second off, so this is going to be so close. It's got to be so precise. You can see jumps on the brakes at the final turn, nice and tight to the inside. Bale there, heads up the hill using every width of the track possible. Comes across the line, Ben.
Scott Speed across the line, and he does 45.15. My goodness, he's missed out by just a 10th and a half from the fastest time we have seen so far, which is still held by Romain Dumas in the Ford Supervan 4.2.
Now, next up to go up is the Subaru Huckster, Travis Pastrana, and you'll see the active aerodynamics when he slams onto the brake, when he does need to use the brake, that is. There you go, a good example of the Subaru there, but this will be another one that's going to contest. Oh, he gets out of shape at turn one, Ben.
Fantastic, just look at the angle he goes to. He really throws himself. He's been twice runner-up at the Festival of Speed in the shootout, and he's really pushing on hard. But how are the sector times going? Well, he's certainly in the mix. That was a very good first sector time. He's in the mix, not quite as rapid on the second sector. Keep an eye on it. Let's see. Stay off that thin wall. He does so, but he is pushing hard, and let's just see how it goes right up to the top. Eases off just a touch. The flaps come up when he brakes. Give him a little bit more slowing. And into the final sector now. Across the line he comes. And Travis Pastrana, the time is 47.5.
Yeah, so just missing out, slightly losing out there. We've now got, here are our road cars that are going out. So this is the new Genesis, eating as much as you possibly can on the inside of the turn one there. We have, this is the new concept, Magma concept that was launched earlier on this weekend. Jackie Hicks was at the wheel, went on Thursday, and in its own class, of course, but this is again what's so special about Goodwood Festival of Speed, as we get to see so many dynamic debuts, and this has been one of them this weekend.
Absolutely, as you say, being launched for the first time here. It's got the high-performance dual electric motor, and we're getting some rain as well, so that's going to make it a bit difficult to set a fast time, isn't it? We are getting a little bit of rain. 53.52 is actually over 50 seconds, but that is a pretty impressive time for this machine, the Magna Concept. Now, this is going to be fun, particularly if it's raining a bit out there. This is Mark Walker on the 1906 Darracq 200 horsepower, a land speed record machine from that early period, and it's always quick, but you can see the umbrellas are going up. That's just to make life even more tricky.
That is the good sign. So this is the oldest car in the category. Out of all of the shootout, this is the oldest one. Mark Walker, you can see getting it sideways, and look, you can see on the pictures, and for those stood outside, the rain is coming down, but how incredible. And this is what makes Goodwood so special, to see these historics charging up the hill. And Mark, certainly, he's not taking his time, is he? He's certainly putting the 25.4 litre V8, should I say, sorry, through its paces. He slides all the way through Moulcombe Corner.
Imagine being the passenger on a machine like this while he's giving it such a push to try and get in as quick a run as possible. Mark Walker's doing the work, but the man alongside him is also helping out.
I'd be holding on for an absolute dear life if that was me.
It would be pretty scary, wouldn't it? But yeah, doing a good job, heading up the hill. Julian Majoub in the Bugatti has already done a 61.8, and that is another of the early period cars, although it looks like we're separating a little bit the pioneers. This is considered as a pioneer because it's the very early stage, 74.97 seconds. That is pretty effective. It's up against cars like the Mercedes that was out earlier on, and so that's something that we will be keeping an eye on as we go through this. So we're watching the Porsche Taycan Turbo GT now. Lars Kern, again in a very modern style machine. This is the most powerful production car that Porsche have created already, all electric, over 1,000 horsepower. So it might be quiet, but I tell you what, it's extremely rapid.
Yeah, it's got some waft, and look at the rain at the top of the hill there, Ben. This car can go 0 to 62 miles an hour in just 2.3 seconds, and that is fast, especially if you're trying to navigate it through a tunnel of hay bales, and that's what I felt when I went up the hill. It's almost like you're going up through a hamster's tunnel.
Yeah, 54.5 seconds there. Looks as though that is a pretty impressive performance. And we've got the Lotus Avija out on the track now as well. This is all electric as well. And let's see how this gets on, because this has massive power. They're producing around 2,000 horsepower. So that was Gavin Kershaw, and he did a 51.6. So it didn't have quite the outright pace that we've seen from some of the others, but we are seeing a mixture of machinery. Rolls-Royce heading up, the Rolls-Royce Spectre, another dual electric. So Rolls-Royce getting into the all-electric angle now and squealing the tyres, all-wheel drive, so all four wheels working hard as they try and generate as fast a run as possible up the hill.
Yeah, and the factory is just down the road here from Goodwood. This is a short journey, has this Spectre, and it hasn't had to travel far to get to Goodwood here. The rain is increasing outside of our window. The Spectre is the first all-electric Rolls-Royce, and doesn't it just look so slick heading up the hill, Ben?
It really does, yeah, and you get that silence from the electric power, but you get the squeal from the tyres, you get the rain falling, as you mentioned. Oh, a bit close to the bales there, but thankfully, and that is the damp area now, so I think that's getting a little more tricky there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's going to cross the line now. Where does it? We'll have a little look where it will slot into its 21st position. It was not going to compete with the race cars, unfortunately.
And there's no doubt that for those that oh my goodness, you can see the slide there. This is the Ginga that was very rapid yesterday, but I don't think it's going to have quite the same chance.
Yeah, they're going to be kicking themselves that they weren't able to get or luck in to get further up the order. So this is the 21C in the rattlesnake green exposed carbon fiber, built in California, and it's an American hypercar, 1,350 horsepower strong hybrid. And as poor Chris gets to the top of the hill, that rain absolutely increases, but he's certainly put in a very good effort. And this car, actually, if I remember rightly, was running up in the top 5 yesterday overall. So Chris will be slightly disappointed that he's caught the weather unlucky.
But I tell you what, this is a bit tricky for people because you've got to be in the top 30 to get through to Sunday, and it feels a bit difficult for those who are going out now because it's going to be much harder for them to be in the top 30 with the conditions changing. I wonder if this will be reanalyzed. I have no idea at this stage.
Who knows, but you can't control the weather. But I wouldn't want to be in that beast of Turin now. I hope they've got their leathers on because the rain is absolutely coming down. The 28.4 litre cylinder engine, and you can see the famous flames spitting out the top there as it heads up. Duncan Pittaway at the wheel, and actually I must say the rain looks worse, and I feel sorry for the passenger there. They've got an open face helmet, so if I was them I'd be looking down.
Absolutely, it is all a bit tricky at this stage, but it's wonderful to see the beast of Turin heading back up the hill once again. It's always fun and it always provides plenty of entertainment. Over the line it goes, and Duncan across the line at 84.42, 1 minute 24.4, quite a bit slower than some of the others, obviously, that we had earlier with those wet conditions. That does make life a little tricky. Well, the fastest, there is absolutely no doubt about the fastest. It was the Ford Supervan. Romain Dumas setting the outright pace at 45.06 seconds, fastest in that group, obviously. We had another machine fast in a group as well, and that was the number 150 of Michael Lyons, the Gurney Eagle Chevy. That's been top of their particular group. Let's just take a little look back at some of the highlights. It's so wonderful seeing these historic racing cars really going for it when we get into some shootout events like this as well, whether they're cars from pre-war or just post-war, but from the great names like Mercedes and Ferrari. And of course, as we went through it, we then move on to much more modern machinery. This was into the 1970s with the BMW, a car that was competed with Niki Lauda, and then the more modern BMW moving up into the 1990s, all in different categories, all trying to get the fastest time in each and every category. But then, Alice, we started to see some really rapid times coming in while it was still dry. The rain was coming a bit later.
Yeah, it's a shame for those that were trying to post a faster time than yesterday, and we're at the end of the queue. But it is at the moment the Ford Supervan that is fastest, and there was James Wallace in the Porsche that will certainly be in contention tomorrow. A couple of seconds he needs to find to try and compete for the fastest time overall.
Yep, fantastic stuff and some good driving, and I have to say, very easy. Would have been very easy to see somebody making a mistake and not just touch the bails. We did see a little touch, but we didn't see anybody actually make a big spin, and particularly when you've got conditions like that, I'm very impressed that nobody actually fell off towards the end. Very impressed with Scott's speed in this brand new Subaru. I think that's one we're going to be keeping an eye on. Back wheel just lifting a touch there, so they're still working out how it works too. They haven't run it very much. First time we've seen it out, and there's the machine that was so rapid. That has set the outright pace, and wonderful effort by Romain Dumas, no surprise with all his experience in the Ford Supervan. So let's take a look at those times then. As I mentioned, the Ford Supervan setting the pace, 45.061, but it was very close with Scott Speed in that new Subaru, right behind, just a tenth of a second slower. Michael Lyons in the lovely single-seater Formula 5000 Gurney Eagle Chevrolet, he was third. Travis Pastrana, always a great one to watch in the Subaru Huckster. James Wallace in the Porsche 911, he was pushing hard in 5th place. Rafael Astia in the Alpine, then Andrew Morrow, Gregoire Munster, Nicholas Padmore was very quick in the ex-F1 Lotus Cosworth, and Jake Hill taking the top 10 spot in his beautiful Nissan Skyline. So that was all good fun, and the fastest pace set by Romain Dumas. Let's hear from him.
Roman, that looked either fun or terrifying.
Well, I don't know exactly. Yeah, it was not easy. This morning was a little bit better, actually, and I'm not able to really say why. I think the weather changed suddenly, a little bit less grip. And in our car, it's such a big car, as soon as you have a little bit less grip, it's not as agile, and you are a little bit more scary, so you are losing time.
The rain just started to come down towards the end of the run. Could you see it on the windscreen?
Yes, I saw on the last straight, so I was lucky, I have to say. I think it was not the same for the other guys, the cars after me, but for me it was okay.
P1, you got to be happy with that?
Yeah, quite surprising. You know, we are much faster than 2 years ago. We didn't expect such a time, but let's continue and see tomorrow.
Absolutely. Best of luck.
Thank you.
It's the biggest garden party in the world. It's in the summer in the UK, so of course it's raining. Thank you for being my umbrella holder, by the way.
You're so welcome. They don't bring me out for anything else, really. So I forgot my high vis, though. So that's the second time I've made that joke today, so I'll stop now.
But at least people know where I am when we're walking around. I don't get lost. Your dark clothing in this weather now.
Yeah, that's true. But if you get caught in the rain, surely you'll get all the wet patches on your shoulders.
Nope.
Well, there's only one way to find out, isn't there?
So, anyway, listen, what did you make of that? We looked at that Ford Supervan. We were thinking that has come with a purpose this week.
I mean, built for this, built for hill climbs, really. So much horsepower, so much power within that electric Supervan as well. Even just when you walk past it in the stand, it's a stop and stare. You do have to have a second glance at it.
My only point would be I went and had a closer look at it, and you're not getting much in the back of that van, and that's why you buy a van.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a super van, though, isn't it? It's not your traditional van, but you know, maybe it's not one for the parcel delivery service.
Now, Scott Speed wasn't the quickest up there today.
No.
Some work to do if they want to win this tomorrow.
Yeah, but we spoke to them right at the start of the day, didn't we? And he seemed really confident, and you know, that Project Midnight has been, again, designed specifically for this. But you know what, the more they get to grips with the hill climb, because some of them are starting this and not having a clue which way it goes. So the more they do it, the more they're going to build up the speed and speed. However, if the weather continues like this, then there could be a bit of trouble.
I've seen the forecast for tomorrow. The forecast at the moment looks okay. However, when we arrived here this morning, the forecast for today looked okay, and we weren't really expecting rain, certainly not at this time of day. So a one-word answer from you. Are we going to have rain tomorrow for the shootout? One-word answer.
No.
OK, great. Harry says it's not going to rain for the shootout. We're looking forward to a dry shootout here at the Festival of Speed. But who is going to come out on top of the timesheets? We can't wait to find out. So make sure you join us for that. Thanks for watching here on Sky.
You're built different. Breathing new life into broken. Taking matters into your own hands. Assembling big dreams from the small things. Never stopping until you find the right part at the right price. That's the eBay way.
Are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change. 2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Sky full fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built to power the pros.
Okay, burn it, burn it, burn it!
Everyone's in vintage clothes. There's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
One thing Goodwood's done this year is saying, look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect. That is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
Well, the rain is definitely falling here at Goodwood in this latter part of the day, but we've still got more action to come, and we will be looking at more vehicles heading up the hill. We've just had the shootout run, and those cars are now heading back downhill, and the fans still enjoying themselves, even if there is a little bit of rain around, and hopefully that will pass on fairly quickly. In the meantime, let's look back to yesterday when the sky was nice and clear and the red arrows were on display.
Goodwood Festival of Speed, it's the Red Arrows! It's great to be here at Goodwood Festival of Speed as we arrive in our world-famous Diamond 9 formation, trailing our famous red, white and blue. Arriving in our Diamond 9 for our 60th anniversary in 2024, bringing the team around to the left is squad leader John Bond. He's Red 1, our new team leader for 2024. The team now come around to our left-hand side with Reds 8 and 9 and trail for one of the most popular, if not the most popular manoeuvre that we fly. Get your cameras ready for the colourful, the dynamic, it's Tornado! Reds 8 and 9 roll around the rest of the formation, watching for the colour change as Red 1 brings the team down the line. The Red Arrows were formed in 1964, and our first display was in 1965. We were actually formed from 3 different display teams. We had the Red Pelicans, the Black Arrows and the Yellow Jacks. We took the red from the Red Pelicans, the arrows from the Black Arrows to give us our name, and we took the aircraft from the Yellow Jacks. The team flew the night right the way up until 1980 when we took control of the Hawk T-Mark 1. That's the aircraft that we still fly today. The Hawk itself is actually 50 years old this year. And a lot of the pilots that have flown it in the past over those 50 years attribute to her to a very small, agile sports car, an extremely fun aircraft to fly and perfect for the job of the Red Arrows. Look directly to your front, over the bridges and over the trees. You've got Hannah running in, Reds 8 and 9 rolling red and blue for the Hannah break. Red 7 and 8 off to the left-hand side, Red 6 and 9 off to the right-hand side. Coming in from the left-hand side at over 450 miles per hour is Red 9, Flight Lieutenant Patrick Kershaw, known as Paddy. Paddy is in his 3rd and final year on the team. He's a former Tornado GR4 pilot, a former Typhoon pilot, as he lines up with Enid in the distance for the Goose. And you see Red 9 climbing up, streaming his red, white and blue, as Enid also stream our world famous red, white and blue off to our left-hand side. Once again, they'll dive down to only about 200, 300 feet. They'll be looking to pass each other in the middle at only 30 metres. That's 100 feet at a closing speed of over 800 miles per hour. They'll go unsighted at the very last minute in a manoeuvre called the opposition barrel rolls. As the synchro pair leave, look to your right-hand side. On the 45, you see Enid running back in with the white smoke in trail. The colour comes on. 4 and 5 perform a roll back to create the hood of the Cobra in a manoeuvre we like to call the Serpent. Once again, Enid trailing our famous red, white and blue. That red, white and blue is only capable due to the smoke pod, which is the small tank under the belly of the aeroplane. As I said earlier, 2024 marks the 60th anniversary, our 60th display season, our own Diamond Jubilee celebration, which we're celebrating all year. And in tribute to our 60th season, look for reds 8 and 9, red 8 smoking blue, red 9 smoking red. And for those at Show Centre, you'll be able to see us drawing something wonderful in the sky for our 60th anniversary break.
So that was some of the fun of yesterday with the red arrows on display. We've got a bit of rain here at the moment, but there we are still going to be seeing some great action coming up the hill pretty soon, no doubt about it. We've got a couple more batches to come up the hill, and we're just seeing some heading back down, having done that last run. Meanwhile, of course, the rally stage here at Goodwood is an important part of it, and we want to look back at some of the action on the rally stage that has been taking place today.
Here we go then. This afternoon kicked off with the Audi Dakar Coupe, which has been a firm fan favourite, as has the Lancia 037. Very much back in action out there today.
Yeah, after the gearbox problems, Dave Kedwood, who went back to get spare parts from Cheltenham from their other 037s and Lancias, and the A2 Quattro, this ex-John Bosch car that was wagging its tail around the stage, and in spectacular style. Look at that. Wow, that was really, really spectacular earlier on.
Yeah, we've seen some great moments out there this afternoon. The Porsche, definitely off the line, one of the loudest cars we have here. But a little bit of a mistake, and we've seen a few mistakes, certainly on Salmon Roll, which has caught out a number of the drivers throughout the weekend, and today it's bitten back yet again.
That was Megala coming into Kielder, and then the comparison between the Subaru hitting the Bales and the Porsche and the time lost, going around the barrel at Delta. Martin Orvington in the MG Metro 6R4.
And then another Audi, the Audi Quattro Brigade. The four-wheel drive, Ferguson Brigade are all here. And this is one of the two Audi coupes, the Dakar coupes, and James Williams, star of the show, fastest so far in the shootouts. The young Welshman doing extremely well, who won the Manx Rally earlier this year. A big, big win for that young man. Ross Whittock sitting alongside him, Warren Phyllis Kirk in the Metro 6R4. Very experienced rally driver, over 40 years of experience, showing us how it was done. Over the flying fin, that rear wing above the Metro 6R4 as the Hyundai makes its way to the top end of the special stage, across that beam to set its time. And we've been regally and royally entertained by spins.
Yeah, Marcel Ludwig there was, he's really on it this afternoon, almost taking out the mini cam on the jump. It's the same tactic on every jump from Ludwig, a little bit off to the left-hand side.
And Ollie Mellors, who was second in the shootout, And you can see how he bashed that right rear quarter of his car. He did that on the first run. That's all taped up. And even the Subarus wanting a little bit of a taste of the bank. And George Lepley in the Evo 6 sparking away under the left-hand front where the skid plates are. It can be rough in parts on this special stage, but there we go. That's that fantastic lead. And Mikola designed this stage 2004, 2005 when it was first used. What a special stage.
We've had some great action out there this afternoon. More to follow. Let's take a look at the all-important times then from this afternoon. The practice times out there. James Williams was fastest with a 2:28.3. Just behind was Ollie Mellors with a 2:29. Then Sarah Rameau, 2:31.8. You can see how close this shootout is going to be. Mark Higgins with the fourth fastest time there with a 2:33.4. Then it was Duckworth, Lepley, Raftery, Gary Lecourdeau, Callum McLeod and Ben Mellors to the top 10.
Well, we might have some rain out there at the moment, but I'm glad to say that we've actually got some cars heading up the hill. Bruce Jones is with me right now, and Bruce, it's a bit more challenging for the drivers. Oh, and you can see straight away, terribly easy to end up on the grass when you've got a wet surface like this.
Yeah, well, we're looking at a Jaguar X3R 12. 12 is the key in that one. It's a V12, 7 litres, and maybe there's an embarrassment of power in these slightly slippery conditions, but as long as nobody has told the drivers, Ben, all will be fine. No one needs to tell Karun.
So, yeah, Karun will know how to go up the hill nice and safely, I'm sure, but he'll always put on a bit of a show. So it's fun to see him heading up the hill in this very, very beautiful Jaguar. And, of course, Jaguar at this time in the early 90s were the dominant force, weren't they?
Yeah, it really was a purple patch, mainly because of the livery, but actually also because of the success. And this car took victory at the Moor in 1990. Martin Brundle, John Nielsen and Price Cobb. But, oh, my gosh, it's so much more slick, the track up at the top of the hill. In fact, Karun at this point will be going, I could handle it at the bottom part of the course, but here's the finish line. Thank you, cup of tea coming up.
Yeah, got it through nice and cleanly without any too much drama, so that's well done by Karun Chandhok. Now here's the lovely BMW V12 LMR, the 6-litre V12, but it is open top, I'm afraid. So that does mean that Franciscus van Meel, who is currently driving it, will be getting a little damp, but crash helmet on, so all okay.
But you know what, at this point, he would be loving this car so much, he'll be focusing, because he knows this is not the natural environment for these cars. It's thin, it's narrow, it's slippery. He's going to focus on the controls, and the Dutch racer having fun. Now, there's a car that won't even notice it's raining because it's got so much downforce. How timely. The McMurry Spearling is on the start line.
I'm going to be fascinated to see this because Alex Summers, who drives this, is a very experienced hill climb winner, and he'll have done it in dry, wet and all sorts of conditions. I'm really interested to watch this, actually.
Yeah, and I'd suggest the clerk of the course of going, good timing. We want the hill dried out a little bit, and with a massive fan under this, 2 tons of downforce while standing still when the fan is whirring away, 1,000 horsepower just to get it underway up the slope, and this is going to be mighty. But I tell you what, I'm massively relieved. These conditions are very, very tricky, and the fact they get worse, Ben, as they get to the top of the hill, you need someone who just has that exquisite potential of a hill climb driver.
Here we go.
Detail.
Here we go. This is it for Alex Summers. Let's see how he deals with the damp conditions, with the downforce, super downforce from this electric-powered McMurry Spearling, the machine that took the record here a couple of years ago, and it's still impressively fast. I know it's not the sort of pace we saw it in the dry, but look at the way it kicks out the spray with the fans from the back.
Quite extraordinary. One car could almost create a dry line on a very, very wet track. Of course, further rain will dampen it. But into Moulcombe he goes, through Moulcombe, actually the sort of speed that I could interpret with my eyes. And when it's at full chat, no way.
Yeah, great to see. I'm always a bit unsure, and of course Alex knows this very well, this car. When you've got downforce created by fans, if you do get a bit sideways, do you suddenly lose all the grip? Because, you know, you need to keep it pretty straight line, don't you?
Yeah, that's a very, very good concept. In fact, I wondered, do you suddenly get only 80% grip by going a couple of degrees out of line? Yeah, that could be a massive factor because the car and the driver are totally committed to the line.
You can't drive it like a drift car, not when it's in that condition, but he's done a very nice run up the hill there, no doubt about it. We're not timing timing at this stage. So I know we were all giving you the times as they went over the line earlier on, but that's not happening now because we're into a demonstration session. We're not into a speed session at this stage. Gwyndaf Evans, it's lovely to see Gwyndaf Evans back out. He's in the Seat Ibiza kit car. The family with so much rallying history. Elvin Evans is also here this weekend. And this is a more basic kind of rally car, but in fact, in these conditions, it's probably perfect.
No, I think so, because it's always reckoned that if you had a very wet race in Formula One when some cars were turbocharged and some were without, they had less power than normally aspirated cars, and that was their only chance to keep up. But for a car that has so much downforce in its own right, but also the nimble performance, the i20 Coupe, the World Rally Championship, Hyundai, well, and Danny Sauter, I forgot to mention the driver as well, because clearly that's a massive factor.
Yeah, Danny is an extremely rapid rally driver, and actually competing on a wet surface like this for Danny Sordo in the Hyundai. This is probably the best vehicle and one of the best drivers for this display right now, because rain, no, I don't care, I've got all the grip and I can sort it out.
But it is actually properly wet down here. At first it was wet at the top of the hill and just a little bit damp down here. Oh, little 2 stabs at Moulcom. Front grip, there. No, not quite there. Right, turn, adjust the steering, settles it down all over again.
And here's another vehicle that's certainly used to going on to very more difficult surfaces. The Audi RSQ e-tron. Emil Bergqvist is driving it, all electric. You can hear that electric power, and still going to do a lovely little display. That was beautiful timing, actually. Got that absolutely perfect, because I noticed when we get drifters and others who come into that little circle to do the spin, you've got to get the timing absolutely right on the brakes. That was really impressive.
It was. No one told them it was dry, it was wet. That's the answer. But with so much suspension movement, in fact, that probably softens the whole experience. But this is a car not made for driving on tarmac, not made for driving on anything that's smooth. It needs jumps. It's actually passing the bowler off-track, off-road arena, and that's probably the most suitable place for it to be going.
Now, more modern technology is hydrogen power, and this is the Toyota Yaris with the hydrogen power, the HR, and it's lovely to see it here this weekend. It's using a traditional internal combustion engine, but it uses hydrogen as the fuel. I know there are different methods of using hydrogen in different systems. Sometimes it's combined with electricity, but in this it's an internal combustion engine.
Yes, and in fact, we've had various drivers performing in this all weekend, and they come back raving about it, because everyone is excited. Any form of sustainable fuel or a way of doing things differently to keep the environment as cleansed as it can be is embraced. But also, this is incredibly dynamic. Everyone's thoroughly enjoyed it. Now, we've still got the vehicle ahead of it going up the hill doing donuts. Let's hope that keeps moving, because going through the first corner to the second corner, windscreen wipers on, it's all good. The previous vehicles kept on moving up the slope now. The Toyota GR Yaris HR, pussyfooting at the moment, I'd say, but that's quite sensible.
It is, absolutely, but the Toyota GR Yaris, the hydrogen-powered version, with James Ogden driving it at the moment. That's taking a good run up the hill. Jari-Matti Latvala is coming up next as well, and that will no doubt be a pretty rapid run from him, the former very, very experienced and successful rally driver, but now very much an organiser, manager of the team. And Elvin Evans is going to be coming up too. But the Toyota GR Yaris, this is so much of our horseless to hybrid style here at Goodwood this weekend, going from steam engines to now hydrogen engines and more in the future.
Just a thought, I wonder if the steam car going up the top of the hill in this sort of rain, and the rain at the top is very, very serious now, how much of the performance, as the temperature drops on that steam engine and the Salvus and wagonette, how much of your performance you lose?
Yeah, I wonder too. But yeah, lovely to see the Toyota Yaris here at Goodwood this weekend, and we're just waiting to see a few more. Now this is a fun one to see, a touring car version about to head up the hill, and this is Rob Huff's car, but I don't think Rob's in it today. No, it's his teammate Josh Cook. It's Josh Cook, who also competes in British touring cars and is also extremely effective. Used to some wet rain at some times, so I'm sure he'll have a nice little play. But remember, this is not a rally car, it's not four-wheel drive, and therefore it will not have quite the same capabilities.
No, but it must be said that Josh Cook can throw caution to the wind. As you pointed out, it's not his car, it's Huffy's. So there you go. But Josh was interviewed earlier, thoroughly enjoying his time here. But any time you get all the BTCC races together, they can't help but be competitive. But right now, the messages will have got down. It's damp at the bottom of the hill climb course, going through the first corner, right-hander followed by the second, and even there, in the last 5 minutes, it's gone from damp to properly wet. Look at the amount of spray coming out of the back of that.
Touring cars is always wonderful. Of course, there's hybrid technology in touring cars, and actually they've increased the hybrid power this year, and it's worked very well. I was working up at Snetterton earlier this year when they were racing up there, and I have to say the extra hybrid power that they've got and the amount they're allowed to use has really improved, if anything, the quality of the racing. Now, this is the new Ford that we're going to be seeing more of next year, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the Ford Raptor that's going to be absolutely mighty. Big push from the Blue Oval into off-road racing. Driven previously here at the meeting has been Carlos Sainz at the wheel. Now it's Nani Roma who's just getting stuck in as well. But Ben, these are such dynamic vehicles. Of course they have to. They spend their time jumping over rocky ridges, going into compressions and then onto sand as well. But Ford are tipping in there with Red Bull backing. And will it be 5 wins in the Dakar coming up for Carlos Sainz? How extraordinary. He's in his 60s, but he's not slowed down.
I know. The fact that he did it this year in the Audi, and then now again he's changing to another team. But as you say, it's lovely to see Ford, the Ford Motor Company, coming back at this level of competition with some top drivers, and they're going to sign another one, we gather, but they've got some top drivers already lined up. Now the Maserati, the MC12, just heading up the hill. This one may be a little more tricky in these rainy conditions. Not that it wouldn't have ever raced, of course, in these conditions. It would have done, but it's not perfectly ideal. But it was a very impressive machine in its time, making very many victories in sports car racing, Italian GT and the GT1 series.
But here's the question, has a car like this, a Maserati MC12, raced in the rain? He's done many Spa 24 hours. You have to feel there's always rain lurking in the high forest there in the Ardennes. So.
And we had plenty of rain at Le Mans this year, didn't we? Although the safety car was out. And this car is one of the BMW hybrids in the hypercar series now. So, yeah, as you say, if these endurance racers, they always have to race in the rain as well as in the dry. Mind you, the safety car at Le Mans was out a long time when the rain was heavy.
It certainly was, but every time the rain in the night looked as though it was easing, it suddenly would just blow back in. I think you just had to do what you had to do, but we were left with a race, and I always feel that it's that sort of judicious balance, do you call it? Because, of course, as soon as you get the safety car out, all the advantage gets sucked up. And that did allow manufacturers like BMW to stay and hunt. This weekend, they're actually racing the works team down in Interlagos. So, you know, they really are fully spread. Championship going up to 9 rounds next year, even under the trees there, where theoretically it's drier. You saw a little bit of a twitch there from Nick Yellowly coming out of the sprint ball.
He's having a play. He's trying to just entertain people, I think. He's getting wheel spin. I'm actually impressed with the amount of water that is actually on the track now. It has rained really quite heavily. And we haven't got any deep puddles, thankfully, but there is a layer of water right across the track now. And so you need to be that little wary. I love the front end of that BMW. They've done a lovely job with it, haven't they? And you can see it's got that BMW style, and all the hypercars, it's very clever. They've managed to give them the sort of brand of each manufacturer. The manufacturers have been able to do that.
Well, indeed, and I mean, obviously, Formula One, it's very difficult to shape a Formula One car that may look similar. Of course, it won't to any of that manufacturer's road cars, but it has been clever. The differential is enormous. But, you know, brand identity, when you're a fan, a supporter, it just helps you put your backing behind a team. And if you just happen to have a road car from that manufacturer, you understand why that passion can be so strong.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well, passion from fans who are still finding themselves good opportunities to watch this, and they've got the right kit to wear, which is lovely to see. So just a quick look at some of the highlights of what we've just been watching. And as you can see from the surface, when we started that session, it was damp, but it wasn't fully wet. We had a little bit of light rain, and these shots, these camera shots, are actually brilliant. They show you exactly the surface level and how much rain was down, and that relatively light rain that was falling at that point, which then just got wetter and wetter as more cars went up the hill.
And the only car that didn't really notice was the McMurry Spearling. So much downforce, the big fan underneath pushing it along, so much power as well. But even Alex Summer, hill climb expert, must have thought, damp at the bottom, very wet at the top of the hill climb.
Mind you, the rally drivers and the off-road competitors, they were pretty happy in their machines, where they got very durable tyres and lots of grip, and they're used to sliding around in tricky conditions. Some of the vehicles, it was a bit more challenging, which weren't perhaps built for quite this level, but as I say, the most modern rally cars, they certainly are well organised for this.
Absolutely. So they have to take all that comes at them. It's very, literally, it's never uniform when you're competing in rallying. Perhaps the Maserati MC12 was not the dream car to have up the hill. It looks magnificent, so much success in the big GT1 races 20 years ago. But right now it was a question of survival, and likewise for Nick Yellowly in the 2024 BMW Hybrid World Endurance Championship racer. Pussyfooting, but we can't blame him for that.
Got a feel for the teams and everybody who has their cars here on a wet day. There's a bit more polishing to do when the car's been up the hill in these conditions. They do get a bit covered in dirt, but there'll be plenty of people around very happy to polish them up, ready for everything that's going on either later today or going into the final day, Sunday, here at Goodwood. Lovely to see the BMW out on track, a machine that is a key part of hypercar in endurance racing these days.
Serious face, Alex. That didn't look like fun.
That was. Do I get my hug now? Can I have my hug after that? You smell great. Yeah, that's a real shame for the rain to come down. We were all caught down there on slicks. So yeah, just obviously it's a piece of history, that car. So I just sailed up very slowly, but.
It still actually looked very quick to us up here, but we were wondering, how does the downforce work in the wet? Is it harder to deal with?
No, it's wonderful. It's great. If you're on the right tyre, it's fine. Obviously, a slick can't displace the volume of water.
So you on slicks?
Yeah, we got caught short. I mean, my engineer, Jem, was absolutely right. He said, put wets on, but such is life, eh? But yeah, if you've got a cut tyre, it will displace the water. With a slick, you just can't take the risk. But
that makes a lot more sense how you're on slicks as well. That must have been lively.
Yeah, but in the wet normally with a proper tyre, it's great. It's fabulous, you know.
You were creating almost a dry line behind you for the cars behind with that fan.
It's the service we provide. What can I say? Yeah. It works the same. You know, it's very conventional. It's got filters and bypasses and so on, so it doesn't lose any downforce in the wet.
Well, we enjoyed it. I know you would probably prefer a dry line, but, you know, we're just happy to see that car. And it still looks very quick, even with the spray behind it.
Yeah, I'm very happy to be here, and I'm glad we got to the top, because, as I say, it's a bit of a Goodwood legend now, that car, and I'd hate to be the one to spin. So,
like you say, even in 2 years, it's become, you know, part of the furniture here in a good way.
It's wonderful. It's a great event. As I've always said, we're hugely privileged to have been invited, and thank you to the club, the marshals, for standing out in the rain, and everyone who's come to see us, and of course the Duke and GRRC. So yeah, we're hugely honoured as always, and we can't wait to come back next year if you'll have us.
Well said, and we'll see you again tomorrow in the sunshine.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Dynamic air suspension, all-wheel steering, configurable terrain response, effortless in the extreme.
Sky Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change. 2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Sky full fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built to power the pros.
So one thing we are doing today is making a tribute to Gilles de Ferran, who so sadly passed away at the end of last season. Ben Edwards and Bruce Jones with you, and both of us knew him well, Bruce. I competed against him my very early competitive days when he came to the UK, was racing Formula Ford, Formula Vauxhall Lotus, and then I commentated on him. His great success in America. We're seeing some of those pictures. You knew him well too.
Funny, personable, and incredibly rapid. He is enormously missed. There will only ever be one Gilles de Ferran.
Yeah, wonderful to see those images. And also we can find out more about him because Harry Benjamin caught up with one of his friends, colleagues, rivals, Dario Franchitti, just a little bit earlier.
Well, I found a person who knows a thing or two about IndyCar and Indy 500. Dario Franchitti joining me in the assembly area. This, the Indy 500 winning car from 2003 that Gilles piloted to victory. You're about to go up in it as well. How special is that to honour Gilles?
Well, as long as it doesn't rain, we're going to go up because this car is as it finished the Indianapolis 500 in 2003. You know, Team Penske keep their cars in such great condition. So if it rains, what does it say? If it participates, we will not be participating, I guess, is the thing. But to be here to honour Gilles is really, really special. He was my teammate, competitor for a long time, and a friend. And yeah, it's a really special thing. DC drove the car. My brother Marino drove the car. And we'd much rather he was here. We had so much fun at this event. But yeah, to pay tribute to him here with this car, it's very, very special. He was the most incredible driver, but also person and just technical brain as well. I mean, the difference he was making at McLaren was and Andrea Stella was talking about it earlier. Tells you a little bit about the guy.
Yeah, his loss is monumental and felt across motorsport. And just the amount of tributes that have been laid out to him is incredible. But this is, I suppose, a brilliant tribute that Goodwood can put on with this car. Have you actually driven it before?
No, I raced against it a couple of times. I wasn't actually in that race. I broke my back on a motorbike, and it's a G-Force. I raced at the Lara. This is a much different car. The cockpit is really tight. It's quite claustrophobic, actually, and I think Gilles found it that way as well when he only used it, I think, for that one race. And when he won the 500, he had a broken back too, because he'd crashed at Phoenix earlier in the year. And if you watch sort of repeats of that race, you'll see him get out, and you can just see the pain in his face. So to win the 500's special. To win it with a broken back, I think, tells you a little bit about the guy's fortitude, I would say.
Well, absolutely. And we know Gilles has been here at Goodwood many times before, so the fact Goodwood are putting on this celebration, that must mean a lot.
Yeah, you can only do this kind of stuff at Goodwood, can't you? And it is so special. He spent so much time in his formative years in the UK. Obviously went to race in America like myself, but, you know, family half British with Angela and Anna and Luke. So it's special. It's special that the Duke would do this and have this tribute. And yeah, as I say, you can only do this type of thing at Goodwood, and it's what a great man to honour.
Brilliant. Well, let's hope the weather holds off. Dario, thank you so much for joining me. Well, the weather didn't quite hold off in the end because the rain has well and truly arrived to almost end the day here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. And I hope you've been able to grab an umbrella, certainly grab a coat, a pack-a-mac, and find a bit of shelter. We are going to still be having a few more batches coming your way in a few short moments. First glance and road bikes. So debuts being held across this weekend, very much like the XM and the M5 from BMW being launched this weekend, getting their first glances here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and indeed the same for the monumental amount of road bikes that we have on offer. Change in the commentary box. Ben Edwards and Bruce Jones have gone for a cup of tea. And my name is Harry Benjamin. Alongside me is Alice Powell. And so too is James Hayden. And the rain is coming down, but that's not dampening our spirits, is it, Alice?
No, the only thing is I left my wellies in the car. And
Rookie
I've got my nice new trainers on. Yeah, that I should have known, but James tells me that there is 0% chance of rain for tomorrow. So if I forget my wellies again, if I don't bring them in, I'm blaming James.
I'm a well-known weatherman, so I wouldn't worry at all.
And you're standing by that 0% chance. Tell everybody here, 0% chance of rain. James Hayden said so.
That's what the app's saying.
A quick backtrack on that. And already at the start line, though, we're getting ready for some two-wheeled action. So many motorbikes in store. We've had some really special moments of celebration so far this weekend. Of course, the Michael Dunlop moment. And we've had such big names like Jacopo Agostini here as well, along with Mick Doohan. And it really is a celebration of all things two-wheeled here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed this weekend as well.
It is indeed. I'm so glad to see. I wasn't sure whether these guys would be going out. Some of them, they're obviously, a lot of them are on road tyres. These are specials. They might have, they've got unusual wheels, some of them. But this is the BMW R20 concept. Got that great, big, beautiful Boxer engine. It's a real special. You can see it's really been cleaned up. They moved the old cooler to get rid of a lot of the pipes. It's got the huge 255 rear tyre. And it's just got a very elegant, that sort of slightly slammed rear look on it. A beautiful thing. And it's also got they've just changed the head angle to make it just handle a little bit different. 62.5, they've shortened the wheelbase, it's got adjustable O-lins. And now we're looking at the Aprilia. That's Aprilia RS660. And on board that is someone from British Superbikes. And some of the guys might recognise him. It is, of course, Josh Owens. Josh is a real handy peddler, and he's been doing super well in super stocks. He's raced British Superbikes as well, so he's come in to ride that today. So it's great to see him on the bike. Obviously, it's not on proper wet tyres; it's on road tyres. So the guy's got to be a little bit careful. But it's as he comes past us, he's going about as fast as you dare, getting on a bike you've never ridden before, maybe on the hill climb that you haven't ridden before. And now we're looking at this is an interesting bike. This is the Norton V4S 1 of 1, and this is being created by Norton to launch their sort of customization initiative. So you really, you can have it any colour, any style, and this, the paint job there, any of the TT aficionados will be thinking that and saying, hold on, I recognise that paint job, and it is in the number 19, and it is, of course, it's a homage to Steve Hislop's 1992 winning Norton, for many it was the best TT race ever, when him and Carl Fogarty slogged it out till the very end, with Hislop just winning, grabbing his 9th TT win, and this bike is a replica of that. It's got 185 brake horsepower, it's got a 1200cc V4 with about 190 brake horsepower, revs through to 12,000 and just over a little bit over. It's a really, really nice thing, and it's based on the V4S anyway, but just have a look at it. It's beautiful. It's got O-lins, Brembo calipers, and it really is a beautiful, beautiful thing. Now we're going back to the Royal Enfield. This is another special, and this is done in partnership with the Top Gear editor, Rowan Horncastle, who's actually riding it. And it's based on a stock GT 650 Royal Enfield, but it's been done in-house by the Royal Enfield's very own team, their custom team. And they've transformed it into this sort of 70s custom endurance racer, cafe racer endurance bike. And the paint job on it as well is a retro racer livery inspired by Alexandra Calder's 1975 BMW 3-litre CSL Le Mans car. So that's where that comes from, and you can see Horncastle is not hanging about, he's giving it some beans. So they designed that together, and as I say, everything about that bike is custom built by the Royal Enfield in-house factory team.
Yeah, I mean, the variety on offer and on display heading up the hill, but you can really tell the difference from earlier. The rain is really starting to pour down, so that is just affecting how quickly they head up the hill. And of course, you know, they have got to be careful, because how different is it riding? Well, the conditions are obviously very different, but how do you have to adapt your style to this?
Yeah, well, I mean, you haven't got the grip, so you just do things smooth and neat. You've got to apply everything smooth and neat. Now, this is interesting. This is Easy's ride, and it's basically from the Netflix top 10 film, The Kitchen. And they built this, again, it was Royal Enfield's in-house custom team built this, and it kind of looks all futuristic. If you look closely, it's got sort of pipes on it and electronic diodes and stuff, and to make it really look like the futuristic bike for the film. It is in fact based on a 2024 stock Royal Enfield. But now we're back to the cars.
We are indeed, and this heading out from McLaren, the Solus GT, Mika Hakkinen back at the wheel. Now this is McLaren's hypercar. It is incredibly light as well, just less than around 1,000 kilograms for this McLaren Solus, marked out by the number 646 two-time champion Mika Hakkinen at the wheel, being involved in the development of this. And you can see Mika emblazoned on the headrest when he's not in it. And it's a really fascinating display as well, because it's almost like a full-on pod in the central seating position that lifts out and, like a spaceship, opens up to allow yourself to get in and out of the cockpit. It's a really fascinating car.
Yeah, it is, and I just love the old, I'm going to call it the old style McLaren livery. It takes me back a little bit to my childhood, that does, Harry, when Mika Hakkinen and David Coulthard were racing up the front in Formula One up against Michael Schumacher in the Ferrari.
The Lamborghini Urus now setting off. This is the Urus SE, the first hybrid plug-in version of the Lamborghini Super SUV, launched in April at the Beijing Motor Show. So we're getting its first view in the UK publicly here at the hill climb for Goodwood this weekend. New design, optimized aerodynamics, unprecedented onboard technology in this Lamborghini as well. An 800 CV hybrid powertrain. The plug-in hybrid electric vehicle version moves on the Urus S in terms of comfort, performance, efficiency, and it really is another beautiful design from Lamborghini. So too, we are getting first glance at some of the most luxurious manufacturers and brands around the world, and this from Bentley. This is the Continental GTC Speed, Alice.
Yeah, and they've done a good job there with keeping the temptation at bay and having the roof up during this rainy weather. As you said, the Continental GTC Speed 0 to 60 miles an hour in 3.2 seconds.
Oh, he's loving it. Oh. And now, was that planned, or?
Now, they're going to say that was on purpose. That's what I would say.
That was phenomenal. Let's go with that was planned, because that was absolutely phenomenal from the Bentley Continental GTC. Now, you don't see many Bentleys doing that.
I really hope that this Bentley is not going to do the same thing, not ever so sideways, actually, the previous Bentley through the Malcolm Bend. So this is the Bentley Speed 6 that we can see on our screens now, and you can see it on the hill. 600 plus new components comprise the 6.5 litre 6-cylinder race spec engine, and these are one of two development cars for the Speed 6, and the 1930 24-hour Le Mans competitor, old number 3, sits proudly there on the Bentley.
Yeah, a homage to that 24-hour Le Mans entry from 1930. 12 of these have been pre-sold to customers and are being delivered in the next few months, with each customer offered a personal fitting service for their car, although unfortunately the roof is not available for this run up the hill.
Yeah, I don't think you'd fit in it, mate, so you can't go and get a fitting, I'm afraid, Harry.
Sadly, no. Not sure I've quite got the price for that one either. But this is, once again, we see on display throughout the weekend here, new brands, new cars being made that pay homage to the past, but very much also looking to the future as well. And this just reminding us of what we used to take. And this is the overall theme of the weekend, of course, from horses to hybrids, revolutions of power. And Bentley showcasing this, Mike Sayer at the wheel.
Yeah, brings it across to the finish line. I'm sure they'll be looking forward to getting under umbrella probably quite quickly. And does that look like the passenger's got an open face helmet there? Oh no.
when you're driving with a visor open face helmet in the rain, it does feel like you're getting pebbles in the face. But we're on to now the BYD Yangwang U8.
We are indeed. That is about to make its way up the hill. Sets off absolutely silently, all electric from Yangwang. This is the luxury division of BYD. And, well, you may recognise this. It very much has inspirations from the likes of the Mercedes G-Wagon, and you see that in the Ineos Grenadier. You also see the Land Rover Discoveries out there at the moment. But this is the prestige brand of their BYD. No plans to sell this in Europe yet. This does do a full 360-degree tank turn. That's because it's got electric motors on all 4 of the wheels that enable it to do that. This brand only launched a year ago in China, and it really is coming thick and fast. And if you can get an up-close look at this, it really is something to behold. It's not a full EV, but it does have a lot of hybrid technology in there.
Now, this is a taxi that I would quite happily pop into any day of the week. This is the G70 Genesis track taxi Northslide edition. You can. This is actually being seen in the first time in action in the UK. So another debut here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Genesis are working with the Nürburgring to provide exciting passenger laps in the G70 to really get a good experience of the green hell. So I'm just going to go and pop my name on the waiting list.
Yeah, Genesis, the luxury division of Hyundai. And a lot of Lamborghini design elements in this. The old designer of Lamborghini coming in to Genesis. Oh, look at that as a slide off the line. This is the GV60 Magma Concept Genesis. Kevin Jones at the wheel.
Yeah, we saw Jackie Ickx, who's a brand partner of Genesis and 6-time Le Mans winner as well, was taking part in the reveal of the Magma Concept. We've already seen this car today. It has been up the hill. And then we're going to move to slightly different type of car. We've got the Honda Civic Type R hot hatch of the year 2024.
You know what? Everyone just loves a hot hatch these days, don't they? They are all the rage, and they are powerful things on the road, aren't they? This Honda Civic Type R is a 2-litre, 4-cylinder VTEC turbo engine, 0 to 60 in 5.5 seconds. And as a nifty thing to have on the road, that's pretty powerful.
It's actually the fastest front-wheel drive car to have driven the legendary 5.8 kilometre Suzuka circuit, and what a circuit that is, and what a car to go around there. And now, and this is what I love about the First Glance, is we just have such a wide range of road cars here, Harry, and so many global debuts, including here at Goodwood. We've got a new brand.
Yes, we do. This is Hongyi, the EHS7. Now, this is a Chinese brand, and we really are seeing a huge influx of Chinese brands and manufacturers coming across into Europe and the UK with a huge fledgling range, particularly focusing around electric vehicles. Hongyi is actually one of the oldest Chinese passenger car brands, having been launched way back in 1958. It actually means red flag when you translate it. Originally, Hongyi models were only for high-ranking government officials, ceased production back in 1981, and have been revived in the mid-1990s and have a good offering on across this weekend. And from a Hongyi, we go to an Ineos, and setting off from the line, we have the Ineos Quartermaster.
It is a popular car, a popular brand, and I just love how high, how raised it is to I'll probably be needing this to get out of the car park later on today. So I might pop down and just ask to borrow it. I promise I'll bring it back tomorrow, but you can actually have a go at driving one of these Ineoses, the 4x4 Ineos, in the private quarry of Goodwood. So make sure you check that out.
Yeah, well, it has been developed to overcome the most extreme terrain, so it is going to get you out of the Goodwood car parks if you so wish it to. And the big thing about this, you mentioned how high up it is. The ground clearance is absolutely massive on this. It's been increased by 25 centimetres from the previous Grenadier. So that is the Ineos Quartermaster, which sets off towards the checkered flag. And just setting off from the start line is this prototype vehicle from the Land Rover Defender range. This is the Octa.
I mean, this looks mean, it looks lean, and it's certainly one that I would get behind the wheel of. A 4.4 litre twin turbo V8, and 0 to 60 mile an hour, Harry and James, in 3.8 seconds.
Yes.
Not hanging about either, is he? He's driving it beautifully.
He really is. And I've just had a glance out the window of our commentary box. It is still absolutely pummeling down with rain, and you don't need me to tell you that if you're out and about here at Goodwood. But there is a bit of blue sky on the way, so that could help see us through for the last remaining hours of Saturday here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. But just making its way past the flip wall now, the Land Rover Defender Octa, and subjected to almost 14,000 additional tests compared to the core Defender, high-speed on-road and off-road durability, making sure it is one of the most advanced Land Rover Defenders in the range that Land Rover are bringing to our roads. Fun to drive on and off the road, and they have not made any compromises anywhere on that Land Rover Octa.
Heading to Mercedes now, the SL55 as it squirts off the line. Quite slippy there down at the start line from the rubber that's been laid down in the shootout. And of course, we've got all this rain. It's the SL63 hybrid. Elliot Cole at the wheel.
Certainly is. Mercedes with a big offering here. The German marque celebrating 130 years in motorsport, with the huge evolution of not only their motorsport cars but also their road-going cars. This has a 0 to 100 km/h output in 2.9 seconds, reaching speeds of up to 196 miles per hour. You've never seen a Mercedes quite like that before in their range. You have seen a Mercedes like this before. It's one of the oldest models in the Mercedes range, but it's been reimagined. This is a G-Wagon, but it's all electric. This is the Mercedes-Benz EQG.
It can do a G-turn as well, so this car can also turn like a tank. 4 electric motors are fitted to this Mercedes-Benz EQG, 579 horsepower.
And in all white as well. Used to see Mercedes G-Wagons, of course. They were a great agricultural vehicle for farmers and also for off-road excursions. They really did pave the way for that off-terrain vehicle that we now see more and more on our roads.
And another debut, the Cybster Coupe, the MG, and we're obviously celebrating MG here this weekend. A global debut for this car, generates up to 375 kilowatts. Oh. And I said it's slippy down there. The MG Cybster is giving us a perfect example of just that, but it can do 0 to 62 in 3.2 seconds. And with the kilowatts of power that I just mentioned there, that is about 496 horsepower.
Yeah, I really like this Cyberstar though. It's got a really nice cohesion to its styling, isn't it? I think MG have done a lovely job on this.
Yeah, they really have, and we are celebrating MG here this weekend, and their new beginnings in the east from their origins in the west, of course, celebrating their centenary with a mix of classic and never-before-seen cars just like that, heading its way up the hill. Also here we've got that original 1920 C-Type MG, which actually kicked things off here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed on Thursday, owned the race by Freddie March, and celebrating the Duke of Richmond and the March Family Association with MG2. To the Mini John Cooper Works. This is well, there's 2 versions. There's the all-electric version, and this is the not all-electric version, making its way up the hill. And it's very difficult to actually tell the difference between the two on the outside, especially with the livery and their running. But Mini running their iconic Cooper, just about navigating the rain through the slight left-hand kink, makes their way up towards and past our commentary box, but the rain really is coming down. Past our commentary box it goes, through Vulcan Corner. Windscreen wipers working ferociously on that Mini.
Yeah, we have seen actually that the electric version of this teased over this weekend.
We have, and to another Chinese brand now. This is the JQ7 from Omoda. We have gotten Omoda around here, but this is the offshoot of Omoda. It's a new Chinese brand, and this is the brand's first plug-in hybrid, which promises a range of 740 miles on a full tank, with a full battery charge as well. So full battery, full tank, will get you 740 miles in that JQ. From Omoda, the JQ7. Richard Atwood at the wheel as well. A very well-known, prolific driver, as it whispers past our commentary box. And we really are seeing the rise of electric, but is that the future? And is that the way we're going? Well, Polestar very much believe it is, as the next car to set off from the line is the Polestar 4.
Yeah, and we can do 385 miles range on a charge. The electric SUV, 536 brake horsepower, running slightly wide there on the exit of turn 1. Yeah, you popped down to the Polestar stand yesterday, and was it, I believe, the Polestar 3, correct me if I'm wrong, that doesn't have a rear window?
No, it's the 4. It's the 4 that we're watching now. It doesn't have the rear window, and you can see, if you catch a glimpse of the back, there is a little mount just at the top of the brake light, the top long rear brake light, and that's the camera. And that is how you look out the window. You don't need a window. Now more and more cameras are being fitted to cars. How much do you rely now on a window when you're actually reversing, when you have such brilliant 360-degree angles on a camera? Freeing up the window, or getting rid of it, has freed up so much more headroom in the rear seats of that car. And it just allows the Polestar 4 to give it that extra bit of luxury, that extra bit of comfort that it is trying to contribute to their brand. So Polestar, plenty going on with them, and having only had one car for so many years now, with a full fleet in their range. It's very exciting times for Polestar, very exciting times for Alpine. This is the Alpine A110R version.
They're all pushing around that first corner. The Alpine getting a little bit out of shape here. 296 brake horsepower, 0 to 62 in 3.9 seconds. Newest, really, one of the newest of the Alpine range. Oh, it just gets, me and James are almost falling back in our seats at the Alpine going through Moulton Corner there, James.
But I love the ethos of this, you know, lightweight, fun sports car, you know, really is a lovely, lovely thing. And yeah, he's pushing on, he did get it quite sideways, but it's a lovely little jewel of a car.
I think, no, there is a passenger in the car as well, so getting a full experience of the Goodwood hill climb. And yeah, signaling a slight departure for Alpine and their road-going vehicles, really going down that fun, lightweight sports car dynamic. Of course, Alpine, the high performance, the sports car brand of Renault. A lot of carryover and technologies learned from the Formula One team, also now in the World Endurance Championship in the hypercar category too. So it's a very exciting time for the French brand, and it has long been exciting, the GR Yaris, ever since it debuted onto our streets. It is, if not a hot hatch, the hottest of hatches, the ultimate hot hatch. This, the new GR Yaris, available and was available exclusively through a ballot. So if you weren't on it, I'm afraid you're going to be waiting a rather long time to get one of these.
Oh dear, we best have to pop down to the stand and trying to convince them there, Harry and James. But we've seen quite a few new additions to sort of, you could say, the Yaris and Toyota brand we saw earlier on today. We might be seeing it again go up the hill, the special edition of the Toyota Yaris, the Calais Rovanpera, the rally star, and Seb Ogier as well, another rally star. We've seen some special editions of the Toyota too.
And GR, that Gazoo Racing, have done so much for Toyota, haven't they, in changing the way those cars work and just bringing them into a taller, more sporty area, like the M division of, you know, for example, like the M division of BMW.
It's changed the way we all perceive Toyotas now, I think, on the road, and really elevated them as a brand. I used to always remember there was a sticker on the back of every Toyota that would say the car in front is a Toyota, just so you would know. Now, you don't need that because you know when you've got a Toyota. This is another one from the GR race, the Toyota GR Supra. Now, this is a fun little thing to get going. 3-litre turbocharged 6-cylinder engine, and it looks good. The sleekness of the design, the way the headlights are integrated to the lines flowing through the bonnet. It's a very nice car. That 382 horsepower packed into that rear-wheel drive Toyota GR Supra. Now, another one from China. This is a brand that launched back in 2014. The Xpeng are here with their G6. This is the third completely new model to its European range. So they are trying to make their mark in Europe and having their first glance this weekend here at the Festival of Speed.
Yeah, Gary Franks behind the wheel, driving range of around about 570 kilometres. I'm not quite good enough at maths to convert that into miles, so if anyone else alongside me does, then every entry.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Oh, look at that. No, this is a car. This is also, I mean, you know, obviously a brand new version of the 037, supercharged and turbocharged, just like the original. And some cars don't, you know, when you're, this Carrera, you know, you could have done a version, but it just looks so right, doesn't it? It sounds incredible, looks incredible, and wow, what a history this car's got as well, the original. And I just love seeing this version.
And Luca giving it some absolute beans as well. A 2.1 litre four-cylinder engine, nearly 500 brake horsepower, and nearly 500 brake horsepower was getting out of shape there. But I'm sure Luca will say, no, I've got it, I'm fully in control.
The classic rally headlights, the iconic Martini livery, this from Chimera, the reimagined Lancia 037. There is also the Evo 038 based on that Evo 37, but that has an all-wheel drive and about 100 more horsepower if you wanted that. But this one, the Evo 37 heading up the hill. As we try and catch a breath from that one. You enjoy it? That got you excited, that one, didn't it, James?
Yeah, well, I love it. It's even at that almost Group B, popping and banging. It just, you know, it's just such a lovely thing. And to see that reimagined in such a beautiful way. Yes, I'm a big fan of it. It's one of my favourite cars.
Well, let's take a look back then at First Glance and Road Bikes debuting this weekend at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. And once again, we kick things off with two wheels.
Yeah, this was Easy's ride at the Shotgun Royal Enfield. And then we went to the
McLaren Solus GT, the hypercar powered by Mika Hakkinen, the two-time Formula 1 world champion, loving that machine. And the Aston Martin DBX 707, the supercar of SUVs. And you might recognise that as the Aston Martin Formula 1 safety car as well. The Lamborghini Urus SE with plug-in hybrid technology helping power that up the hill. And we saw the new Continental GT and GTC, but the roof was up on that one.
Yep, good shout with that. That's the best decision. We've got it also here. It was the slow-mo. I'm going to say, of course, I'm going to stick with the driver and say, yeah, they did this on purpose. I mean, this could have gone horribly wrong, but it was a good save. And then as soon as you got onto the grass, yeah, an absolute passenger. But it just happened that you did it right in front of the house. There we go, one for the fans.
Yeah, and you couldn't be in a more beautiful interior to do it in, could they? Because those Bentley interiors are amazing, and actually he gathered that back very well indeed, didn't he?
I want to see the video that the passenger was taking from that. That's what I want.
Screams. I'm sure there was a few screams inside.
The BYD seal, much more quiet on that one, making its way up the hill. BYD, another Chinese brand debuting, and this from Ford, back with the Capri, but a reimagined version heading its way up the hill. More Chinese brands on offer as well. The Hongyi EHS7, one of the oldest Chinese brands, getting a first glance here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. And of course, the G-Wagon on course for a debut, the all-electric version. But let's head up the hill, shall we? Catch up with David Green, who's with Mika Hakkinen.
Mika, slightly slower run up the hill this time.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's, of course, it's, you can see it's earlier it was quite a heavy rain, so it's when you do have roughly about 800 horsepower and you have a car but you don't have experience on wet conditions, you need that take in consideration. But of course you have to try and put your foot down, and it's really stable. It's fantastic, the McLaren Solus. Good fun.
Did you enjoy that one?
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean. But you know what? I mean, again, I had to tell you it when it is wet condition and these kind of, again, driving middle of the forest, you know, these small roads, you have to pay attention. But it's good fun. I mean, it's great fun, and it's not a race. It's a show for the fans, and you know, in that rain, you know, all the fans over there, they need to have a good show.
As you say, I mean, no one will know the difference if you're doing it 3 or 4 seconds quicker, and it's just nice to see that car out there and hear that car.
Yeah, it sounds amazing. It's a V10 engine. When I was racing Formula One, we had a V10, and I think the best sounded engines in Formula One was, well, V12, V8, V10. And this one, yes, indeed, V10, and it has a good sound. So I was revving it all the time on the limit there to really go for it. So it was good fun.
Windscreen wipers on, obviously.
Yeah, I need to have it on. I was a bit worried if it's gonna stop.
What have you been doing today? Did you catch anything catch your eye down at the bottom of the hill today?
No, I mean just visiting and meeting old friends and just meeting fans, of course, and it's great to see some drivers from the past and the current drivers, and I think it's a this event has been over the years incredible success, and it's continuing to be success, and what I personally like is about it gives the opportunity to fans to see these beautiful racing cars very close. And this event is really focused on little details, which makes a difference. It's not just let's do this kind of event and let's sell tickets and let's make money. It's about functioning and looking for all those little details for the entertainment for the fans, and I think that's brilliant. And of course, we who are driving these cars and the mechanics, again, they enjoy it. They're having a good time.
Everyone's having fun, even when the rain's coming down, and it's great to have you here.
Yeah, it's a little bit weather like in Finland.
We like it. Good to see you.
Thank you.
To hear them start and then
every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars.
I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Now, you might think it's hard to stand out here at Goodwood with so many incredible cars on display, but one car that's been catching the attention of everyone here, including all the press and myself included, is Red Bull's new hypercar, the RB17. And Adrian Newey, Red Bull's Chief Technical Officer, joins me now to take me through it. We're going to go for a little tour in a second, but before we do, Adrian, tell us about how this car came to be.
Well, it really started, been thinking about it for a while, and then over the Christmas period of 2020 into 21, then I did that drawing there, which was the first drawing of the car. And that kind of, we just kept developing or researching through 21, trying different configurations, engine configurations where we put the electric motor, etc. So 21 was all about fundamental research. And then we started getting into more detail in 22, and then into 23. So I could say first sort of evolution of the car was 22. Second evolution was through 23, which is this car here. And now we've carried on developing, and so actually we're now, I would say, the third evolution, which is quite another step on from this car. So it's lovely, that it's fantastic that everybody thinks this is such a great car. I look at this and think, well, I know actually it's going to be better than that.
It's almost a bit out of date, isn't it?
It is a bit out of date,
yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. And look, obviously you've been working in Formula 1, you're the most successful Formula 1 designer of all time. However, this is kind of, is it fair to say this is you unleashed? This is you without the restrictions, without the parameters that Formula 1 dictate, and this is just you going wild?
Yes, it is. I mean, we of course put limitations on ourselves. Wanted it to be comfortable for two people, so that you could have your coach, if you want to coach, or your friend or your partner in the passenger seat. Wanted it to comply with all the safety regulations of LMH, which I think is absolutely vital, and then the rest of the packaging constraints. But after that, we've really had a free hand, and that's the shareholders from both Austria and Thailand have been fabulous in allowing us this 3 years of research to go into all this detail, so that then when we release, we know is that we've really gone into all the bits and pieces and considered everything, and hopefully that what you see here therefore is a very holistic product that does everything fits all our goals.
It certainly looks the part. Right, go on. I have to get you to give me a tiny bit of a tour. Tell me, what are the parts of the car that you're most proud of, or that catch the eye?
Well, no single part am I most proud of, and first of all, of course, it's a team effort. We're 140 people on this project now, but it's a very aerodynamically driven car, of course, because what we wanted is something that would be accessible to people with relatively low levels of track experience, but ultimately is adaptable and can grow, so that driver can grow with the car and get to a car which this car is, certainly according to all our simulations with driver in the loop, it would have been on pole at Silverstone last weekend.
I heard this stat, and that for me was one of the most remarkable bits of information, because, you know, I'm never going to drive a Formula 1 car. Even if I did get behind the wheel of a Formula 1 car, it would be rubbish. Yeah. However, there is a small chance one day that I might get to be driven around at Formula 1 speeds around Silverstone, and I think that gets fans really, really excited. You must be really proud of the fact that that will happen.
Yes, I am very proud of that, and I think, as I say, I've been fortunate over the years to have driven a whole huge variety of cars, from 60s cars that, of course, I love driving and racing, indeed, here at Goodwood at the Revival, through to modern Formula 1 cars. And the speed and adrenaline and excitement of driving a truly fast car like a Formula 1 car is something else. So, as I mentioned, I wanted a car that people could build with and ultimately start to feel that thrill and excitement, but in a car that would be safe and controllable, and they can, as I say, develop with. And that really has been the overarching concept. When you then get into the details, what does that mean? So it means you've got to package two people in reasonable comfort, a V10 engine for all the noise and emotion that we know of V10s, working with Michelin on the tyres to take the loads, and then it really becomes an aerodynamic packaging problem. And so you start to develop if you like, the sinuous shape around the mechanicals of what you need to accommodate. and then just keep developing. And obviously we wanted the car also to look stunning. I think
you've done that.
Hopefully. So I mean, it's obviously all subjective, but I do feel that cars at this level should also be pieces of art. They should be sculptures, and I do feel quite strongly that given enough time and spending enough time looking at it, then aerodynamics, concentrating on the aerodynamic form, will actually also give a beautiful product. And if you look at back in history at, say, Spitfire or the Bluebird land speed record car of the 60s or Concorde, all beautiful objects, but none of them designed for aesthetics. They're all designed for function, and this is really what this is.
There's a connection between the two. Give us some stats on it. I want to know top speeds. I want to know horsepower. I want to know what's underneath the bonnet.
Right. So I'm never very good at remembering this stuff. But what I can tell you is that the V10 is 1,000 horsepower. Then we have a 250 horsepower electric motor. It's the car weight is around 880 kilos. I think the G-force is somewhere around 5 on braking and cornering. Top speed is limited because of the tyres to, I can't remember, around 380, I think it is.
That'll do.
What else do you want to know?
No, that's very, very impressive. Using your Formula One experience, how much of that has kind of fed into this design? How much? As I mentioned at the top, you're hugely successful in Formula One. So are there elements of this that you've kind of dripped in from that experience?
Absolutely. I mean, without that Formula One experience, then we couldn't have designed this car. So it's the way we researched the car over that 3-year period. Then the detailed design of the car, the manufacture of the car, the assembly of the car, that's all Formula One techniques, which is one of the reasons for limiting it to 50 cars, that by limiting it to 50 cars we can manufacture the principal parts in-house, just as we do with Formula One, and those where we're not manufacturing it in-house, we'll use the same suppliers as we do in Formula One. And the assembly of the car at only 50 units can be the same as we do in Formula One. So it's very much a Formula One car in every sense, but applied very differently, obviously.
Yeah. So look, 50 available. I imagine one is going to you.
Indeed, yes.
Yeah, very good. And what? I mean, look, I'll level with you. Probably not going to be able to afford it. But what will they be retailing at?
That's the embarrassing bit. I still feel embarrassed, but it's 5.75 million.
Wow.
But it's obviously very expensive. But to do it to the level we've done the car to, and to design it, research it, design it, manufacture it in this way, unfortunately that's what we've come to.
That's the price of something as beautiful as this. Adrian, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations again. What an amazing car you and your team have produced.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
The brand new hypercar there from Red Bull. Adrian Newey designed, Matt Baker doing the talking there as well. Make sure you go and have a look at that from hypercar to supercars. And we are well and truly into it. We just saw the Aston Martin Velour head up, and now we have the Aston Martin Valiant. Now this is the ultimate company car for Fernando Alonso.
We have one.
Yeah, well, have you got the cash for it? I think he's taking the first offering of it. This is the most extreme front engine car ever. It is road legal, 5.2 litre twin turbo V12, and this is essentially everything Fernando Alonso wants out of a racing car put onto a road car, and it is an absolute beast. In fact, he drove up the hill yesterday and loved every single minute of it. A huge offering though on offer for the next 20 or so minutes of this supercar running in the rain. I hope you're able to find an umbrella or a grandstand, or if you're at home watching this from around the world, you're very much welcome to witness all things supercars, and that is what is heading up the hill, the Ferrari Roma Spider. Ray Grimes at the wheel.
Yeah, 0 to 62 miles an hour, 3.4 seconds. Top speed of 199 miles an hour. Turbocharged 3.9 litre V8 engine, and this will set you back around about $247,000. So with the payroll that Harry's on, he can probably buy about 2.
Yes. I wish. I wish. Ferrari are really showcasing a huge amount of offering here, and this is hugely special. Setting off from the start line now, the Ferrari Daytona SP3, Pat Blakely at the wheel. Now this is pure fun behind the wheel. This is paying homage to the 1967 Daytona 24-hour Ferrari, and it is an absolute spectacle to behold. The design is absolutely stunning on this Ferrari.
It's just absolutely incredible. Look how slick it looks, how streamlined it looks, and underneath the bonnet it's got a 6.5 litre engine, V12, around 829 brake horsepower, 7-speed, dual clutch, so can certainly shift.
Shift the water out of the way as well. Back to Aston Martin we go. Darren Turner at the wheel as this long-reigning Aston Martin works driver, and this is the Aston Martin Victor heading up the hill. The hill, and I always think this has a bit of a retro design to it, doesn't it?
It does, front and rear, and Darren Turner looks like he's having a lot of fun. Experienced and very successful multiple Le Mans winner, does a lot of work with Aston Martin, so we'll probably know every single inch of this car. Let's have a look if he heads through Malcolm Bend. It gets a little bit twitchy on the exit, but all in control at the hands of Darren Turner.
Indeed. Now, setting off from the start line, something very special. The Rolls-Royce Spectre. This is the world's first ultra-luxury electric super coupe. The electric range of it, 330 miles, 430 kilowatts from the battery. But it is heavy. It's nearly 3,000 kilos. But this just combines history and the old order that Rolls-Royce is associated with the brand and the company stepping in to the new era of modern design. You can make a fab Rolls-Royce without a V12 in the front of it, and that is demonstrated in the Rolls-Royce Spectre.
Yeah, still a stunning piece of machinery, and we have the DB12 Aston Martin Volant, and getting sideways. It's slippy down there at the start line with all the rubber that's been laid down, but some nice car control. Unsure who is at the wheel of that. I think it's James Taylor who's at the wheel. So James, good job there, keeping it in a straight line just about.
Yeah, this is the world's first Super Tourer V8 in the back of that. K-fold roof, 202 mile/hour top speed, 0 to 62 in about 3.7 seconds, and rather sensibly with the roof up on this occasion.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Having a look, quite a bit of mud down at Malcolm Bend at the moment, but the Aston Martin DB12 navigates it quite nicely, continues to make its way up the hill, past the flint wall there, as you look at it on the right-hand side, driver's left.
Speeding into, I think there's a little bit of sunshine peeking out from behind the clouds, the blue sky being reflected in the rather fetching baby blue of that Aston Martin DB12 Volant, which is making its way up the Goodwood Hill climb as we are in batch 6. So supercars everywhere you look, speeding across the finish line. Now, next up, all things Porsche are being celebrated this weekend, and here the Porsche 911 ST.
I mean, this is absolutely incredible. What an iconic car, and you can still see how slippy it is. Porsche bringing a whole host of cars along this weekend, including the one that you can see on screen now, the Taycan as well, another 911, the Carrera GTS, which has been or will be driven at some point this weekend by Mark Webber. Actually, I think it might even be on track now, so keep your eyes peeled for that.
Yeah, this one though on the screens is a 911 in its purest form, built for pure driving pleasure. 186 mile/hour top speed, 0 to 62 in 3.7 seconds, making its way up towards the checkered flag. Now, the Porsche 918 Spider has just set off from the start finish line, and I mean, this is a rather stunning Porsche, but it's set apart so dramatically from the other Porsches in the range.
It does, but it's still got so many resemblance to a Porsche, especially the headlights, streamline on the side. Oh no, I can see how it's getting dirty from the mud that's been kicked up on the track, and even the rear. But it is just such a beautiful looking car, and Porsche, they just, every time they release something new, you just go wow.
Running on e-fuels as well. Porsche actually one of the brands that have been really pioneering the reliance on e-fuels, sustainable fuels, testing that to the extremes in the Porsche Supercar Championship, running on almost 100% sustainable fuels, and that being translated into their road cars as the Porsche 918 Spider makes its way across the line. Now, the Ford Mustang is back, but slightly differentiated. This is the Ford Mustang GTD, road legal, track ready supercar.
And this is the global dynamic debut here this weekend of the new Ford Mustang GTD, and you can see certainly likes to get out of shape, or at least Frederick does, behind the wheel of the Ford, taking his inspiration from the Mustang GT3 race car that of course needs to follow none of the rules that GT3 is required to follow. So Ford's engineers were kind of given free realm as to develop this car.
Carbon fibre bodywork, semi-active suspension, DRS, the drag reduction system with the rear wing moving on the back of that Ford to give it, or to reduce the drag and increase the speed, just slowing down, as I think the range just slightly intensifying there as the Ford GTD makes its way past the flip wall. But this is a supercharged 5.8 litre V8 engine, over 800 horsepower, powering Frederick in the Ford Mustang GTD all the way to the line.
And this car is actually already in testing at the legendary Nürburgring, attempting to break the 7-minute barrier, which would put the GTD in a very special group of road cars to be able to break this famous time barrier. And certainly with 800 brake horsepower and the beauty that of the Ford, it's certainly on its way to doing that.
The Lamborghini Huracan Stirato up next. This is the first of its kind in the Huracan range. It scores a new supercar way for Lamborghini. Jack Bartholomew at the wheel. It's got a 5.2 litre V10 engine with a max power of 610 CV and 500 Newton meters torque at 6,500 RPM, combined with a 7-speed dual clutch transmission and all-wheel drive. This is a car designed to offer optimum performance on unpaved and sandy surfaces with an acceleration from 0 to 60 miles per hour in 3.4 seconds.
I mean, you look at it and you think, no way can you take that on a sandy surface, but you can. You certainly can, and that is one of the benefits of the rally mode made for those low grip conditions. And I'm guessing that Jack may be in that mode now, but maybe not.
We're not quite there at full rally stage. You can go and see the rally stage up the Forest rally stage up the hill. Get the tractor up there to take a look. With shootout currently happening across the weekend. I'm not sure we'll see the Lamborghini quite on the rally stage yet. Now the McLaren 750S. Freddie Hunt at the wheel of this, son of the legendary Formula 1 driver, Formula 1 champion James Hunt. Freddie Hunt can absolutely drive a thing or two, and he's managed to get his hands on this 750S.
Oh, and he is lucky, very lucky. We'd all love to get our hands on one of these, a 740 brake horsepower twin turbo V8. Plays a lovely tune as it heads up into Moulcombe. Freddie Hunt, as you said, behind the wheel, and got an eagle-eyed passenger there, keeping one eye on the road, and I'm sure one eye on their camera footage as well.
The lightest, most powerful McLaren ever, this, the McLaren 750S, 4-litre twin-turbo V8, 0 to 62 kilometres an hour in 2.8 seconds. Just teetering around the right-hander through the hay bales as it heads uphill. And then slide down on the brakes before it approaches the final checkered flag. Okay, the McLaren Artura making its way up the hill. Now, this is an absolute piece of machinery, a piece of history in the modern day age. This is the Ferrari 499P Modificata, which is the de-restricted version of Ferrari's World Endurance Championship hypercar. And this is one that customers are able to buy and run on a track. And it's faster, it's more powerful than the actual track car itself racing in the championship, because it doesn't have to conform to the World Endurance Championship rules and regulations. But this car, the DNA now ingrained in it, as a two-time Le Mans winner. It's a very special machine for Ferrari, Alice.
I mean, it's incredible. 5.2 million euros to purchase this car, and it certainly looks like it would be worth every single penny. It's just absolutely beautiful. Sebastian bringing it up to the top of the hill, but wow, hugely, hugely beautiful car.
Just listening to the sound of that Ferrari 499P Modificata, and blink and you'll miss it. It's the McMurry Spieling Pure, Max Chilton at the wheel. Now this is the track-only evolution of the McMurry that was here 2 years ago, and in the hands of Max Chilton, it's managed to take the new record up the hill climb, and this Spieling Pure. We're not going for the record, but it is a huge piece of machinery, isn't it?
Are you sure? The way he was going through Moulton, it looked like he could certainly break any record, and the pace that Max Chilton was flying through there, very impressive. This van can generate 2,000 kilos of downforce, which is absolutely astonishing.
It certainly is, and that huge fan at the back making sure it can kick up that downforce as it makes its way to the checkered flag. And on the start line now, we have the latest offering from Lanzanti, powered by a Mazda engine, making its way up the hill, and just waiting to be set from the start line. Now this is an absolutely epic GT beast, really, and you can just see the outlets there from the engine. Mazda, who are powering this car, just waiting a little while for it to be headed off the checkered flag, the start-finish line, I should say.
Well, we've already seen this car today doing quite a few donuts in the drift section. So you would have been watching batch 3, you would have seen this car being drifting around by Mike Whittick, and 100 days to build a partnership with MadLab and Lanzanti to create this beautiful livery on the side, and there we go. I will expect at some point that Mad Mike will stop outside the main house, so if you are down there, get your cameras ready, because he will probably continue to get sideways and maybe a little bit more.
And they have a brilliant YouTube channel that you can check out as well if you want to learn a little bit more about this McLaren P1 GTR 650S GT3 Mad Mac. Mike Whittick behind the wheel, and round he goes. Head to the Mad Mac YouTube channel to see all of its stunts in action outside the Goodwood house in the turning circle. And just listen to that, to the fire and the pops from the exhaust on the rear. The seating position just on the left-hand side. Quite a big cockpit for this McLaren P1, sliding and slipping its way through Moulton. And just see the brilliant views on board in the cockpit. Let's take a look at this a bit more. This is such a brilliant view of what the driver has on this. You can just see him changing up through the gears, trying to manage the rear end and find a bit of steer, and almost, that's brave, round the flint wall. You want to go straight through there. You don't want to be looking sideways around that bit at all. Fantastic from Mad Max, the McLaren P1 there making its way up the hill.
And that underneath the McLaren was a 2-litre triple rotor turbocharged engine. But onto something slightly different now, Harry.
Yeah, this is the Zagato La Squadra AGTZ twin tail. Now, this is based on a couple of things, really, but it's based on an all-Alpine, based on an Alpine A110 and redesigned with the inspiration from the Alpine 1960s race cars, the A2110 and the A220, which were built for Le Mans entry. Now, the good thing about this is all the rear end, it's got a removable long tail, so that bodywork can come off, so you can either have it as a short back or a long tail back. And it really is a beautiful design. It really paints Alpine in a brand new light, this, and it's something that is really turning a lot of heads so far this weekend, and it's fantastic to see it making its way up the hill. And so too is this. This is an absolutely epic beast. This is the Bugatti bolide. 40 of these only, and this is a bit of a swan song for Bugatti. Track only, and you would expect to see that. Something like the World Endurance Championship, really, the way it looks. But this is the last car with an 8-litre W16 turbocharged engine that Bugatti has become so well known for. And I mean, Alice, it's a thing of beauty, isn't it?
It certainly is. Several historic links, of course, to the most iconic Grand Prix car of the 1920s. Max torque, 1,600 Newton meters, so hugely powerful and hugely impressive.
Now, the Hispano-Suiza, once quite a prolific brand back in the very old days, now back and finding something that looks incredibly futuristic. This is the 633 numbered one, which means it's the Hispano-Suiza Carmen Sagrera, fully electric, and it's the rear. I mean, the front end looks like quite mean with that front grille, doesn't it? But it's the rear end that really looks almost Batmobile-esque, I would say. Luis Perez Sala at the wheel of this, the former Minardi Formula One driver, dipped to toe in Formula One management as well in the final season of what was the Hispania racing team, which fielded Pedro de la Rosa and Narain Karthikeyan as their drivers. Luis Perez Sala, team principal for that team, but was a rather rough year for them. The rear end of this, a wing-shaped carbon fibre spoiler, which really is fantastic. And is there a little problem with the Hispano-Suiza being wheeled slightly out of the way?
I think it might be doing it on its own steam, but won't be going up the hill by the looks of it. It actually got off the start line, but just didn't continue anywhere else. So it's being wheeled off to the side, so it's a big shame that we won't be able to see that take off.
Certainly is. So no Hispano-Suiza making its way up the hill, but next up, you'll hear it before you see it. This from Koenigsegg. This is the Jesko Attack. Now, there are two Jeskos here. We've got the Absolute, but there's the Attack heading out first onto the hill. This is the high downforce default version with not just a large, but an absolutely gigantic rear wing carbon fibre splitter as well. And this is just another beautiful piece of technology, really, from Koenigsegg. Christian Koenigsegg, the founder of the brand. And you can tell, really, that it's been inspired by fighter jets. It's just the lines and the aerodynamics and the colour scheme as well, all falling into place for this.
Yeah, it's got a stunning rear of the car there. You say about inspired by fighter jets. Certainly looks, when you look from the back, actually from 2023, this car, as it makes its way up to the top of the hill.
It certainly does. Now, it is still quite wet outside of the commentary box, and the car's doing their very best to deal with that damp weather. Now, this is heading off the start line now. It's the Gordon Murray T33 Mule 3. Now, this is based on Gordon Murray's super light chassis architecture, really, always trying to go lighter and lighter, engineered to be the world's most beautiful and most accomplished two-seater supercar. You could decide that for yourself, but it really does stay true to the principles of Gordon Murray. Lightweight, just over 1,000 kilos, powered by a redeveloped version of the Cosworth GMA V12. both right-hand and left-hand drive, and the clean styles, gorgeously proportioned 60s sports car.
Yeah, and I tell you what, let's have a little quick listen into the roar of the V12 that makes its way up the hill. Doesn't it sound lovely? Taking a little bit easier there is Steve, and I don't blame him because it's still pretty slippy out there. But from one Gordon Murray automotive to another, and this is the Niki Lauda edition. Dario Franchitti is currently behind the wheel. Another V12 engine, Cosworth 3.9 litre, and it can produce up to 1,200 kilos of downforce at VMAX, so for an optimum track performance, Harry.
Yeah, adjustable aero, rear-mounted delta wing on this, inspired by the front wing of the Brabham BT52 F1 car. 400mm ground effect fan paying homage to that. The central fin, you can see, producing the stability for the Niki Lauda XP2, which has really been optimised for high-speed track use. Maserati and the MC20 Legenda making its way up the hill. Now Maserati here with the MC20 Legenda and the Icona, two special series celebrating the 20th anniversary of the Maserati MC12 car, which was really unlike any other Maserati, that V12 Ferrari-derived engine. It was a race car and a road car, very closely related to the Ferrari Enzo, of course, and the Legenda and the Icona paying homage to that this weekend.
Only 20 examples of these to be produced worldwide, so this will be an extremely rare car with only 20 of them due to be out in 2025. So we've got a little bit of a wait just yet. Not too long though, Harry.
It's a beautiful colour scheme, isn't it? Also derived from that MC12 with the pale blue bonnet and top and the black underlines, powering that Maserati MC20 to the line. And it always sends shivers down my back when you see the Trident Maserati on display. Is it ice cream weather already? Has the rain stopped? I think so. Are you a flake fan?
Oh yeah, you've got to have a flake in your ice cream.
99s after this?
Yeah, let's go.
Let's do it.
Why not?
We'll pretend like it is a hot summer's day. The morning started off very nicely indeed, and well done to all those here at the track. If you can see yourself on the big screen, give us a wave. I think the rain has just began to abate. Blue skies starting to peer out from behind the grey clouds in time for the end of the day's running here at Goodwood Festival of Speed. And just like that already, Saturday has absolutely sped by. But what a marvellous place, Alice, to come and watch some of the best supercars on offer in this current day and age. And these were some that we got to have a little glimpse at. Ferrari with a huge offering this weekend, and this, the Daytona SP3. The 1967 Daytona 24-hour car being paid tribute to here.
And from one Ferrari onto another, and we were so lucky to be able to see plenty of Ferraris in action. This was the FXXK Evo, the prototype, and then on to another world famous and popular brand, the Aston Martin.
Yeah, Aston Martin with a huge offering here as well. Fernando Alonso here yesterday, Darren Turner driving this machine up the hill. Aston Martin throwing it back retro style with the aerodynamics on this, and then very much throwing it forward. We saw earlier from Adrian Newey talking about his new RB17 hypercar. He also designed this one, the Aston Martin Valkyrie. And the hypercar looking sensational as it makes its way up the hill. Two people in that hypercar as well, which we'll be seeing a modified version of in the World Endurance Championship racing it out with some of the best brands in the world, and Aston Martin continuing to showcase the very best in road cars. Supercars, supposed to be difficult to drive, around about 1,000 brake horsepower, and that is what Yangwang U9 are currently trying to achieve. Yangwang, BYD's luxury brand, the Chinese manufacturer, only launched last year, showcasing what they have on offer here to us here in Europe and the UK for the very first time, with some beautiful lines and the headlights. And of course the McMurry Spieling Pure, showcasing just how fast you can make a car. Supercars in action here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change. 2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and sky full fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Racers E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built
to power the pros.
What a fantastic day of action we've seen here today at the Festival of Speed on the Hill. Grace has joined me now. Grace, what's been your highlight today? I think I can guess.
Yeah, well, for me, it has to be the balcony moment today, celebrating Michael Dunlop becoming the most successful TT rider in history. So we've actually come to stand next to his bike here. This is the bike that he rode up the hill, and he pulled into next to the Goodwood house, and it was just incredible. He did a huge burnout before he pulled in. He was waving to the crowd, and the sea of people that joined for that moment was just incredible. I think even he said himself in the interview that he was almost surprised as to how many people were there. He was like, I don't know if people know who I am. And I think celebrating an achievement like his at the Isle of Man TT gives it the recognition it deserves, because he's worked hard for that title.
I was really interested to hear him say that he thinks his record's going to be broken. He doesn't think that's going to stand. He broke the record, he thinks someone will break it from him.
Yeah, he is so determined just to tick off race wins, and he was also saying as well to me earlier that it's important to him to keep that title within the Dunlop family. He has come from a long line of racers. It's in his blood. You can tell just how much he loves road racing, and I think we're going to see more from him, and he's just going to keep racking up that tally so it stays within the Dunlop dynasty.
Going to be difficult to beat, that's for sure. Well, David's been up at the top of the hill all day. And David, I wanted to ask you, actually, with the rain that fell towards the end of the day today, I imagine some of those drivers arrived with you with their eyes on stalks almost, because coming up this hill in the rain at pace, trying to get into that shootout final tomorrow, it's some mean feat.
Yes, it was almost like we planned it for drama. The rain just started right at the beginning of the timed shootout, and it got worse for the guys at the back of that lineup. You could see the guys were absolutely terrified. Some of them were starting that run dry and then getting up towards the front wall, which is probably about the worst place to start seeing droplets on the windscreen. But they all got up here in one piece, and it was a great day up here. We had lots of fun, lots of sunshine before that. We had Richard Petty get a ride up on the Beast of Turin, telling driver Duncan Pittaway it was the best Uber ride he'd ever had. I think he got 5 stars for that. But my highlight had to be Mad Mike getting that McLaren, that sort of Frankenstein McLaren with the rotary motor, back online. He didn't have much luck yesterday. So he was getting out there. The car didn't run so well yesterday, but we saw it in full value today. And then a second time up in the wet, which was just absolutely fantastic, seeing that car go. Really kept all the people up here who'd stayed through the rain that a really good time at the end there, even with the rain on their head. So good fun there. Mad Mike cheering up the crowd. So a great day. Sad to see we're almost only one day left of the festival, Rachel, but at least good to see you've given that Marshal his jacket back.
I'll get you back for that one, David. Don't you worry. Brilliant stuff. Thank you very much for staying up there for us all day in the dry and the warm with coffee and tea on tap. Right, this is what we've got to look forward to tomorrow. The main theme begins with at 8:30 tomorrow from 1970 to the present day. First glance and road bikes are batch 5 at 9:15. The supercars will be heading up at 9:55. We'll have a warm-up show from the Goodwood Action and Sports Arena. If you haven't been over there yet, you must go over. 10:30 tomorrow, then batch 4 F1, Isle of Man TT and dirt bikes at 10 to 11. Now, Red Bull are having their balcony moment tomorrow. The F1 batch, 18 Red Bull cars from their 20 years in F1 at 11:40 tomorrow. They will have their balcony moment. We have the world champion, Max Verstappen, here tomorrow, as well as 5 other Red Bull drivers. 5 to 12. You need to be there for the balcony moment. It's going to be sensational. Got batch 1 main theme, 1890 to 1960. That is at midday tomorrow. It follows the balcony moment. Then we have another show at the Action Sports Arena at 12:30. Drift, Just, Niki Lauda tribute, and Mercedes-Benz celebrating 130 years in motorsport. That's at 12:50. We'll have the MG moment. They're celebrating 100 years. And of course, that very personal connection with the family here at Goodwood. That's at 1:30. Main theme again from 1970 to 2024. Their second run is at 20 to 2. F1, Isle of Man TT and dirt bikes at 2:10. We have the show in the Action Sports Arena at 2:30. And then it is the shootout final. Will Max Chilton's record be broken tomorrow? Will one of the cars, will the purpose-built Subaru make the challenge? Will it succeed and get the fastest time up the hill? Or will it be beaten by the Supervan? We will find out at 3. Drift, Just, Niki Lauda and Mercedes-Benz follow that before First Glance and road bikes head up the hill again at 4:25. We have the competitions in the Action Sports Arena between the BMX mountain bike, the best tricks at 4:30, supercars at 5:05, and main theme 1890 to 1960 at 6 o'clock, rounding out the Festival of Speed. It's been fantastic so far, and there's plenty more to come tomorrow.